levels. Okay, cool. That's getting levels. I don't know if Daniel is getting levels. No levels, so let's just fix that. There we go. That should be it.
Can we? Okay, that's it.
Yes, everybody should be able to be seen and heard. Yay us.
Okay.
How is everybody doing tonight? Everything is fine.
Let's see. All right. So yesterday you read the California Diaries, yeah?
Yep, that was fun. They're getting more. I don't know. I was gonna say serious. They were always serious, but you know, they're getting more real. There we go. I'm a platypus. Where's my Perry the platypus? She's left us apparently. Hi, Michael. Great googly moogly. Oh my god, that just unlocked a memory that I forgot I had.
Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, or that one time, what they called Major Monogram said, "Great googly moogly" in Phineas and Ferb.
Oh, I forgot about that too. I was thinking Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, but I remember both of those instances.
Yeah.
All right. So for those of you, I know everybody's still coming in. For those of you who have been following us through Animorphs, we've read the first 3 books. This is where we are. We read The Invasion, The Visitor, and The Encounter. And now we're on to The Message. It really keeps their title simple for what ends up being a bonkers book.
Yeah, it's definitely intense.
This looks like we're gonna it's gonna be a Cassie book, which makes me happy because I don't. Wait, we haven't had a Cassie one yet, have we?
No, we barely started the books.
Right. We've only had Jake, Rachel, and Tobias. Yes, there we go. So now we have Cassie's book, which is exciting because I like Cassie, our resident horse girl.
Yep, the resident horse girl, farm girl.
Yes.
Apparently,
insert word here for Animorphs. Yeah.
Group has to have book series with different main characters has to have one horse girl.
Yes, I do remember Roly Poly Oly. My mom still loves Roly Poly Oly to this day. She thinks it's one of the best kids shows that ever existed.
I mean, it's really fun. It's like got that mid-century vibe, 1950s type of mid-century vibe.
I'm more of a Rachel girl, but pop off. I also love Rachel. Yeah. I like all of the characters. So far, the only character, and I'm told that my opinion's gonna change, but Marcus?
Marco.
Marco's the only one that pushes my buttons sometimes, but I know that I'm told that he's going to be a fan favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're gonna get there, and I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is what we're doing today.
And then, just in case it does get uncomfortable in some spots, we have the cat cam, and
yes.
Avery plenty of videos uploaded to her channel that you can take a break from and then come back to the live stream after we go through the uncomfortable parts. But I don't think this book, if I recall, this book didn't get it's more of a fun adventure-y book.
I'm told that this book is a fun one. I've been told that this one is one of the less intense ones. Hi, Karasu. Welcome. We are about to read Animorphs 4, The Message. Animorphs 4.
Natty, it's not Marco, it's Jake.
Right, we keep getting Marco and Jake mixed up. I feel like with books like this where you have to like cycle through all the characters, you need to go through one cycle before everybody can like efficiently tell them apart. Like California Diaries, I pretty much like they all have their different personalities, but it was really only until we at least got through all of the girls that I was like, okay, I can tell which is which, because now we've like spent one book
think
with
of
each
them
of
as
them.
Power Rangers.
Yeah.
So
Damn it, my brain go burn. I feel that, Natty.
Rachel the Pink Ranger, Cassie the Yellow Ranger, Marco the Blue Ranger, and Tobias the Green Ranger.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Fan films at the same time. Please help. Oh my god, that sounds like a lot. It sounds like, I hope that's fun. It sounds like it would be fun. I'm just picturing you like buried in scripts, like, oh my god. And if anybody noticed, I got the right thumbnail up, right? Sometimes it doesn't like to change. Yeah, it should be the right, yeah, it's the right thumbnail. So I've started doing this thing since, if you've been here with us before, Daniel reads half and then I read half. So I've started doing this thing where it was an accident and then I realized that it synced up. So the original cover, and then there's like the revamped re-release cover. The original cover is, if the original cover is on the left, that means you're reading first, and if it's on the right, that means I'm reading first.
Wait, what?
So like you like on the thumbnails, like the way I've been doing it is, I believe the originals, like the original one is the one that's on the right today, and then the re-release one is on the left. I've been using the re-released ones to signify my half of the book, and the originals to signify your half of the book. So that's how you can tell who's starting off the reading.
It helps in the first few books, but then when we get to the later books, because the revamp wasn't successful, they only got up to like 7, 8 books, I think.
Got you. But for now, that's been my thing.
And hey, if you like the sound of my voice, consider going over to my channel, the Box Cutter Podcast. That's my podcast channel. Avery and I did an episode.
Yep.
Pretty much that. Didn't mean to do that, but
we're covering Phantom Investigators. There's a channel, there's a playlist that's collaborative. We'll bounce you back and forth between our channels on my homepage, so that should be pretty easy to find. There's 4 of them out so far.
Yep, and then there's going to be 2 more out around the middle of the month.
And yeah, we will. How many Animorphs books are there? 59. I was going to say about 60. Yeah.
About 60. About, what do you mean about?
Stream? Oh, thank you for saying that. I completely just straight up forgot to do an announcement at all last night. So thank you for reminding me.
What happened?
I just forgot to put an announcement in the Discord to tell everybody that we're live. So I was just like, I'm just not used to having the Discord. So
if I'm like, oh, last night's stream, you didn't really miss much.
Last night's stream was a Dawn stream. We had like maximum viewership, and I was like, I think it's just because we all like to hate watch for Dawn. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's just that. Imagine if it was a boy, they'd call him John, Jawn.
Well, they could just call him Don, but spell it differently.
No, it has to be spelled like Dawn.
Like Jawn, John.
Yeah. Lawn, John.
Yeah, like a Dawn throwing out names for the baby, and it's just like they're all her name, but with different letters starting it.
I handed what was their stepmom's name? Sharon. Yeah, I handed Sharon my list of names, and she read them out loud. As she said to Dawn, these are just your name, but with different letters. I figured that if she had my name, there would be at least a little bit of me they'd have to love.
Yeah, when she was having a moment with her little baby sister, I was like, no, we cannot have a heartwarming Dawn moment. It's too late, Dawn. You've missed your chance.
Okay, so the announcement just posted. There we go.
All right, we should be good.
Okay.
Inserts both hilarious and disturbing. Oh, Urban Dictionary.
Yeah. And then if I could just plug one more thing. So I was talking to Avery, because I still have a few podcast episodes I got to do, and then I got to do another one with Mr. Patrick, if he's in the chat. Hello, um, about Babysitters Club, the movie. And then after that, I was planning to branch out into other video projects on YouTube, trying to kind of take a recess from podcasting a little bit and just trying to do more video content for my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Kind of, but covering more of the neglected nostalgia, Taina, some novelas for the people who speak or were Spanish speakers and had a Spanish speaking household growing up, things like that.
That'll be really fun to watch. I loved. Good morning. Oh no.
Oh yeah, and if you look at the cover, it says, "Picture yourself morphed. Contest detailed inside. Win your photo transformed into an animal."
Oh wow. I found a program online that does it pretty easily, so I was like, that's fun.
Wouldn't that be fun for your viewer engagement? Just to like do a raffle, and whoever gets picked in the raffle, they get to be transformed into an animal.
Oh my god. I want to see me transform into Perry.
It'd be like that. Remember how they turned one of the Animorphs covers into a meme? Like, what was it? It was a picture of Rachel turning into like a rat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When the teacher says no one can go out to recess and the smart kid tells on you.
NDK if I would want to participate. Yeah, I don't know if that would be fun or horrifying. Be like, see yourself morph into an animal. But Cassie looks like she's having fun. Look, she's a dolphin.
And she doesn't look horrifying.
No, Cassie's the one that's always like able to be so graceful when she transforms, and all the other kids are like, how though?
Because she has a farm. And she had the privacy to transform without people seeing her.
And she knows so much about animals, it's like, it's got to be helpful somehow.
I think maybe that's true too. She knows animals enough to know, like, kind of like break it down to like a science, maybe like the details besides a picture of them.
And
Maybe
she probably
like,
just feels less silly transforming because she feels so comfortable around animals. Like she knows, like she's breaking it down from like ooh, this is really interesting, and not like, I've got to do what? I've got to be a lizard now.
Yeah. So let's see, there are 25 chapters. So do you want to stop on chapter 12 or chapter 13?
Whichever. I can stop. I can stop at 12 if you want, or I could take the extra chapter.
Let's see.
Animal. Animorph.
Let's mark 13 as the half, or what they call the middle. So
yeah,
you can stop at 13, and then I'll pick up on 14.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we're going to, as always, I'm gonna leave the cat cam off for now, but it's always a possibility. We're gonna we always try to get you through the trauma by walking a fine line of dissecting the trauma, but also keeping it chill for everybody. So we're just like, wow, we're all traumatized, but it's okay.
I'm glancing at the book, and chapters don't look long. I have it at 150% whenever we're reading. So that way the text is big enough for me.
Yeah.
And it's showing me at 150% that there's 63 pages.
Same. Which is a little shorter than the past couple. Yeah, I think all the books that we've read so far.
I think one is supposed to be super long to like lay the foundation.
Yeah.
And then the subsequent books are shorter and shorter, but they recap things that happened. Like Tom is Jake's brother, and he's the controller.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. The
yeah,
Fort
because
Bajik are controllers, and like all that stuff.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, because it was published by Apple around the same time as Goosebumps, so I'm thinking if you were to read them physically, they're probably about the same, so like 130 pages probably for the first one, but in this digital form, it's like 77 for one, 72, 65, and now 63, so they're getting shorter and shorter as we go, because like, it's just building off of what's already there.
Right now. And then we get into like the Megamorphs books, which bring in more elements into the series.
It's called trauma bonding. It sure is. Shoot, I never put the hawk sound on the soundboard. I meant to do that. Speaking of trauma bonding.
That's our hawk sound.
Watch me forget what every hawk sounds like.
I can't go up that high of an octave, so.
All right, let's get started.
What the hell was that, Natty? That was the American laryngitis red-tailed hawk.
It's just... Oh my god, it's gonna be so extra funny when we replay our annual Nancy Drew games this year, guys, because there's that one game, it's like game number 7, Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake, where she's out on the lake by herself, and you have to go looking for a red-tailed hawk, and at one point you hear it, and you're like, I hear it, and then Nancy's like, here, get a picture quick, and it goes into a cutscene, and I'm just gonna be thinking of this the entire time when you hear that.
You just hear that.
Yay, trauma! Yay, trauma!
You know, I'm gonna find a hawk sound right now for you, and then I'm gonna send it to you in the message. Let's see. Can't be that hard.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna put it on the Stream Deck soundboard.
I mute it.
All right. While you're doing that, I'm gonna read the first chapter. We've got chapter 1. My name is Cassie. I can't tell you my last name. I wish I could, but I can't even tell you what town I live in or what state. We have to disguise our identities. We Animorphs. It's not about being shy. It's about staying alive. Every single book, they're going to say the same thing. If the Yeerks ever learn who we are, we'll all be done for. If they don't kill us outright, they'll make us controllers. They'll force a Yeerk slug into our brains, where it will take control of us, making us slaves, tools of the Yeerks' invasion of Earth. And I really don't like the idea of being under the control of an alien. I don't like the idea of being dead, either. On the other hand, there are some things I do like about being an Animorph, some very cool things. Take the other night. It was late. I should have been in bed, but instead, I was in the barn, getting ready to turn into a squirrel. Daddy, I want another squirrel. Technically, the barn is really the wildlife rehabilitation clinic. My dad is a vet, so is my mom, but she works at the gardens, the big zoo. The wildlife rehabilitation clinic is just my dad and me. We take in injured birds and animals and try to save them, then release them back into their natural habitats. That's where I was, in the barn, surrounded by dozens of cages full of birds. From a mourning dove who'd run into a car windshield to a golden eagle who'd almost been electrocuted by a power line. Oh dear. In another part of the barn, we have bigger cages for the badgers and opossums and skunks and deer and even a pair of wolves who'd been poisoned. Oh my gosh. At the other end, far from the wolves, we keep our own horses. There's an operating room and a couple of small recovery rooms too. Back to that night. Have you ever watched a squirrel in the park? They are constantly alert, constantly looking around. It's like every minute of every day they're thinking, hey, what's that? So I knew that if I morphed into a squirrel, all that nervousness and fear would become a part of me. It's something we've all had to deal with, controlling the animal instincts, the animal mind that comes along with the animal body. Anyway, that's where I was, in a gloomy barn with just the yellow overhead bulbs to light a room. Why was I there? Because someone, or something, had been sneaking in and getting at the birds. We'd lost a patient just the night before, a duck. Oh. And because I couldn't sleep anyway, I kept having these dreams. Only they weren't like normal dreams. Somehow more like I don't know, just really strange, that's all. Relax, Magilla, I whispered to the squirrel in my hands. This won't hurt at all. I put some chestnuts from my pocket. I pulled some chestnuts from my pocket and handed him one. Another nut fell to the floor. Some morphs are easy, some are terrifying. When I was a horse, that was cool. When I had to become a trout, well, that was a little more weird. The whole time, I just kept thinking how someone could fry me and serve me with tartar sauce, and I don't like tartar sauce. Squirrel, I told myself. I always try to get into the feeling of what it might be like to be in an animal before I even start morphing. Maybe that's her secret. Whoop. No, go back. Nope, we're not on that book yet. Hang on. There we go. The first physical change was in my size. I started shrinking. It's very bizarre feeling. See, you feel like you're standing totally still, but the ground keeps coming up toward you, and the ceiling is moving anyway. Door handles aren't where they should be anymore. All of a sudden, they're over your head. I had shrunk to maybe 2.5 feet tall when my arms came sucking back into my body. Right about that point, the real Magilla tore out of there. He ran back to his cage, got in, and I swear this is true, closed the door. Anyway, I still had normal, although short, legs. It happens. But my arms were stunted. I still had the normal number of fingers, but they were teeny tiny now, way too small for my body. My ears traveled up to the side of my head to rest on top. Soft gray fur spread across my body in a wave. My face puffed out and grew pointed. Then the wildest thing, my tail sprouted out of my body. And what was cool was that I wasn't a squirrel yet. I was still about half human, the size of a small child, and my tail just shot out about 2 feet long, much longer and bigger than it would be once I was totally squirrelified. I tilted my head back, and I could see this bushy gray tail arched up over me. Way cool. My legs sucked in, and I was down on the ground, down on the cement floor of the barn. I suddenly discovered I hadn't swept and mopped as well as I thought I had. Amazing what you can see when your face is just inches from the floor. Ugh. Then the squirrel brain kicked in. Whoa! Yow! Man, did I have energy? It was like I was plugged into 1,000,000 volts. I was supercharged. My slow, sluggish human brain was just blown away by the sudden explosion of energy. A noise. What's that? I cocked my ears. I swung my head, focusing my big eyes. A bird in a cage. A new sound. What was it? I spun around. No, wait. What was that? And that other sound. Predators. They were everywhere. I was surrounded. Predators. Birds, big birds with nasty claws all around me. Wait, there was a nut. Ooh, a nut. Predators! Alert! I scampered across the floor. Look left, look right. Sniff, sniff, sniff the air. Oh yes, predators. I smelled them. I heard them. Birds, a wolf, a badger. Predators! Run! 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 Oh wait, was that a nut? I hopped over to the nut. Yes! A chestnut! I seized it in my little front claws and began immediately to chew a hole in it. Excellent! Wonderful! Chestnut! And I had it! No one could take it away. Ha ha! A noise! What? Predators! Don't drop the nut! Run with the nut! Run! With the nut stuffed into my jaw, I ran. I ran straight up the wall, straight up. And that was the moment when Tobias decided to show up. That was a very fun chapter.
Yes, it was. Nut in her mouth.
Me when I'm in a room of new people. Wow, more ADHD. Yeah, I know. It's just I was gonna say that's just what having ADHD feels like. It's like, what's that? Who's over there?
Just have a T-shirt now with the squirrel on it and a talking bubble that says "Predator," then all caps.
Oh gosh.
Natty says, I forget Avery is older than me. And then Laser says, sometimes I forget Avery is younger than me.
Yeah. I tend to have that effect on people. People are like, I got a comment once. It was like, I can't tell if you're 15 or 35. And I'm like, and you will never know.
I mean, weren't we born the same year? Except I was born in January, and you were born in December.
Yeah, I was born 96.
Yeah, exactly. We're both Capricorns, except I'm at the beginning of the year, and you're at the end of the year.
Nice. I don't have to fight another dinosaur. 41, Texas says.
Says 40. Why did I think of 25 when I said
all I'm thinking
when
of
I
is
said
Hammy
41?
from Over the Hedge because of the squirrel. That's
I
all
think
I'm
that's
thinking.
what everyone sees the squirrel as.
Yep. Just started my
Except for
20s.
Pokemon.
Yay, Natty.
I just started my 20s. Congratulations.
Yay, out of the teen years.
Mm-hmm. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
At least the 20s are less angsty than being a teenager.
You can't legally drink it. Legally, you can't. However, you can have virgin drinks and then just DIY them. Not encouraging it. I'm not a casual drinker. I'm just a social drinker.
Yeah, I'm not a big drinker either. Okay. Oh my gosh, we've got more. I like the squirrel hijinks.
Squirrel jinx.
Squirrel jinx. Chapter 2. Tobias flew in the hayloft overhead. Unfortunately, in my squirrel mentality, with my human brain just barely holding on, I didn't realize it was Tobias. What it looked like to me was a red-tailed hawk, a bird of prey. And this one was not in a cage. No, this one was flapping around the high rafters of the barn. The hawk had talons like steel and a hooked beak that could open me up like a can of beans. I do not like that analogy. I felt his hawk eyes on me. Run! Run, 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 run! I didn't know what to do. I mean, me, the human being named Cassie, I didn't know what to do. I knew I had to get control over the squirrel, but it was so hyper. However, the squirrel knew just what to do. Zoom! I ran straight up the wall. My little claws grabbed the tiny splinters and cracks in the wood and shot up at a terrifying speed. If you've never been a squirrel, and let's face it, you haven't, you don't know me, Cassie. You probably don't have any idea what it's like to run up. The wooden wall was like a floor under me, but at the same time, I knew the difference between up and down. I knew if I fell, it would be down. It's as if you're running across the floor of your house, but if you tripped, you'd fall back against the wall. Very strange. Tobias had come to rest on a rafter, but I could feel his eyes on me. I froze completely. Not even my tail twitched. I just clutched onto the wall and froze. But I couldn't keep it up. The torrent of squirrel energy would not let me stand still for long. Suddenly, with barely a glance to the side, I launched myself through space. I flew. I just jumped and hurtled through the air for what seemed like half a mile, but was actually just 10 feet. Slam! I landed on the wooden beam that runs above the horse stalls. Bad move. Tobias had seen my movement. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw his vast wings open. He swooped down, talons raked forward. But then, a new movement, something large and furtive. A board in the side of the barn pushed open. A head poked inside. It was just below me, an intelligent, alert face looking up at me and wondering if I was dinner. A fox! Aha! My mystery bird killer! I had to get control of the squirrel brain. It always takes a minute, in any new morph, at least, to control those wild animal instincts, but I didn't have a minute. Tobias swooped. Suddenly, it was insanity everywhere. Birds in every cage began to squawk and shriek. The wolves in the next room decided to start howling. The horses were whinnying shrilly. Carl, you're gonna start a howl. Tobias sheared away, startled. Too late. I had jumped again, and now I was falling toward the straw-covered floor of a stall, falling towards the fox. I hit the ground and blew out of there, leaving a storm of dust and straw in my wake. The fox came after me. He was fast, very fast. Tobias, help! I yelled in thought speak. What the? Is that you, Cassie? I dodged left. The fox dodged after me. He was faster than me and almost agile, unless I could find a place to climb up and away. I was done for. Yes, it's me. Well, why didn't you tell me? He said, sounding grumpy in my head. I was considering eating you. I just morphed. I just got control of this crazy squirrel brain. Now, would you please save me? The fox's jaw snapped at my tail. I felt his teeth comb the fur. Good grief, Tobias said. He opened his wings and came hurtling down straight at the fox. The fox saw the shadow of the big hawk. He stopped dead in his tracks. Too late. Tobias raked him with his talons and shot past. The fox decided it was more trouble than he needed. He bolted for the secret passageway. Tobias came to rest on the crossbeam and looked down at me with his fierce hawk gaze. Cassie, what are you out here? Why are you out here at midnight turning into a squirrel? I was already starting to morph back to human shape. Well, we've had some birds taken in the last couple of days. We figured it was a badger or a raccoon or a fox, but we couldn't figure out how he was getting in. So I decided to morph and wait to see when he showed up. Well, I certainly can't criticize anyone who wants to rescue birds, he said. He fluffed his wings and began preening some ruffled feathers. I was halfway back to human shape, growing up from the floor, feeling my legs sprout beneath me, but my human mouth was not back yet. So what are you doing here, Tobias? Looking for a squirrel sandwich? Tobias had almost completely accepted the fact that he was permanently stuck in the body of a red-tailed hawk. Recently, he had begun to hunt and eat like a hawk. He was still a little sensitive about it, but I thought if I just made a joke of it, he would realize I wasn't grossed out or anything. Squirrel sandwich? He said. No, I was thinking barbecue. Sorry I scared you. It's okay, my friend, I said in my own voice. My mouth had formed. I was almost back to normal, all but this huge tail, which was still poking out of the back of my morphing outfit. Normal for me is about average height, I guess. Whatever average is, I'm kind of solidly built, not skinny and not fat, with hair I keep short because I don't like messing with it. As my friends would tell you, I'm not exactly Ms. Fashion. Mostly, if you want to know what I look like, picture a girl in overalls and leather work gloves, biting her lip as if she concentrates on trying to force a pill down the throat of a badger. Jake once took a picture of me doing exactly that. He has it next to his computer in his room. Don't ask me why. Oh, I would be glad to give him the picture of me in a dress or something. Rachel could loan me the dress, but Jake says he likes the picture he has. Oh, I hear something, Tobias said, suddenly alert. I strained my ears. Human ears are so lame. Almost any animal can hear better. But then I heard it too. A voice. Is someone in there? My father. You still have a tail. Too late. The barn door swung open. My father stood there, blinking sleepily, holding a flashlight. Cass, what are you doing out here? I stuck my hand behind my back and tried to hold my big squirrel tail down while I attempted to morph it away at maximum speed. Nothing, Dad. I just couldn't sleep. He nodded. Okay, well, go to bed now, he said crankily. My father is one of those people who needs about an hour and 3 cups of coffee to wake up. Okay, Daddy, I said. He hesitated. Cassie, turn around. Turn around, I repeated in a squeaky voice. Yeah, turn around. It's just turn around. Slowly, I turned. As I did, the last of the tail swooped back into my spine. Oof. Huh, my dad said. I gotta get back to sleep. I swear I thought you had a tail. Heh, I laughed weakly. When he left, I collapsed back on the straw. I really should have just stayed in bed, I said to Tobias. Dreams or no dreams. Dreams, he snapped. What kind of dreams? I shrugged. I don't know. Those kind of weird dreams about the sea. The sea, he echoed. And a voice calling out to you from beneath the water? It was warm in the barn, but suddenly I felt really cold. All right.
Randy, have you ever heard Dane Cook, like comedian Dane Cook, his comedy specials?
I've seen parts of them.
Where he talks about having like some weird dreams. And then something about, do you ever feel like you have like one of those strange dreams and then you have to call somebody? And then like, I don't know, this get-go that he called his friend, and then his friend, like, he hear them through the phone, flipping through pages. Like, what are you doing? I have a dream book. Giant crab, represents the gayness. Don't tell me it was wearing loafers. Oh no, that means like you're super gay, like a superhero gay. Oh no, don't tell me it was shooting lightning. Oh, just this off the cuff, like stupid
That's funny.
thing.
I
So
like that.
whenever people are like, I had a dream, I just picture that whole Jane Cook skit with him talking about dreams.
I like that meme where the golden retriever is holding their own leash and crossing the street. What being an adult feels like. Yeah. Yeah, I like that meme too.
I haven't seen it.
Meme beans. Cassie, you don't know my life, right, Natty? I was like, you don't know if I'm not also an Animorph, Cassie.
Yeah, we don't know.
I'm a person with ADHD. I'm not right. I relate to the squirrel brain very, very hard. Hi, Jay. How's it going? Jay, I don't know if you watched the VOD back, or I can't remember if you joined in on the VOD. Towards the end, we read 2 more Scooby-Doo books, and we got really close to getting a Meddling Kids.
Wait, what? How do you do that?
You know how, like, at the end of all the episodes of Scooby-Doo, they always say, like, if it wasn't for that dog and those meddling kids. We haven't heard anybody say it in any of the books, but we got really close in the latest book that we read. And I was just thinking of Jay, and I was like, Jay's not here.
Well, that's what these Animorphs are, meddling kids.
You get to joke about the trauma first. Tobias has to. Yeah, you can't joke about other people's trauma. You got to joke about just your own trauma.
Yeah, it's like as if Dawn said, "Oh, Maggie, just forget about your problems and eat a cheeseburger."
Oof. Yeah. Weird anxiety dreams during the full moon. I've just always been one to have weird dreams. Ben had a Yerk transformation. He would name it Brain Slug.
Ben.
Yeah, that's the rule. You can only joke about your own trauma, not other people's trauma.
Who's Ben?
What did you say?
Who's Ben?
I'm not actually sure. Who's Ben? Rex? I was like, wait, there isn't a kid named Ben in this book.
Are they talking about like Ben 10?
So I never really watched too much Ben 10.
I only saw the original, and then after the original, I was like, yeah, it's getting too in-depth for me. Kind of like Avatar. I liked Avatar. And then when it got into the later season, like, yeah, this is too complicated, and there's too many episodes, so...
Yes, Ben 10.
Getting a little too serious. I swear, when I tell the kids, I was your age when I saw Ben 10, when I used to tell the kids, they'd always watch, like, have Ben 10 stuff. Like, I was your age when I saw Ben 10. Their mind would be like so blown. I was like, what?
I once had to explain cable TV to a group of like 12-year-olds, and I felt like the oldest person in the world. Let's see. Oh, cool, Karasu. We have a whole witchy stuff part of our Discord server for people into that, and I'm always out there being like, who wants a tarot card reading? Because I find that really calming. So.
Extent to my knowledge, I'm more of a read compendiums and burn sage type of person to protect myself. I'm not an active, what is it, like an active practitioner, but I do read a lot, so that way, just in case I ever run into that situation, you know, you're prepared.
You want to hedge the bets in the spiritual world.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Let's say someone's drawing a chalk circle of some symbol to summon something. I mean, you want to know how to protect yourself in case something goes bad.
Yeah, I'm typically a sound cleanse person. I don't do a whole lot of like burning or saning or anything like that, personally. But yeah, there's lots of ways to clear the space. I believe. Weird on full moons. Me and my family get into arguments. You know, they say like, oh, it must be a full moon because weird shit's going down. I'm not wholly sure why, but full moons, weird stuff always happens. You never know.
Let's see. Dirtberg says, ask for an Andalite, maybe Animorph or Aelmorph. In terms of he's talking about, because Ben always names the aliens. He gives them nicknames because the watch that he wears that's stuck on his wrist, it basically has DNA kind of aliens from other planets. Um, so he gives them nicknames so that way people like his grandpa and his cousin know who he's like what he's talking about in terms of like, oh, I'm gonna be Diamond Head, or I'm gonna turn into gray matter. Like,
Okay.
so that's what he's talking about. All right.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me.
I see you there, Brex. I see you.
I appreciate the reference. I just haven't watched enough of the show to get it fully, but I do appreciate it.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, but then you gotta like watch the second like spin-off, or like not the spin-off, but basically like the generational continuation where he's like a teenager now.
Got you. All right, let's get to chapter 3. No, I haven't had any weird dreams about the sea, Marco said. I've had weird dreams about my sheets trying to strangle me. I've had weird dreams about falling from way up high, and when I finally land, I'm in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood talking to King Friday. Oh my god, what a terrifying dream. I've had weird dreams about that woman on Baywatch. Well, that does kind of involve the ocean, I guess. You have dreams about King Friday? Rachel asked him. She put on a worried look. I see. She shook her head slowly and made a sound. What? What's the matter with dreaming about a King Friday? Marco demanded. Rachel shrugged. All I'm going to say is you should think about seeing a counselor before your condition worsens. Rachel turned so Marco couldn't see her and gave me a wink. Very funny, Marco sneered, but he still looked a little worried. We were in Rachel's room the next day after school. Her room is so neat, straight out of a magazine, you know, like everything matches or goes together. Then she has this bulletin board where she puts little wise sayings on Post-it notes. I drifted over to the bulletin board and read, "Don't think there are no crocodiles just because the water is calm." Malayan proverb. Just beside that was, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles." Sun Tzu. It made me a little sad. In the good old days, Rachel would have had a bunch of quotes about being a good person or whatever. It just showed how much our lives had changed. In a very short time, we had all grown accustomed to a world of fear and danger. We arrived at Rachel's house separately. We had each checked to make sure we weren't being followed. We had planned the afternoon in advance to be sure that Rachel's mom and her 2 sisters would be out. We had even had Tobias fly over the area looking for anything unusual. That was what our lives had become. That and quotations full of paranoia and battle. Jake hadn't said anything yet. Tobias and I had told everyone about our strangely identical dreams, about the voice that seemed to come from beneath the sea. The strange voice that called to us. Don't sing, Moana. Don't sing, Moana. No one else had heard the voice in their dreams. Marco had made jokes. Rachel had been supportive, but skeptical. Only Jake had remained silent. I suppose you could say Jake is sort of our leader, although he's not bossy in any way. It's more like this natural aspect of his personality. He's the one you just automatically look to when there's trouble. Of course, I look to him for other reasons. Not that I would ever tell him or anything, but I really like Jake, you know, as in like, Jake likes her too. Just talk to each other.
Or
they
likes.
They like each other. It's very cute. He's very cute in a big, strong kind of way. He has brown hair and dark, dark eyes. He seems very serious until you get to know him. And then you realize he's still pretty serious, but he also knows when to laugh. Jake has to know when to laugh because Marco has been his best friend since they were both in diapers. They've competed and fought and disagreed the whole time. Marco's mission in life is to find the humor in everything, even in his best friend. Marco is kind of cute too, although he's not my type. He wears his brown hair long and has these amazing eyelashes and I would love to have myself. Marco isn't interested in being in charge or even being part of a team. He wants to just quit the whole thing. He wants us to forget the Yerks and forget morphing and just try and stay alive. But at the same time, it's Marco who's very aware of all the security problems. He's the one who makes sure we never discuss anything on the phone where enemy ears might be listening in. Rachel is my closest friend. She has been for years. How can I explain Rachel? First of all, she and Jake are cousins, and they have a lot in common. They seem to grow strong people in that family because Rachel is the strongest person I know. It's like nothing ever intimidates her. She's totally fearless, or at least that's how she seems. To look at her, you'd think, oh, she'll grow up to be some airheaded model because she's very tall and pretty and blonde. But I pity anyone who mistakes Rachel for a wimpy airhead. Sometimes I think Rachel likes the way everything has worked out. It's like all along there was this Amazon warrior locked up inside of her, and now she has an excuse to bring it out. But she was not a person who believed in dreams very much. Well, okay, she said. If we're done with the dreams, let's... Rachel, Jake interrupted. I think I have something that may be interesting. He pulled a video cassette out of his bag. Ooh, a video cassette. Cool, let's watch a movie, Marco said. Not a movie, Jake said. I guess no one else watched the late news last night. I was busy watching my taped reruns of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Marco said, giving Rachel a sly look. Last night it was the one where it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Jake rolled his eyes up. I love that one. To the ceiling, the way he'd done a million times before when Marco said something irrelevant or annoying. Rachel, can we go downstairs and use your VCR? Sure, Rachel said. We trooped down the stairs, except for Tobias, who fluttered down above our heads. Poor Tobias. Hey, Tobias, Marco said, I've been meaning to ask you, are hawks like seagulls? I mean, do they poop while they're flying? Depends on who's down below, Tobias shot back. Let me just put it this way. If you get on my nerves, you better buy a hat. Down in Rachel's living room, Jake turned on the TV and popped in the cassette. There was just this one small story, he narrated, as on the screen, an old guy in a bathing suit held up a piece of what looked like metal. So now we're interested in hairy old guys who should be wearing shirts, Marco asked. This old guy says he found that on the beach, let me try that again. This old guy says he found that on the beach. It washed up during the storm a couple of days ago. Watch. The camera focused on what looked like a jagged piece of metal about 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. As the camera zoomed in, I saw what looked like letters, only they weren't any alphabet I had ever seen. Now the tape was showing an anchorwoman smiling. Then it went blank. Jake turned the VCR off. Okay, so? Marco prodded. Jake sighed. So there might be So the night the Andalite landed, when I went inside his ship to get the cube that gave us our morphing powers, I saw writing. I felt a chill come up the back of my spine. Or my neck. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not some expert, Jake said, but I think it was the same alphabet. Those same kinds of letters. Suddenly, no one was laughing. Not even Marco. I think what washed up on the beach is the piece of an Andalite ship, Jake said. Suddenly, and without warning, I felt the ground swirl beneath me. I fell straight back, not even caring that Jake caught me in his arms just before I hit the carpet. Whew, okay.
Okay, so when Tobias was talking about shitting, it reminded me of this thing I saw on Instagram of a girl. She was talking and then she looks up and then she's like, a bird shitted in my eye. And then she had to wear an eye patch over her eye.
Oh.
Because I don't know, I guess it like can mess up your eye.
That was a little dramatic, but girl, I know. You can be pretty unstrong.
Oh yeah, Rachel, the way that Catherine was like, how everyone describes Rachel Rachel sounds like an influencer or a Pinterest girl.
Poor Rachel. She's really cool. Everybody's just like, you'd think she'd be an idiot, but she's not. And poor Rachel's over there like, what?
If they were rewritten in modern time, she would have been like a TikTok like influencer.
Yeah. Hi Milo. I was hoping you'd be able to show up. This book
imagine though,
great.
like if they rewrit it in modern times, like how would that affect her in terms of like, oh, she's an influencer, and then she faces backlash because she's not as active on her social media.
Yeah, it would be hard if she was an influencer who also like had superpowers. That probably would be interesting to read about. Rachel is my favorite. I love Rachel too. Rachel's great. I'm glad so far this book has just been fun so far. It hasn't been quite as scarring as the other three. That's a nice change.
I mean, so far we've talked about squirrels, King Friday dreams.
We have. The King Friday dream actually sounds kind of terrifying, I'm not gonna lie.
We're talking about King Friday, Milo.
Yeah, Marco was saying he was having bad dreams about falling and then landing next to King Friday in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
I mean, if we're talking about like real life King Friday, I wouldn't mind falling into his arms. He's a king after all. Kings have to be strong, noble people. They have to be buff. But if we're talking about the puppet King Friday, I'd be weirded the fuck out.
Yeah, my dad tells stories about how much I loved Mr. Rogers' neighborhood as a kid, but he would have to like pause or mute it when King, or like change the channel when King Friday was on, because I got really scared of King Friday.
I still can't believe Mr. Rogers practically voiced, or I think he voiced every puppet in that show.
Yeah, because it was, but most of it was all his ideas. It's just like there's King Friday, and then everybody else was like, okay.
I was just weirded out when the real people came into. Like, you get me? How they had real people in the kingdom of make believe.
Yeah. Yeah. How did that? It was like these. How does this society function?
I think like the people that are there are second class citizens, and the puppets are first class citizens.
Oh my gosh. Making sure I didn't miss anything in chat.
The only one that like freaks me out is the one with the boomerang. I forget her name.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. There's 4 of the same canon, and the 5th is a reboot.
Oh, Derp is talking about Ben 10.
Yeah, can we talk about, speaking of 5 different... Can we talk about how the Warrior Cat series is so unnecessarily complicated to figure out what order you're supposed to read them in?
It's like
there's
just about cats, isn't it?
It's like the whole, like, there's clans, but then there's like, it's like the original 5 were called like the original prophecy, but then there's a new prophecy, but then there's the power of 3, but then there's survivors, but then there's seekers, but then, and they all go in like a very specific order. I have no idea what that order is.
With cats, basically.
Kind of, yeah. I wanted to get into them, but literally couldn't. I keep finding them at Goodwill and keep like getting them because I know that like they can be hard to find sometimes, but none of the like 9 that I find are the first ones. Seekers is unrelated. It's about bears. Fair enough.
I remember when I wrote a letter, because I used to read manga a lot, to Tokyo Pop. I got a postcard back, and it was for Warriors manga, by Tokyo Pop. So that's cool. My only extent with the Warrior series.
Yeah, one day I'll read them, but...
Speaking of which, isn't there like a similar one with like owls? What is it called? The Guardian of Gahul or something?
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to make a movie out of it.
Oh, yeah, they did. I remember this.
It looked boring. It was just them flying. That was like
Guardians of Gahul, yeah. I know my mom loves owls, so she was like, look at it, looks like fun. And a kid me was like, ugh.
Yeah, Valiant looked more fun than that. And Valiant, wasn't that Disney or was it just like published by Disney?
It was like an off. It was like a side.
It wasn't Pixar. It was this different animation studio that made it, but it was under Disney.
The only good thing about Valiant is that Tim Curry voices one of the pigeons.
The evil one, no?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Chapter 4. I was falling into the sea. Splash! I hit the water. But still I fell. Down and down and down through blue-green, sunlit layers of water. I'm here, a voice called to me. I am here. I cannot survive much longer. If you hear me, come. If you hear me, come. Suddenly, I opened my eyes. I stared up at Jake's concerned face. Glancing across the room, I saw Rachel with the telephone to her ear, preparing to dial. She's awake, Jake said. I'd better still call an ambulance, Rachel said. No, Marco snapped. Not unless we know she's hurt. It's too big a risk. Rachel's eyes flared the way they do when someone tells her something she doesn't want to hear. I'm calling 911, she said tersely. No, Rachel, I'm okay, I said. I sat up. My head felt a little woozy, but I was all right. Rachel hesitated, her fingers just above the keypad. What about Tobias? I looked around the room and saw Tobias spread out on the floor, one wing crumpled beneath him. Oh no, no one cares about poor Tobias. He looked dead. I jumped up and ran to him. Rachel, Cassie seems okay, and 911 can't help Tobias, Jake said. Rachel replaced the receiver and ran over to Tobias. He's not dead, I said. I could feel him breathing. Then, just as suddenly as I had, he woke up. His enormous brown hawk's eyes opened instantly fierce. His first reaction was pure hawk. He hopped up and flared. Hawks flare just the way cats do when they're trying to intimidate someone. They hunch their shoulders and fluff up their feathers to make themselves look bigger than they are. Everybody stand still, I said quickly. It's okay, Tobias. You were just out for a minute there. He quickly gained control over the hawk instincts. That was strange, he said. It happened to me too, I said. I passed out. And then I had the dream again. Only this time I couldn't hear an actual voice. Or I could hear an actual voice. Or at least I heard thought speech. Me too, Tobias confirmed. Okay, now this is getting weird, Rachel said, because at the same time I thought I kind of felt something. Yeah, Jake agreed. Marco nodded. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like someone is sending out a distress signal, like they're calling for help. Only this someone is in the water, or under the water, or something, I said. Seeing that video, seeing that writing, it was like suddenly the message grew stronger. Or it may have just been a coincidence, Jake said. This isn't a dream. I don't know what it is, but it isn't a dream. Even I halfway saw something. This is some kind of communication. Well, this is all very interesting, Marcus said, but so what? I mean, are we getting some kind of psychic message from the Little Mermaid? What are we supposed to do about it? Jake looked closely at me. Cassie? Was the voice in your dream a human voice? I was startled by the question. I hadn't really thought about it. I actually laughed. When you asked me, the first thing that popped into my head was, no, it isn't human. I laughed again. But that doesn't make any sense. It's not human, Tobias said suddenly. I understand the meaning of what he's saying, but it's not human. It's not speaking in words, really. So what is it? Rachel asked. Yerk? I let my mind drift back to the dream. I tried to hear the sound in my head again. No, not Yerk. It reminds me of something, of someone. The Andalite, Tobias blurted. I snapped my fingers. Yes, that's it. It reminds me of the Andalite. When he first thought spoke to us, that's what it was like. The Andalite, Marco muttered. He looked away. I knew he was remembering. We all were. We had been walking home from the mall at night, walking through a big abandoned construction site when the Andalite ship had appeared above us. It landed, and out came the Andalite prince, fatally wounded in a battle with the Yerks somewhere in space. He was the one who had warned us of the Yerks, the parasite species that inhabited the brains of other creatures and enslaved them, making them controllers. It was the Andalite who had warned us and who, in desperation, had given us the great and terrible weapon, the power to morph. We had been hiding cringing in terror when the Yeerks caught up with the Andalite, when Visser III himself, the Yeerk leader, had murdered him. I shuddered at the terrible memory of the Andalite's last despairing cry. Yes, I whispered. Tobias is right. It's an Andalite. That's who he's calling us from the sea, an Andalite. For a few minutes, no one said anything. Then Rachel said, he died trying to save us. She looked defiantly at Marco. I know that doesn't mean anything to you, but the Andalite died trying to save Earth. Marco nodded. I know. And you're wrong, Rachel. That means plenty to me. Yeah? Well, if there's some Andalite calling for help, I'm going to try and help him, Rachel said. I looked over at Jake, and we shared a look. Like, oh, big surprise. Rachel is ready to go. I hid my smile, and Jake kept a straight face. Tobias? Jake asked. What do you say? I don't know if I should have a vote. I'm the only person here who isn't going to be much help dealing with water. Besides, you guys all know how I'd vote. Of all of us, it was Tobias who had stayed the longest at the Andalite's side, even as the Andalite ordered him to get to safety. Something really deep had gone on between the Andalite prince and Tobias. It was my turn. I can't just ignore someone crying out for help if that's what this is. We all looked at Marco. I could see Rachel getting angry, like she was ready to jump all over Marco if, as usual, he disagreed. Marco just grinned. I really hate to do this. I really hate to disappoint you all. Then he grew serious. But I was there at the construction site, same as all of you. I was there when Visser III, suddenly his voice choked. What I mean to say is, if there's an Andalite who needs anything, I'm there.
See, I told you Marco isn't bad. When he gets down to brass tacks,
He's just trying to keep them all alive. I get it.
I mean, he's like the everyone else is like the people that work on the floor, and he's the one that stays in the office type of. If you think about it, he's like an office manager who doesn't like to get his hands dirty, but will if it comes down to it, and everybody else is the one that works the floor.
Yeah, true. I think it's so funny how Warriors has this reputation for being like nostalgic and cool, and all these nerdy kids loved it, and Watership Down is called traumatic by literally everyone. Yeah, they're similar, right? Literally the same subject matter of tiny fluffy animals killing each other.
I think it's because people see rabbits and they don't see them and haven't ever really considered that they bite or have claws or bite or anything like that versus cats.
I think it's also Watership Down had a cartoon animation version where people had to like watch the visceral like bunny slaughter, and I think that's what did it for a lot of people.
I mean, there's just a traumatic other stuff that English like a lot of English animation is pretty traumatic in terms of animation. You got When the Wind Blows, you have Watership Down, you have The Animals of Farthing Wood, you have The Plague Dogs. Like the list goes on and on when it comes to the English animation.
Yeah. Either it's unavailable or super expensive. Yeah, I finally just tracked down all the Sailor Moon, like the original Sailor Moon manga, and it took me forever.
Derp, don't strain yourself trying to come up with a Ben 10 name for the Andalite and Animorphs.
Yes, Michael, Seekers. I have, I think, the first 3 books in the Seekers series.
You don't remember the name of the series with the polar bear, grizzly bear, and a black bear? Isn't that We Bear Bears?
The bear series.
I'm kidding.
I didn't hear what you said. I just heard something.
Said, isn't that We Bear Bears?
Different. So many versions of Ben 10 now. That one has a panda, you silly, Milo says.
That shows you how much I don't pay attention to cartoons that I've never seen before. Like, I didn't know Bluey was set in Australia.
Maddie and I finally finished Gravity Falls, and I cried my eyes out at the last episode.
You finally deciphered the message?
We got there.
Yeah. Never seen the show. It looked interesting, and then I just never ended up seeing it. It seems too long for me.
It's only 2 seasons.
It seems too long.
And then there's
With all
Owl
the
House, which
lore,
is also very good.
you have to rewatch like and then get all the lore, and then like it seems like a show you need like a notebook to watch.
I mean, it is for kids. It's just like the second season, they were more like lore heavy.
I just like simple things like I don't know, Clarence. I love Clarence because it's like literally you can watch any episode and you don't have to worry about the context of the last episodes because they're all like their own little adventures. And it's like it's a show about nothing, but it's a show about nothing that kids do.
The Owl House is so good. Harasu. I'm not current, but it's very good. Bluey has 141 episodes, but each one is about 7 minutes long. Oh, that's not bad.
So if you divide that by 3, that would be 47 episodes.
Sailor Moon has 200 episodes even, plus some specials and movies.
I think it was like 3 when I first saw Sailor Moon.
Sailor Moon is one of those things that like I had never watched it before I did the video a few months ago. But like everybody has been exposed to Sailor Moon in some way because it's just such a cornerstone of pop culture.
That was like my first anime. That and Yu Yu Hakusho. They'd show it like super early in the mornings on Cartoon Network. And I remember my mom would drop me off with my babysitter, and she would put the TV on, like, and that's what was on Cartoon Network at that time. So that's my exposure.
That's funny. Not yet, Natty, but I do want to. Milo says I like Bob's Burgers because they make burgers like Bob's.
It's the same. He's the same voice actor who does Bob's Burgers does the voice for Archer from Archer. That's the show. That's a long show. I've seen most of it, but then I like kind of zone out, and then I got to rewatch it again, and then I'm like, you know. So I've seen it, but I don't recall because I zone out whenever I see it sometimes.
Yeah. I'm one of those people. Usually I have to be doing something while I'm watching TV, or I won't be able to sit still.
Oh yeah, Milo's like they did an episode where Archer thinks he's Bob from Bob's Burgers. Yeah, I remember that episode where they basically draw all the Bob's Burger characters into the Archer animation style.
Laser, no, I've never actually seen a full episode of Dragon Ball Z or anything related. I have seen Gabe and I filmed a video that I need to work on getting out where we covered the first episode. He showed me Digimon for the first time.
Digimon's great. Digimon's great. But it ramps up like in terms of like the good stuff. It isn't until after the first 2 seasons. Like the 3rd season is its own separate thing, and it's really good. The 4th season is divisive. Some people really like it. Some people think it's the jumping off point.
Yeah. Well, I got to experience it for the first time with Gabe, who like loves Digimon, so that was very fun.
I was a bit into the Yu-Gi-Oh anime and the spin-offs of Laser. And Karasi said, my sister-in-law commissioned a digital painting of me as Sailor Mars for the holidays. I'm grateful it wasn't AI generated.
Oh, that's so pretty. I love Sailor Mars. Sailor Mars is like my favorite, and she gets like a bad rep for being like bitchy, but she's really just she's a lot like Marco in the way that she's just trying to keep everybody alive, and she's kind of like the big sister of the group.
Mm-hmm. She's a Marco, or is Marco a Mars?
Although she's less victim blamey than Marco, I would say.
Yeah, but then again, aren't they like older, or are they the same age?
I think they're a couple years older. They're 14 when the show starts in Sailor Moon. It's funny that some people only exposure to Angela Anaconda was the short played.
Oh yeah, I actually went back and rewatched Angela Anaconda. It's still funny.
Second of all, everyone hated it. That's funny. All right, let's see. Let's move on to chapter 5. You do realize that if we're down here at the beach because of that news story, some controllers are probably down here too, Marco asked for about the 10th time. Yes, Marco, Jake said patiently, but maybe Cassie and Tobias can get some feeling from being down here, closer to the sea. So let me get this straight. We are now making decisions based on Tobias and Cassie's dreams, right? Marco said. And yet my dreams are totally ignored. The fact that I once dreamed about staying home and watching TV in total safety, that means nothing, right? Right, Jake said flatly. We were at the beach, the same beach where the guy on the news had found what we now believed was a piece of an Andalite ship. It was night with a sliver of moon that painted ripples of silver across the black water. A salt breeze blew off the water, making me feel peaceful and yet a little overwhelmed, intimidated, the way the ocean always makes me feel. There is nothing as big as the ocean. It's like this entirely different planet full of strange plants and fantastic animals, valleys and mountains and caves and broad, flat plains, all hidden from our sight. All I could see was the surface. All I could feel was the barest edge of the ocean rushing over my toes as each wave crashed ashore. But I could sense it out there. I could sense how vast it was and how tiny I was. How about my dream of living long enough to get a driver's license? Jake gave Marco an exasperated look. Marco, you can turn into a bird and fly. You could do it right now. Why would you care about driving a car a few years from now? The babes, Marco said instantly. Duh, you can't pick up girls when you're a bird. He glanced overhead, where we could see just the hint of dark wings against the canopy of stars. No offense, Tobias. The wings are great, but I'm thinking of something bright red with about 400 horsepower. Marco's cooperative mood hadn't lasted long. I knew it wouldn't. Marco is never happy unless he's complaining about something. Just like Rachel is never happy unless she has something to fight against, and Tobias is never happy, period. Oh. He thinks if he's ever happy, someone will just come along and take his happiness away. So, Cassie, Rachel said, do you feel anything? Well, I feel a little embarrassed, I admitted, and a little foolish. Maybe we could try calling the Psychic Friends, Marco suggested. Hi, this is Psychic Friends. I've been dreaming about aliens lately. Why Cassie and Tobias? Rachel wondered aloud, ignoring Marco. Why would they get these messages so clearly? And the rest of us barely felt anything. Jake shook his head. I don't know. I mean, okay, say you're an Andalite and you want to call for help. Who do you want to come and rescue you? Other Andalites, obviously. Tobias isn't an Andalite, and neither am I pointed out. I know, Jake said, but maybe this communication, whatever it is tied to the ability to morph. You know, like the morphing ability makes you able to hear it. That way, only Andalites would be able to receive the call for help. Which still doesn't explain why Tobias and I... Maybe it does, Marco interrupted, serious again. Look, Tobias is permanently in morph, and Cassie, you're the one who has the most talent for morphing. Then he flashed white teeth in the dark. Besides, you know you like animals more than humans, so it's like you're halfway into morph anyway. Suddenly, a dark shape swooped over our heads. Lights, Tobias said, up ahead at the beach. There's a bunch of people moving in a line with flashlights, like they're searching for something. You can't see them yet because they're hidden by that dune, but they'll be here in a couple of minutes. Who are they? Jake demanded. I can't tell, Tobias said. My eyes may be great during the day, but at night I don't see any better than you do. I'm a hawk, not an owl. Fortunately, I still hear pretty well. You guys hide in the dunes. I'll be right back. With that, he was gone. Come on, Jake said. He's right. Let's hide in the dunes. We crouched down in a pocket between two dunes. I lay flat on my belly in the cold sand and peered through the tall seagrass, focusing on the bright line of the surf. Tobias was back a few minutes later. It's them, he said. He came to rest on a piece of driftwood. It's a group from the sharing. Chapman is with them. He turned his head to look at Jake. Tom is with them, too. The sharing is a front organization for the Yerks. Supposedly, it's the group for all ages, like Girl Scouts or whatever. In reality, it's a way for the controllers to try and recruit new voluntary hosts. As impossible as it may seem, some humans actually decided to become hosts for the Yerks. The Yerks like it that way. It's easier for them to have a voluntary host instead of a host that resists their control. The sharing is very subtle, of course. People are brought along very slowly over time. New members have no idea what it's all about at first. They think it's just fun and games. I don't know when they tell the members what's really happening, but then I guess it's too late. They either become hosts voluntarily, or like Jake's brother, Tom, they are taken. Anyway, Tom is with them? Jake asked. I'm pretty sure, Tobias said. Some of the senior members, Chapman and Tom, are following behind the others. I could hear some of what they were saying. They're very worried about that fragment of Andalite ship. So it is Andalite? Rachel asked, excited. Guess so, Tobias said. I heard something else, too. The way he hesitated made me tense up. What? Something about Visser 3 having visions. That's what they said. Visions. I guess the visions made the Visser cranky. He was on the mothership at the time and decided to shove a Hork-Bajir out of an airlock because he broke the Visser's concentration. It's because of Visser 3's Andalite body, Marco said. That's the connection. These dreams, or visions, or whatever, they must be some kind of communication that's only supposed to be heard by Andalites. Suddenly, I saw the line of flashlights swung into view. There must have been 20 people strung across the beach, all looking down at the sand, moving forward slowly. They're searching for any other fragments, I whispered. A part of the line stopped moving. I heard someone yelling. Others came running up, excited. What did they find? Jake wondered. I don't... Then... Whoops. Then, in a flash, it came to me. Our footprints. 4 sets of fresh footprints that suddenly turn off into the dunes. Let's get out of here, Jake hissed. Now. Too late. The flashlight beams raced across the rippling sand and up the side of the dune. In an instant, a dozen flashlight beams focused on the notch where we were crouched. We slithered back, down, and out of sight. Then we jumped up and ran. We should morph, Rachel gasped, as we stumbled over the sinking sand. No, Marco said, tracks. We would leave tracks, and as we went from human to animal. Get them, someone yelled. Chapman, I think. He's our assistant principal at school. I knew his voice from hearing him yell in the hallways. Jerky, wild beams of light danced all around us, and we ducked and ran as fast as we could. But running across the sand was like running through quicksand. Jake was gasping out whispered instructions. Double around. If they follow us deeper into the dunes, we can't double around. Get to the water, then morph. There, I see them. A beam of light swept over me. I could see my shadow, long and twisted, projected in the sand. I dodged left out of the light just in time. Bam! Bam! Gunfire. Someone was shooting at me. I knocked my phone over.
Okay. In the meantime, I was going to say, oh yeah, make sure people to do your taxes. Tax deadline this year, if you have to do them, is April 14th, I believe.
Yay,
so
taxes.
Please make sure to do your taxes because it's already March. Oh yeah, we were talking about anime earlier, and then I remembered there were like maybe a few anime that I like that aren't like action-ish. There's Hamtaro, which is about hamsters. And then there's Princess Tutu, which is like a kind of a inspired by Swan Lake. And then the main character, her name is Ducky, I think, Duck, and she transformed into Princess Tutu, and the way that she fights evil is by ballet dancing, but she never like fights. To like remove the darkness within people's hearts.
I agree, Natty. Sailor Jupiter was done dirty.
And then what was the last one? Oh, Magical Doremi, or in Japanese it's called Ojimaju Doremi, is about these three little girls who stumble upon a witch, and because they found this witch, she turned them to like this little creature, because they're not supposed to be seen in witch form, or else you get punished. And so she basically takes them on as like apprentices, and they learn how to become witches of music. So they use like musical spells to basically help the people around their town with their everyday problems.
That sounds cool. Fairy Tale I hear is good. I've never seen it, Laser. But Laser, Maddie is still current on One Piece.
So yeah, if you guys want to watch anime that is not too action heavy, but is very cutesy, there's Hamtaro, Magical Doremi, Princess Tutu, and then the last one I just remembered my favorite comedy anime. It's called School Rumble. It's about like this love triangle in high school where this girl likes this guy, but the guy doesn't know it, and then this other guy likes the girl, but the girl doesn't know it, and then it's just some crazy antics, like really like off the wall, crazy ass stuff happens.
Oh my god, Milo, that is wild. I'm just picturing you being like, let's talk about this entirely new topic.
So yeah, so I didn't mean to digress, but
No, you're good.
I like the one anime where the host of a kids show is having an existential crisis every episode.
I don't remember,
I don't remember the name.
Any kid show that can give existential crises is always a good kid show.
But yeah, if you want recommendations from me for anime, check out those four. If you want to watch a guilty pleasure anime from the 2000s, 90s, watch Card Captors, but watch the Nelvana dub.
I want to watch Card Captors once I'm done with Sailor Moon.
Because Card Captors, not Card Captor Sakura, I consider them separate. Card Captor Sakura is mega super ultra gay in terms of characters having crushes on other characters. It's like a lot of same sex like crushes and gayness going on there.
We love to see it.
Whereas Card Captors, like the Kids WB Nelvana dub, I like it because of the voice acting. The voice acting is top notch for something of that time. And then it's basically a whole different show because they take out a lot of the a lot of the gay undertones.
Oh,
but it's still good.
Interesting.
It's just not It's not Card Captor Sakura. It's like it might as well just be a different show.
Like Sailor Moon with the kissing cousins, because they're like, that's better. That's better because homophobia.
I remember when I was 3 and I saw that, I was like, so guys can wear skirts?
Well,
interesting.
Like, no, we cannot have a gay couple, but instead we will call them cousins, and they will still kiss.
Yeah, I was confused. I was confused about what Uranus was as a 3-year-old. I was like, is it a boy? Is she a girl?
I always kind of thought
guys can wear skirts now, apparently.
And I always thought the thing with Uranus is that it was like Uranus is very like gender non-binary to me. Like,
but I was gonna say, because I was watching a video essay about it, and people say that Uranus, or claim that Uranus is gender binary, but I think the creator or the writer of Sailor Moon said that Uranus is identified as a woman, but she likes to play the masculine role in a femme butch couple.
Yeah. Honestly, though, Sailor Uranus was just gay, even with the dub. I don't believe in guilty pleasures because that means someone made you feel bad about liking something, and you should feel bad about the things that make you happy. That's true.
I call it a guilty pleasure because a lot, like, there's only a small group of people who appreciate the Card Captor dub, the Nelvana dub, and everyone else not like knocks it because it's too Americanized. They took out the gay undertones. Um, and it's like I see it as a guilty pleasure because I like the voice acting in it. The writing's good, even though they call like rice balls hamburgers or something. But I still like it's still the voice acting is what I love about it. It's just the voices that they got to be the characters fit them like a glove. So I'm
Yeah.
in the small group of people who appreciates the Nelvana dub of Card Captors, as opposed to all the other ones that cast very generic voices for the characters. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not knocking the voice actors, but what I'm saying is that nowadays, a lot of anime characters just tend to sound the same, and I don't like to watch modern anime because a lot of them can just replace each other, and you wouldn't tell the difference.
Yeah. I definitely hear what Texas is saying though, because it's like I've always hated, because I've always been the person that, like, you know, I would always like kind of like the offbeat stuff, or like the old stuff that wasn't like super relevant. And it is true that it's just like, the good thing about media is that it's not like, it's subjective, so it's like anybody who's like, this is definitively good or this is definitively bad, I think is kind of missing the point in most cases.
I think the reason why I call it my guilty pleasure is because, like, in my regular life, I'm kind of seen in some like ways as like kind of more taking things apart and like liking things that have complexity.
Yeah.
But I call it my guilty pleasure because it's like it's just so fun and not too serious, and like it takes away a lot of the seriousness.
Yeah, and not everything has to be serious, I think.
Like PB&J Otter, I'd say is like not a guilty pleasure, but it's my well, that's a better word. If instead of saying guilty pleasure, it's better to say it's my comfort. It's my comfort blanket. You get me?
Yeah.
Like PB&J Otter, my comfort blanket. Roly Poly, Out of the Box, those are my comfort blankets. Arthur, comfort blanket.
Oh yeah, like I always say Once Upon a Time is my comfort blanket show, because like there's no real case to be made that it's like groundbreaking TV, but I absolutely love it.
What's the fish a guy in what? Wasn't the fish a guy? Wait, what? What are they talking about?
Wait.
It's both hilarious and tragic to watch late 90s and early 2000s anime dub that centered queer stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have too many comfort characters. I don't think you can have too many comfort characters, Natty.
A sailor villain.
Sailor Moon villain. Wasn't the fish guy in the fish? I'm not sure what that means. I might have just not.
They're talking about one of the like the Zoisite.
Oh, yeah.
Zoisite. No, you're thinking of Kunzite. Kunzite's the one with the ponytail and the wavy hair. That was in a relationship with Zoisite.
And then they made Kunzite into
a female.
A female, yeah.
In the Deke dub.
The Deke dub.
And then they made Molly like from New Jersey. They made Molly from New Jersey, Serena.
Yes. So, yeah, they made Molly has this New Jersey accent that doesn't even sound like a New Jersey accent. I don't even know what they were going for. It's just very funny.
If you've seen Real Housewives of New Jersey, they kind of it's kind of not too far off from what.
It's not too far off. It's just a very exaggerated version. Yeah, that's who I was talking about. I couldn't remember his name. I forgot that they called him that in the whatever, but yes, he is a he. It's just only in the American Deke version. They were like, no, because then he'd be gay, and we can't have that. So they just changed him into. They just straight up were just like, woman voices him. He is a woman now.
So they were able to pull it off that because Zoisite was femme. Oh, Kunzite is the silver-haired one, and Zoisite is the one that changed from man to a woman and had the ponytail hair.
Okay, yeah. I always get
though when Molly fell in love with one of them, and then he sacrificed himself for her. That was so sad.
It was sad. It's one of those things too that's like, it's one of those things where it's like they purposefully aged up a bunch of the guide characters in the anime for no reason, and it's just like, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to make him look 30 and her 14. But yes, it was very sad.
And then Molly just ends up like Jill in Sailor Moon. She's like gone by like the second, or like by the end of this first season or second season or something.
She kind of hangs in there for a little while, but it's very sporadic. Like, I think she only showed up a couple of times in season 3. Yeah, she's just not important after the main story.
I think it was
going.
when they introduced, who is it, Diamond, Sapphire, and Emerald. She kind of just, that was like her last season.
Yeah, I really thought she was gonna become a sailor soldier at one point, and I was like, there would have been room for her to be a sailor soldier,
or at least like, I don't know, like a support character, like how
yeah.
in Card Captors, Sakura's best friend, Tomoyo or Madison in the Nelvana dub. She's basically the one that makes the Sakura's battle costumes that help her in the situation to capture whatever spirit she needs to, and she videotapes all of her adventures, so that way they can play back the footage and then see if they can get any clues from that.
Yeah, it's one of those where Crystal fixed all that. Crystal I haven't seen yet, but Crystal is like they redid it much closer to the manga. So I will probably watch that once I'm done with this. But yeah.
I tried to kind of watch Crystal, but I don't know. It's like a lot of anime has made huge advancements in terms of animation in the last decade and a half, but for me, it's too like color by numbers. It's too, everything's very similar to each other.
Yeah, the animation is definitely better in the original. That's pretty, I think, a pretty widespread belief.
Like back before, like I said, a decade and a half before, like it was, the art styles were very different. You could tell which character was from where. Nowadays, it's like everyone has like the very feline like eyes and like the very thin lines to outline their character. And I don't know, it's like, and the voices are very similar, and it's like it's like you can watch one anime and then you watch another one and it's like this is basically the same thing.
Texas, I have trouble sometimes with subtitles too. If you have Hulu, they have the sub and the dub. And I think there are a couple other places where you can find the dub nowadays.
Yeah, we did get off track, Natty.
Sorry.
Guys, I think
we got off track. I'll read the next chapter. Chapter 6. Here we go. It seemed totally crazy. I mean, I've been in one-on-one combat to the death with 7-foot-tall Hork-Bajir warriors, and I've been shot at by Draken beams that sort of disintegrate you slowly, but I'd never been shot at with plain old everyday guns. It seemed nuts after all we'd been through. Bam, bam, bam. Hit! I heard something hit the sand just inches from my foot. Ah!
That's what the sound is.
Yes, I couldn't figure out how to read it. I was like, oh. I cried in surprise. This was real. Real. This was really happening. A rough hand grabbed me and dragged me forward. Jake, I had frozen when I'd heard the bullet so close. They're all in the dunes, Tobias cried. Now's the time. Come on, Jake snapped. He half dragged me up to the side of the nearest dune, but by then I was moving fine all on my own. I was scurrying up the side of that hill, snatching handholds of scrub grass, pistoning my feet in the sand. Over the top we slid and rolled and ran down the far side. We were back on the beach. I stole a quick glance to the right. No lights on the beach. They were all in the dunes, looking for us. Head to the waters, Jake said. Morph to fish. Jake, I panted. Trout. They're freshwater fish. This is saltwater. You have a better idea, he asked. Bam, bam. No, I said. We splashed into the boiling surf. As I ran, I pictured the fish. I remembered being the fish. I focused as much as anyone can focus with a dozen or so controllers chasing her and shooting. My feet went out from under me. They had shriveled and begun to disappear. I hit the water and got a mouthful of salty foam. I tried to keep my head above water, but my arms were rapidly disappearing. The waves were high around me as I became smaller and smaller. My clothing billowed. The people from the sharing, the controllers, raced to the water's edge. I could see the lights weirdly distorted as my eyes went from the air adapted eyes of a human to the eyes of a fish. With what was left of my ears, I heard the tracks lead right to the water. Tom's voice. The Chapmans. I don't see them. They can't swim far. The current is too strong. Fan out up and down the beach. Do you think these are Andalite gorillas? No, the tracks are human. Just some kids, probably. I doubt they saw anything. The fool should not have been shooting. Sir, a new voice said, we found a pair of jeans in the surf. Looks like they could be for a kid. Any identification in them? No, nothing. Coincidence, Chapman said. Probably. If they're human, why don't we see them out there? Tom asked. 4 sets of human tracks. No humans in the water. Is it possible? Is Visser 3 wrong? What if they're not Andalites at all? I sank beneath the water. The morph was almost complete, but as I went under, I heard Chapman laugh cruelly. Visser 3 wrong? Maybe, but I'm not the fool who's going to try and tell him. The morph was complete. I was a fish, less than a foot long, a trout to be exact. Excellent broiled, fried, or grilled. The salt water was harsh on my scales, and my gills were barely able to breathe. Everyone okay? It was Jake. Now that we had morphed, we had the same thought-speech ability as Tobias. I'm okay, I assured him, but I can barely breathe. I think we'd better be quick. I'm with Cassie, Rachel said. I feel like my scales are burning up and my gills are on fire. Keep the shore on your left and go full speed as long as you can stand it, Jake advised. Marco, are you with us? I asked. Oh, sure. Where else would I be? What could possibly be more fun than running around the sand dunes, getting shot at, and then jumping into the ocean and turning into a trout who incidentally can't live in salt water? I wouldn't miss it for anything. Now can we go home and watch TV?
No.
I will say, fair.
No, we cannot.
No, we cannot, Marco. I do appreciate the sentiment. On a scale from 1 to 10, how unhinged and traumatizing is this one? Not very traumatizing yet. I'm told it's more unhinged than traumatizing this time.
Yeah, it's more adventure-y. Unhinged adventure as opposed to traumatizing. I think I'm hearing a feedback loop in my earphones. Chat, are you hearing an echo or is it just me?
I don't hear an echo on my side, but that could mean it's my side. That fish scene was a little traumatizing. Yeah. Compared to the other ones, it's not that bad, but yes, that's very valid.
I mean, nobody's died yet. And there hasn't been any grotesque descriptions of morphing.
After one iPhone, I want an Android. Do it. Get an Android. They work so much better.
They do, and you don't have to worry about buying a different model because it doesn't have enough space. You just buy a memory chip for it.
Yeah. And they're just all around cheaper.
Yeah, they're a lot more affordable. Yeah, they come with a lot more different apps. You get the Google Play Store, and then you get the Android App Store.
I don't have the brain space for trauma, but I can do Unhinged. Same, Ellery. I feel exactly the same way tonight.
But is it like roadkill elemental level of Unhinged yet? Remember the roadkill elemental with the Guy Fieri ghost?
Samsung makes recent parts for iPhone. Interesting. Hey, pizza. All right.
What you snacking on?
Currently I have Smart Pop. I was eating candy.
Had Charlie's.
Ooh, nice.
I had a chicken teriyaki cheesesteak, no pickle, light mayonnaise.
Sounds good. I have a 1+ bone. I recommend that.
And then I got some boneless wings, but I'm probably gonna eat this later. I ate half the sandwich and one boneless wing, which are just chicken tenders.
That sounds good.
I'm just gonna have it later because I'm like still full. But so they turn into fish to get away. They do the thing that the what is it? The story of the Capricorn where a satyr turned into a fish to get away from Thor or something. No, not Thor. Zeus.
Yeah, any other Capricorns like us, our official symbol is the sea goat. Half goat, half sea, half fish.
A satyr fish.
Yep. To symbolize that we are the most emotional of the earth signs, or so they say.
Emotional?
Well, like water is tied to emotion, so it's like Capricorns are said to be like, we're earth signs, but we're like earth and water because of the whole sea goat thing.
Yeah, I was talking to my brother like the other day, and I was like, how come I like resonate so hard with this movie, but yet this movie is just as similar to my life, but I don't resonate with it? It's like, well, it's probably because you're a Capricorn. And it's like, if we want to talk about astrology for a second, how like you just, and then saying all this stuff, I'm like, I guess, but that doesn't explain why I have an emotional attachment to Beauty Shop and I have an emotional attachment to Baby Boy. So. Yeah, Capricorn is definitely interesting. Sea goat, and it's because a satyr turned into a fish to get away from Zeus. If I'm correct about that.
Is that why I've never liked Zeus? Is it because I'm a Capricorn?
It's either that, or I think there was a forest fire, and to escape the forest fire, the satyr turned into a fish or something like that. So, whatever. I'll look it up and then tell you at the end of the next chapter.
I assume my dad's also a Virgo.
In my family, either my immediate family, everyone for the most part is either my brother and sister are Scorpio, and my niece and my mom are what is it? After Scorpio, it's Sagittarius.
Yep. Natty's a Sagittarius. So many people in my family are Sagittarius. My mom, my aunt, my cousins.
And then me, and then my in-laws, my brother's husband, my sister's boyfriend of over like 15 years, and some other people are like, we're Capricorns. So I'm like,
yeah, we all have December birthdays, so we're just a bunch of Sagittarius.
Or is it like, am I like secretly like am I just a secret baby child of like I'm a doctor? But no, that's not the case. It's just funny.
No one likes Zeus. Well, maybe incels. That's fair enough, Texas. I thought my impulsiveness was normal, and I didn't believe I had ADHD. Stop and just say hello. Thank you. Have a good night or day. I think it's night where you are. But yeah, all right. Let's get to.
So now they're fish in the ocean.
Or in Cluedo on my phone. Ooh, sounds fun. I love Clue or Cluedo. All right. Chapter 7. The next couple of days we didn't get together, except for passing each other in the hallways at school. We do have lives beyond being Animorphs. After all. Rachel was busy with her gymnastics class, plus she got to go to the ceremony where her mom received some award for being a lawyer of the year. And since this is Rachel we're talking about, going to an awards dinner meant major shopping for new everything. Jake had totally blown a test because he hadn't studied, so he had to do a paper as makeup work. And I was busy helping my dad out in the barn with the golden eagle, who had almost been electrocuted. He was at a difficult stage of his recovery. Tobias dropped by one evening and acted kind of snippy about me trying to save a golden eagle. Golden eagles and hawks don't get along, probably because golden eagles are known to kill and eat hawks. It was a couple of days later that Jake rode his bike over to my house. I didn't expect him, so I was dressed like even more of a slob than usual. Plus, I reeked of various horrible things because I was mucking out the stables and cleaning the bird cages. Ugh, typical guy. He had a totally bad timing to show up when I looked like Ms. Manure. Hey, Cassie, he said his usual casual way, like nothing was going on. Hi, Jake. Did you come to help me shovel manure? He grinned. He has a great smile. It appears kind of slowly, like it doesn't quite belong on his serious face. I don't know, did I? Yes, you did, I told him. I handed him a shovel. If I have to smell, so do you. We worked a little bit, with no sound but the steel shovel blades scraping the concrete. I knew he had something to tell me. I can always tell, but I figured I'd let him get around to it whenever he was ready. So, he said at last. So? I echoed. Look, I guess everyone is kind of waiting to see what you decide to do. This surprised me. I stopped shoveling. What? What do you mean? I mean, we're waiting to see what you decide to do about this dream of yours. I shrugged. I don't know. Besides, it's not just my dream. Tobias has it too, and all of you guys feel it a little, at least. Yeah, but Tobias figures it isn't going to be much help if we decide to do something. We're talking water, and Tobias can't morph. As for the rest of us, I don't know, Rachel. And Marco were talking about whether it might have just been something that they imagined, because you made it seem so real and all. What do you think, Jake? Jake stopped working and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. He looked straight into my eyes. Cassie, if you tell me it's real, it's real. I think you and Tobias are right, but Marco is having second thoughts. He raised his eyebrow, as if to say, you know Marco. I felt a queasy, sick feeling. You mean I'm supposed to make some kind of a decision? Like I'm supposed to say what we do? Cassie, you're the one with the dream. Only you can decide if it's real, and if it's real enough for us to try and do something about it. I don't know if it's real, I said. What was he asking me to do? Every time we had tried to go into it with the Yerks, we had ended up barely escaping with our lives. Just 2 days had passed since I'd heard bullets whizzing past me. Jake waited until I met his gaze again. Cassie, you know we all trust your instincts. You're the best at understanding animals. You're the best morpher. You know everyone in the group respects you. I made a face. Give me a break. If you think we should pursue this, you know Rachel will be right behind you. Me too. And Marco? Jake grinned again. Marco won't be right behind you. He'll be several feet back. We both laughed. I don't know, Jake. It's a dream. It's like a vision or something. How do I know if it's real? He shook his head. I don't know, Cassie. I guess you just have to take your best shot and hope you're right. I cringed at that. I'm not Rachel. I'm not a risk taker. Can't you decide for me? I asked, joking. He nodded solemnly. If you want me to, sure. And then, if it's a disaster, it'll all be on your head, I said. You'll be the one who feels bad. You'll be the one to blame. I reached over and touched his cheek. That's incredibly sweet of, That's incredibly sweet of you. But you're right. I guess it's my decision this time. I sighed and looked around the barn. It smelled pretty bad, and sometimes it was a nut house of yammering birds and howling wolves and whinnying horses, all needing care and all scared of the care we gave them. But it was the place I felt most at home in the whole world. Out through the door of the barn, the fields of corn and open meadow stretched off into the distance till they pressed up against the dark trees of the forest. I know this is crazy, I said, but the ocean scares me a little. Same. I understand the land. I understand the soil and things that grow out of it. I laughed. I guess I'm just an old farm girl, you know? This farm has been in my family since the Civil War. Jake winked. Did I know that? Please. I had Thanksgiving with your family last year. You may remember. Your great-grandmother gave me the complete history. Going all the way back to when dinosaurs ruled the earth, I said. Grammy does tend to go on about history, doesn't she? She looked serious again, almost hard. He looks serious again, almost hard. It's your call, Cassie. It'll be really dangerous and we probably won't do much good. I mean, it's a big ocean out there, but it's your decision. Yup, I agreed. I shook my head slowly, sadly. I believe these dreams are real. I believe there's an Andalite out there somewhere. Somehow. Trapped. Calling for help. Good enough, he said. Now, how do we get out there? I frowned, thinking of the possibilities. Some kind of fish? It would have to be something fast, something that isn't prey. You know, not some fish that's going to get snapped up by a hungry tuna or whatever. Jake nodded. And it has to be something we can acquire, which means probably something at the gardens. They have sea lions and dolphins, but we can't morph them, can we? Why not? I don't know. It's just that, I mean, dolphins, they're highly intelligent. It seems kind of, I don't know, kind of wrong. Well, you decide, he said, leaning his shovel against a wall. I have to go. I can't blow another test and I have to study. He climbed back on his bike. You're just saying that to get out of shoveling manure, I said. Cassie, he said, I would rather shovel manure with you than do homework without you, any day. I think it was a compliment, sort of. He rode off, leaving me much less at ease than I had been before he'd come.
Ah, how romantic. I'd rather shovel shit with you than do homework.
It is cute, though.
It is cute. That's the type of childish charm, you know, childhood sweethearts fall into.
Wish I Was a Fish. Has anybody seen that old movie, the one that's like part live action, part animation that Scott Kramer covered, where the guy turns into a fish and then is like in love with another fish?
No.
I can't remember the name of it right now.
Speaking of fish, apparently fish is just a term we use, but because fish are so different, it's not the sign like there's no like genus or something to bridge them all under.
Interesting.
I think it's genus. I haven't studied biology in a long time because we have like genus, phylum, classification, like all this stuff.
Thanks for the like, Soul. Natty. Actually, many incels like Odin. It's very weird. I learned that from sociology class. Well, Odin and Zeus are very similar in the way that like people who study just like the surface level of their mythology are just like, oh, they're the cool good guys, right? And anybody who's read the mythology is like, no, no.
They were just the Cro-Mags.
They're the Cro-Mags, yeah.
So I was looking up, okay, Capricorn gets its name from a Greek myth that says the god Pan was transformed into a half goat, half fish when he dived into the Nile River to escape the giant typhoon. So yeah, so
Odin equals Santa.
The satyr turned into a fish to escape not Zeus, but a typhoon.
Oh yeah. The god that they were looking for, you know, Percy's best friend was looking for in Percy Jackson and the Olympians.
Let's see. Odin equals Santa.
Here's the Incredible Mr. Limpet. Thank you, Michael. That's the name of the fish movie.
Speaking of Santa, here is my hypothesis about Santa. Santa is I think I said it before. Santa is a scientist. He's a very old scientist, and he's figured out a way to stay immortal. He has developed his own technology to cloak his base at the North Pole, so it's undetectable and cloaked. He's bred his own type of reindeer that can fly. He's invented his own bag that can hold a lot of presents without being so heavy, and has invented a matter phaser type of device that he sticks to a wall just in case there's no chimney, so that way he can just walk through the wall undetected.
I like it.
The only reason why they call it magic was back then, like hundreds of years ago,
science couldn't catch up with Santa.
Science was called magic back then.
It's true.
So That's why whenever it was Christmas, I'd always tell the kids, "Oh, Santa was a scientist. He wasn't magical. He was a scientist." You tell me if you've ever seen a flying reindeer. No, because he had to breed his own. He had to create his own flying reindeer. And a
No one ever
sleigh
morphs a
that can
limpet.
defy gravity.
True. It's sort of like how back in the day all the women that practiced medicine were considered witches.
Yeah. If she floats, then she is a duck. No, if she floats, then she's a witch. If you get the reference, that is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. No, I know.
Yes.
Is it the Holy Grail or the Life of Brian?
I always forget. I haven't seen either in a while, so I get them mixed up sometimes as
Or
far
is
as
it
like
the meaning
which
of life?
goes
Monty
where.
Python and the meaning of life.
But I know it's Monty Python. Fun fact: we have the term spam specifically from Spamalot, which I guess I should have known, but I didn't until recently.
So yeah, Santa is a scientist. He was ahead of his time, and so he is immortal because he's created his own form of immortality through science. And he had that little Men in Black little pen to make people fall asleep and think that everything was a dream when they saw Santa.
Fair enough. What chapter am I on? This is chapter
Texas.
8.
If she floats, she's a witch. If she drowns, she gets a Christian burial.
Yeah. That's funny. All right. Chapter 8. The next day after school, the four of us headed towards the gardens on a city bus. Tobias flew. He said he'd be there before we were, but he wasn't sure how close to us he actually could get. The gardens is this big amusement park that also includes a zoo. Only they don't call it a zoo, they call it a wildlife park. Mom works there. Actually, she's the head of medical services, the head vet. I have a pass to get in anytime I want, but the others all have to pay, which is kind of a drag because Marco never has any money. Ever since Marco's mom died, his dad has been kind of messed up. Oh, he just takes temporary jobs and they're always broke. I guess I kind of think it's romantic the way Marco's dad has never gotten over his wife dying. But on the other hand, it's like I had to learn when I started helping my dad with the animals. Sometimes death just happens and all you can do is get over it the best you can. It's tough for Marco because he feels like he has to take care of his dad instead of having his dad take care of him. Parentification. On the bus, I glanced over at Marco. He was looking out the window, being kind of quiet. Hey, Marco, I said. What? Is that a new haircut? It looks good. Yeah? He looked surprised. He ran his fingers back through his long brown hair and kind of smiled. I did some homework on the bus. Math. Gag. Yuck. Ugh, yuck. I listened to my Walkman. The Walkman days. Then we got there. It turned out that there was a special on tickets, but buy two and get the third ticket for $1. Marco had $1, fortunately, so we didn't have to go through any big scenes. Jake shook his head sadly, looking up at the monster roller coaster. That used to be the coolest thing in the world to me, he said, but ever since I morphed a falcon, it just hasn't seemed like any big deal. I mean, you're going maybe 80 miles per hour on a steel track. When I was a falcon, I did like 200 miles an hour in midair. This morphing stuff does kind of change things, Marco agreed. I used to want to get all pumped up. Then I morphed into a gorilla, and it was like, why bother lifting weights? I can just become a gorilla and bench press a truck. I don't feel that way, Rachel said. Being a cat made me more interested in gymnastics. I mean, as a cat, I was just so totally in control and graceful. Ever since I've been trying to use that feeling. When I'm on the balance beam, I try and remember that cat confidence. And then you fall off just the same as always, I teased. Oh yeah? Rachel said with a laugh. She made a little walking fingers in the air. and then fell over. Boom! I slipped right off, but I feel confident when I'm falling off. We reached, hang on. We reached the wildlife park entrance. The marine mammals are one of the first exhibits. There's a main building, then there are several outdoor tanks. We went straight for the largest outdoor tank. There were bleachers all around on the three sides where people sat for performances. A show had just ended and hundreds of people were leaving. The next show would be in a couple of hours. Good timing, said Jake. Not too big a crowd. It's a weekday afternoon, I said. It's never all that crowded on school days. We forced our way upstream against the rush of the people and reached the side of the tank. It's pretty big, like 4 or 5 big swimming pools. It's very blue, very clean looking. There's a low platform on one side where the trainers stand to communicate with the dolphins. So what's the difference between porpoises and dolphins? Marco asks. Both just fish, right? Sploosh. The placid surface of the water exploded a few feet from us, water spraying across me. Ooh, we all said at once. He flew straight up out of the water like a sleek, pale gray torpedo, 11 feet long from nose to tail, 400 pounds. He simply flew into the air, seemed to hang there 10 feet above the surface of the water, took a skeptical look at us, gave us his permanent wise guy grin, and slid back beneath the water so smoothly that there was barely a ripple. That is a dolphin, I said to Marco. Okay, I like that. That is excellent, Marco said. Did you see what he did? You know how really great athletes never look like they're even trying? Like Michael Jordan? How everything they do is perfect and you know they must have practiced for 1,000,000 hours, but that they always look like, oh, no big deal. Of course I could fly through the air. Nothing to it. That's a dolphin in the water. Effortless, perfect, utterly in control. Fish swim through the water. Sharks swim, tuna swim, trout swim, even people swim. Dolphins don't just swim through the water. They own the water. The water is the toy. The water is the one big trampoline, and the dolphins bounce around like kids having a good time. Just watching them makes you happy. It also makes you feel like you're just this clunky, awkward wind-up toy, jerky and stumbling and clumsy. Human beings may be the smartest creatures on Earth, but we sure are dorky compared to a lot of other species. He's trying to get me to give him some more fish. We all spun around. It was one of the dolphin trainers, a woman named Eileen. Don't sing, come on, Eileen. Don't sing, come on, Eileen. Oh, hi, Eileen, I said. She nodded towards the dolphin, who was just exploding out of the water again. This time he turned a neat little somersault. Joey is the biggest con artist. He's always trying to get extra fish. He's amazing, I said. Yes, he is, Eileen agreed, with a look of pride. I introduced Jake, Marco, and Rachel. We were looking at some dolphin information on the internet, I lied. So we thought we'd come here and see the real thing. Well, as you know, we have 6 dolphins here. Joey, whom you've met, Ross, Monica, Chandler, Phoebe, and Rachel. Oh, I love that. Hey, you guys want to feed them a little? You start throwing fish in the water and they'll come over. It won't upset their schedule? Nah, just don't let Joey get it all. He's kind of pushy. Eileen left us with a nice big bucket of fish. That is some nasty looking fish, Marco commented. Once you morph into one of these dolphins, you won't think that, Rachel pointed out. Marco gave her a skeptical look. Do you realize that just a couple days ago we were fish? Not that much different from these fish? He was right, but it wasn't something I wanted to think about. I've always been very involved with animals, but it is a whole different thing when you become different animals. I took a fish by the tail and tossed it into the water. Just as Eileen suggested, the rest of the dolphins showed up very quickly. Wow, think these guys like to eat? Rachel asked. The dolphins put on quite a show. They obviously knew how to impress humans. It's just weird the way they grin at you, Marco commented. I mean, it's like they actually think something's funny. And they make eye contact, Jake pointed out. They look right at you, right in the eyes. Most animals seem like they're looking past you or just looking to see what you are. These guys look at you these guys look at you like maybe they recognize you from somewhere. Jake leaned over the edge of the tank to stroke one of the dolphins. Hi there, do I know you from somewhere? Jake's my name. The dolphin tossed his head back and forth like he was nodding. Yes, chattering in his high-pitched dolphin voice. I can't do dolphin sounds. Okay, now that was weird, Rachel said. It was like he was answering Jake. Are you so sure he wasn't? I asked. Dolphins are very intelligent. Not our kind of intelligence, but still. I guess they're one of the 2 or 3 smartest animals around. It will be strange morphing something so intelligent, Rachel said. Excuse me. Yes, I agreed. Strange and wrong somehow. I felt a twisting in my stomach. How is doing this any different than what the Yerks do? Rachel looked surprised. Yerks take over humans, she said. Besides, they don't morph. They infest. We don't take over the actual animal. We just copy his DNA pattern, create a totally new animal, and then control the new animal, I said. It's not the same, Rachel insisted, but she looked troubled. It's something I'll have to think about, I said. It's kind of been bothering me. Jake joined Rachel and me. We'd better do it. I nodded. Yes, we should before we run out of fish to feed these guys. I leaned over the tank and patted the head of the nearest dolphin. Her skin was rubbery, but not at all slimy, just like wet rubber ball. She grinned up at me, fixing me with one eye as she cocked her head to see me. I pushed away my doubts, closed my eyes, and concentrated on the dolphins. She became peaceful and calm, as animals always do during the acquiring process. May I asked her silently, but of course she couldn't answer. Have we lost Daniel? Hey, Digimega. What's happening? Oh, Cassie. Yeah, I don't know why Cassie... It's not that big of a deal, Cassie. Karasu. Like, it's you're not, like, hypnotizing them. You're just acquiring the DNA so that you can shift into them. Not the same. Have we straight up lost Daniel?
No. Let's see. Nope, nothing yet. Let's see. Okay. I hear myself on stream, but I don't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, hold on. Output device. Now I hear you. Okay. I think what happens is that if I take my lab breaks, and then I turn off my mic and my camera, I think that's when the issue happens. So maybe when I take a lab break, I'm not going to turn off my camera or my microphone. That way, no issues.
Can everybody hear now? Are we fixed? I'm getting levels on my voice.
Yeah, I can hear the stream now.
Yay!
Someone cast silence on Avery. Yes, yes, we can. I was joking that Natty was just lighting too many intention candles because she wants you to be on stream, Spencer. So I was joking that this was all Natty's doing. I swear, Avery, I didn't manifest this. Can you just call Natty so that she stops manifesting the stream to break? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay, hi guys, we're back. Sorry about that.
Okay, so
Anton says that Spencer sounds like Dan Harmon. And he's not wrong.
I don't know who Dan Harmon is.
Oh gosh, what am I trying to say? Community, the guy who created Community. Nightbot equals Tech Ghost. Nightbot has been banished. Nightbot was like a season 1 villain. I don't know what Tech Ghost is.
They were the surprise villain of season 1.
Don't tell him that. I won't tell him. I hasten to tell you that he was monitoring chat so that he could make sure that it was working, so he might have seen it. But I won't tell him. This is chat canon now. We're all in an anime. No.
So.
Spencer, if you saw that, no, you didn't. Oh god, no. It's okay, Natty. Anyway. Oh, that was funny. So how's everybody doing now?
So getting back to the chapter. What chapter are we on in? Chapter 9?
I think we're on 8. We're on 9. Sorry, we're on 9.
Okay.
Getting there. Almost done with my part, and then it'll be your part. Let me see if God help me, I can get back to small screen. Do you guys still hear me if I switch over here? Yay! Yay! And Rick and Morty, yeah.
Tech Ghost is 3 Nightbots in a trench coat to Hillary.
Yes. Discord and tell him I manifest nothing. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to the book now that everybody can hear.
Yeah, and it happened to happen when we had like 20 viewers.
Of
then
course.
It plummeted to 8.
Of course it did. Sorry, guys. That's just... It's YouTube. It's a conspiracy. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. They'll be back eventually. Yeah. That night, I dreamed again of the voice under the sea, calling for help. Only this time, it sounded faint, like a radio with batteries growing weak. I wasn't sure if it was just a regular dream this time, a dream of a memory that might or might not be real. And I dreamed of the dolphin in her tank at the wildlife park, the one they called Monica. Although who knew if she had a true name of her own? How long had she been in that tank? How long since she had been free from the open sea? The next day was Friday. There was no school because of some teacher conference, so we had a 3-day weekend ahead of us. I called Jake. Hi, Jake. Are we going to the beach today, like we planned? We were always very careful about anything we said over the telephone. Phone lines can be tapped. Besides, Tom, Jake's brother, could listen in on the extension and overhear something we didn't want him to hear. Actually, I was thinking the beach will be really crowded today, Jake said, sounding very casual. I was talking to Marco, and he said maybe we should go down to the river instead. It was a good suggestion. We couldn't exactly morph on a beach full of people. I'll be there in 2 hours, okay? I have some chores to do. I ended up being a little late. They were all waiting for me. It was an area I had been to before with my dad. It's a little park near a bridge, a good place for fishing about half a mile away. The river empties into the ocean. The river is lined with trees along most of its length. Here are the homes and private docks. But the spot we'd chosen was hidden from the bridge and from any house. Hi, Cassie, Jake said, smiling at me. Hi, everyone, I said. I spotted a movement in one of the tree branches. Hey up there, Tobias. How's it going? Same old thing. You know how it is. It's a hawk-eat-mouse world out here. I laughed, pleased to hear Tobias was learning to be at peace with the fact that, at least for a while, he was as much a hawk as he was a boy. I'm going to be the timekeeper, watching the deadly 2-hour limit, Tobias said. I'm the only bird in the world with his own watch. I looked closer and saw a very small digital timer strapped to one of his legs. I forgot about the digital timer. I looked closer and saw Rachel put it on for me, he explained. I'll be over water the whole time, so I figured it was fairly safe. No bird watchers around to see me and wonder, when did the red tails start wearing Timexes? Is that supposed to be like a Rolex reference? Or is Timex something that I just don't know about? Jake said, I figured we'd hide our clothes, then wade into the river a little way, then start morphing. Sounds good, Rachel said. Cassie, will you go first? Jake asked. I nodded. Sure. For some reason, everyone had decided that I am the best morpher. I think it's mostly silly. We can all morph fine. But the first time we morph a new animal, it's always kind of tense. You never know what it's going to be like. You never know how much the animal instincts and mind will resist you. And this time there was a new fear, at least for me. What sort of mind would I find? Would it be just the dolphin instincts, or would I encounter a true dolphin mind, with thoughts and ideas of its own? I shed my overalls and kicked off my shoes, leaving just the leotard that I thought of as my morphing outfit. See, it's possible to morph some clothing along with you, but only something skin tight. Anything bulky you try to morph just ends up as rags. And shoes? Forget shoes. We've all tried morphing shoes and it never works. I stepped into the water. Cold, I reported. The current tugged at my ankles. Then I focused on the dolphin that was now a part of me. The first change was my skin. It lightened from brown to pale gray. It was like rubber, tough but springy. That was good. I wanted to hang on to my legs as long as I could. I wanted to change as many other aspects I could before I had to drop down into the water. I felt the odd crunching sound you get sometimes when bones are stretched or compressed, and right before my eyes, literally, my face bulged out and out still farther. Oh man, that's definitely not attractive, Marco groaned from the shore. Not a good look for you, Cassie. Morphing isn't usually very pretty. In fact, it's the kind of thing that if you didn't know it was going to be all right, would freak you out. I mean, I've watched while Rachel does her elephant morph. All I can tell you is it's the creepiest, scariest, most disgusting thing you'll ever want to see. Let alone watching people go from human to fish, truly gross. I didn't have a mirror, but I could guess how gross I looked. I had this huge, long bottle nose sticking out of my otherwise normal face. My skin was gray rubber, and when I felt and when I felt behind me with my rapidly shriveling hands, I could feel the triangular blade of the dorsal fin rising out of my spine. My arms were gone, replaced by 2 flat flippers, and I was now standing about 10 feet tall, wobbling on my puny human-sized legs. It was time to let the rest of the morph proceed. I surrendered my human legs. Instantly, I fell face forward into the water. I looked down and saw my tail. I was complete. The water was too shallow, though, and I barely was afloat. I kicked my tail, scraped across the sandy bottom, and finally surged out into deeper water. I waited for the moment when the dolphin brain would surface, full of instinct-driven need and hunger and fear, the way it had always been before. But it wasn't like that. It wasn't like a squirrel or even a horse. This mind was not filled with fear and need. This mind was, I know this sounds strange, but it was like a little kid. I tried to listen to it, to understand its needs and wants, to prepare myself for a sudden onslaught of crude, primitive animal demands. Flee, fight, eat. But that didn't happen. I felt hunger, yes, but not the screaming, obsessive need that Jake felt when he morphed into a lizard or when Rachel became a shrew. There was no fear, none, and fortunately, I did not find a true, thinking, conscious mind. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just again, I knew it sounded strange, but I just found this feeling like she wanted to play, like a little kid who wants to play. I wanted to chase fish, catch them, and eat them, but that would be a game. I wanted to race across the surface of the sea, and that would be a game too. Cassie? I heard Tobias' thought speech in my head. Are you okay? Was I okay? I asked myself. Yes, Tobias, I'm happy. I feel like I don't know. I want to come and play. I want you to come and play with me. Come play with us, Danny. Play with you? I don't think so, Cassie. Hawks don't do water. Come on, everyone, I called to the others. Come on, let's go. Let's swim into the ocean. I want to play. I do think being a dolphin would be fun. Dolphins seem like they're always having fun.
Are they not? From what I heard, they're more hooligan than childish. They are hoodlums. They are thugs of the ocean, and yet we, in the 90s and 2000s, were all over fawning over them until we saw the documentaries and then realized, man, we had it all wrong the whole time.
I've seen some at the Georgia Aquarium, and they're neat.
I mean, I remember seeing that episode of King of the Hill where they go to the water park. Then Hank gets to swim with the dolphins, and then he feeds it a fish, and then pets it, and then it gets hot and heated. You know, it's a dolphin in heat, and then because Hank is the closest thing to it, well, it wants to satiate its urges.
Oh, good.
So dolphins, like I said, dolphins are like 7th graders.
Yes, dolphins can be horrible, Texas says.
They get high off of pufferfish poison.
Oh, good.
And they mess with jellyfish, and they do unspeakable acts to other things in the ocean.
Yeah, that's
They are the 7th graders of the ocean. That's what they are.
Yes. That's not as fun and happy as I was thinking, but
But don't forget, puffins. Puffins are real. Just remember that.
I do remember that puffins are real. And narwhals, they're the unicorns of the sea.
Yes, Texas. Male dolphins do unmentionable things to baby dolphins.
Oh no! I don't like that.
Same thing with grizzly bear fathers.
Oh no! This is information I didn't want. Never trust the dolphin, they have secrets. On that note, I'm going to get more water and more snacky. I'll be back.
Alright, then while you're gone, I'll go ahead and engage with chat. So, chat, what do you think is at the bottom of the ocean? What do we think is at the bottom of the ocean? Do we think it's a trap? Do we think it's a real Andalite? Do we think it's just a voice message that keeps playing on repeat? Mermaids? Mermaids have thought speak. Sounds about right. That's what I just said. Did you Mega? That reminds me of the King of the Hill episode that I was telling her about, where they go to this place, and then Hank gets to swim with the dolphins. So there might be mermaids. Imagine that. Imagine there were mermaids at the bottom of the ocean, and they're like, "Oh, we just like to trick people into thinking that they could hear us, so that way they can drive their ships into rocks." Because don't forget, mermaids would lure sailors into the rocks, so that way they can crash their ships. That dolphin liked Hank way too much. I tell you, that ain't right. I have no idea, but like maybe a megalodon. Just have a megalodon morph. My only question is, if they get to the bottom of the ocean, and if they had to unmorph, wouldn't the pressure of the ocean kind of like crush them? We're gonna find David at the bottom of the ocean. David doesn't come into the story till around the 1/3 mark.
All right, I'm back. What have I missed?
Spencer's face reveal at the bottom of the ocean. I thought you were talking about a different show at first. No, I was asking chat what they thought was at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh gosh, the bottom of the ocean is horrifying, isn't it?
Someone said mermaids, and I was like, imagine if it was just mermaids just messing around with them. You know, like how mermaids they try and lure sailors into the rocky parts of the water.
Yes, Natty, this is my teddy bear that I've had my entire life because my grandfather sent it to the hospital when I was born. He's not a life-size teddy bear, but he certainly looks like it because I'm very small.
Tiramisu cheesecake is absolutely the sexiest food ever, says Ellery.
Wait, what? Oh my god.
I'd say just regular New York style cheesecake, if made correctly, is the sexiest dessert.
It's a big teddy.
If you think about it, if we're talking about sexy desserts, wouldn't Cheesecake Factory just be a brothel for cheesecakes?
Cheesecake Factory is just a brothel for cheesecakes. It's not the take I was expecting from tonight.
Because we're talking about sexy desserts, so I'm just like, well, true. I mean, if they're on the display case, it's like, you know how in Amsterdam, the red light district, how they have them on display in like windowsills.
Yeah.
Only with cheesecakes at Cheesecake Factory when you're at the dessert part.
Sorry, Mr. Bear. I thought I could sit you back there. Big cookie from Chili's or Applebee's would be hella sexy.
I thought, well, the Pizookie kind of outdoes the two of those.
God won't let us run out of oil. Me. Then why does the oil project exist? What do you say about that? Oh boy. Cheesecake Factory is a cheesecake brothel. I just got home from a brothel, LMAO. That's funny.
That's cute. What did I say? Oh yeah, cookies. Are cookies a snack or are they dessert?
They're whatever you want them to be.
And why do they call them cookies? Why aren't they called bakies?
No, why does my teddy bear I've had since I was a baby? Oh.
Or 350 degreesies.
All right, let's see. Chapter 10. Okay, so all of them are carefree dolphins.
They are 7th grade dolphins.
Let's go. Come on, you guys. Let's go. I didn't like the river. I wanted the ocean. I could feel it close by. I could feel it in the way the current rushed me forward. I could feel it in some deep hidden part of my dolphin being. The ocean. I wanted it. It was my place. It was where I should be. We swam in a school The four of us, with Tobias flying overhead. We raced the river's current. As soon as I could taste the salt, I could feel the salt water on my skin. It was as if I had opened the door of a toy store with every toy on earth, and I had all the time in the world to play. I saw my friends around me, swift, pale shapes in the water, sleek gray torpedoes as they rose to breathe. I lived in both worlds, the sea and the air. I saw the blue-green of the ocean, the pale blue and white of the sky. I slipped back and forth through the bright barrier of the that separated them. Jake went zipping by, shooting up from beneath me to explode into the air. I heard the slap of his belly as he landed. It was a game. I dove deep down to where the sandy floor sloped toward depths even I could not explore. Then I powered my tail, steadied my flippers, and drove hard towards the surface. Above me, I could see the shimmering silver border between water and air. Faster! Faster! I was a missile. Yaha! I shattered the barrier of the sea and hurtled up into the sky. I felt warm wind on my skin. Instead of cold water, I hung poised in midair, almost floating above the surface of the water. Now the barrier was beneath me. I pointed my nose toward it and dropped from the sky. Ah! The water wrapped around me, welcoming me back. Is this cool or what? Marco laughed in my head. This is cool, I answered. This is beyond cool, Rachel chimed in. Let's all do it at the same time, Jake said. The four of us dove deep. The ocean floor was still far below us, rippling sand dotted with rocks and clumps of seaweed. Near the ocean floor, we leveled off, practically scraping our bellies on the bottom, and then, aiming at the silver barrier once again, we shot upward, racing each other, ecstatic from the joy of our own body's strength. We launched into the air like a well-trained team of acrobats. We flew side by side, exhaling and refilling our lungs with warm air. Life was joy. Life was a game. I wanted to dance. I wanted to dance through the sea. So I did. Don't sing Whitney Houston. Don't sing Whitney Houston.
I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
Oh, that's gonna be my head all night now.
Reminds me of that. What is it? That Rebel Wilson movie, the one that she did. That was always playing in. That was like the theme of the theme song or the main song, I guess, that they used in the movie. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I thought you were talking about Pitch Perfect, and then I realized you weren't.
No, the one where she's like, she gets knocked out and then ends up in a rom-com.
Oh, I've never seen that one, but I have seen the commercials for it. I don't know what it's called. There was nothing I could not do. There was nothing I could ask of my body that it would not give me. Racing, spinning, turning, diving, skimming the surface, flying up into the sky. I wasn't just in the sea. I was the sea. Are you guys just going to play all day? It was Tobias. You realize you've wasted 45 minutes already. Minutes, I laughed. Who cared about minutes? Look, guys, I know you think the dolphin mind isn't affecting you, but it is. You need to get a grip. You have a reason for being here. Reason? What was that? You're supposed to be looking for something, Tobias said. Something unusual. An Andalite spaceship or something. Yes, he was right. He was definitely right. But would it be fun? Would it be a game? No way, Jake said instantly. I'll find it. Where is it? Let's go look, Marco said. Wait, I missed something. Find the spaceship? Cool, Rachel said. I bet I can find it first. No way, Jake said instantly. I'll find it. Where is it? Let's go look, Marco said. Good grief, Tobias said. You're like a bunch of 5-year-olds. But I was too distracted to care. Hey, can you guys do this? I concentrated and suddenly from someplace in my forehead came a series of loud, very rapid clicks, almost like loud static. Whoa, what was that? Then, to my total surprise, I heard something in those clicks. It was weird. It was kind of like hearing, only not. The clicking noises had hit something far off in deeper water. I sort of felt the sound as they came back to me like scattered echoes. There was a universe of information in that echo. Some of that information made me uneasy. Do you guys, I said, I know this is crazy, but I feel like there's something out there, something, I don't know, but I don't like it. The others immediately began firing off the clicking noise that is the dolphin's underwater radar. It's called echolocation. Yeah, Marco said. Now I see it. I mean, I don't see it, but you know what I mean. I searched my dolphin mind deep down in the place where instinct had been hidden beneath layers of intelligence. Then a picture just popped into my consciousness. I know, I cried as if I had just won a contest. It's a shark! Suddenly, we weren't playing anymore. The others had all found the same instinct in themselves. The echolocation indicated that it was a large shark nearby, and we knew one thing for sure. We didn't like sharks.
Remind me of Hoodwinked. Hey, what kind of candles are those? Dinamite.
Yes.
Oh. I know. It's a shark. Oh.
Oh. Has been shipped. He's on the way. Yay! What's happening?
What got shipped?
A big plushie that Toonie was buying.
Oh. Sometimes I feel like the live chat either on my end gets stuck or something, so I have to exit it and then open it again.
These are both snack and dessert.
Super.
It simply depends on the quantity and sweetness of the cookie in question. Fair enough.
All cookies are snack. They start out as snack and then they become dessert.
Such an interesting person I've become. We appreciate you as part of this community, Natty.
Yeah, as long as you ain't hurting nobody, you're appreciated.
Needs to go to bed. Oh, I'm so behind all of these videos. Sorry, Texas.
But speaking of dessert, sorry. I went out to dinner with one of my friends yesterday, and we were talking about how it's funny how a lot of like vendors and shops overcompensate with their desserts because they're not that good in reality. Like you get like those super long churros that they dip in like chocolate sauce, and then they put sprinkles, and then they put like 2 scoops of ice cream, and then you pay like $20 for that little churro thing.
Yep.
And then it's like, so what they're saying is that their churros aren't good, so they got to overcompensate by putting all this other stuff on it.
I am very small. Thank you for noticing.
And then we ended up talking about cotton candy burritos. Ugh, an abomination that is.
Oh.
Like if you see how they're made, you'd feel like your teeth were melting.
A little late, don't you think?
Are you
Right?
feeling anxious about the storm? About the storm anxiety a little bit? Oh, that's a juice read. What storm?
Texas had to deal with some really bad tornadoes going through last night.
So they get snow, tornadoes, earthquakes, all the really interesting stuff, huh? And hurricanes sometimes.
Yep. We mostly just get tornadoes as far as severe weather goes.
Yeah, Florida's the one that gets the hurricanes. Georgia doesn't really know.
Yeah. Yeah, we just get like severe weathers because of the outskirts of the hurricane, but we don't actually get the hurricane.
Let's see. Okay, you got 3 more chapters, and then we tag team it.
Yep. Okay. You know, I hate to sound like the only sensible person, so to speak, Tobias said, but you aren't here to fight sharks. He's right, I agreed. Dolphins don't attack sharks unless the sharks attack first. Wait, I'm getting more echoes, Rachel interrupted. There's more than one shark, and there's something bigger, too. I reached out with my echolocation sense and felt the sea ahead of me. You're right, I said. Several sharks and a great one. A what? Tobias asked. I was confused. What did I mean? The words great one had just popped into my mind. I mean, there's a whale being attacked by sharks. A great one being attacked? Marco asked. He sounded upset. It was strange because we were all upset, more than we should have been. Oh, guys, do what you want, Rachel said. I'm going in. Well, there's a big surprise, Tobias said with a weary affection. The four of us lanced forward, faster than ever, onward, toward the whale in distress. I see them, Tobias reported from the sky above. Straight ahead of you. Looks like 4, maybe 5 sharks. And a big, really, really big whale. Did I mention big? Wow, big. We were steaming through the water when I caught sight of my first shark. He was bigger than me, maybe 12 feet long, with faint vertical stripes. He was too excited by the hunt to notice me, until it was too late. With every bit of speed and power I could get from my tail, I rammed the tiger shark in his gill slits. Whoop! It was like hitting a brick wall. My beak was strong, but the shark was made of steel or something. I fell back dazed, but as I tried to collect myself, I saw that a trail of blood was billowing from the shark's gills. I swam beneath him and then saw the huge shape of a whale. He was a humpback, more than 40 feet long. Each of his long, barnacle-encrusted flukes was bigger than me. He was trying to surface to breathe, but sharks were attacking, tearing at the soft, vulnerable flesh of his mouth. Oh no. It made me angry, very angry. Suddenly, from the murky depths, Jake and Rachel zoomed upward like missiles aimed at the sharks. Whoop! Rachel hit her target. Jake's shark twisted just in time. Jake scraped across the shark's sandpaper skin, and before he could get closer, the shark was after him. Jake, he's on your tail. I got him. Oh, coming up on your left, Marco. They were as fast as we were as we maneuvered they were as fast as we were, as maneuverable as we were, and the sharks had one terrifying advantage. They did not know fear. He's on me. He's on me. Ah! Marco, I can't see. Where is he? Cassie, below you. Look out. Look out. It was no longer a game. I had gone rushing into a fight full of confidence and determined to help the whale. But now I was in a war. The sharks were killing machines. They seemed to be nothing but armored skin and razor-sharp fins and wide jaws with row after row of serrated teeth. The water was boiling with twisting, turning, speeding sharks, and us dolphins locked in a high-speed battle to the death. It suddenly occurred to me that we might lose. We might be killed. I might be killed. The water was dark with blood, still billowing from the shark I had hammered. Suddenly, 2 of the sharks turned away. They just turned and swam away. At first, I didn't know why. Then I saw that they were following the shark I had wounded. They were following the trail of blood. They were at the limits of my sight when they struck. They ripped into the injured shark with wild, uncontrolled fury. The last shark turned from the battle and went after them. Robbed of his meal of whale meat, he would feast on his brother instead. That's metal. Everyone okay? Jake asked. I have some cuts, but I'm okay, I said. Same here, Rachel said. She sounded tired. I guess I did too. I felt exhausted and drained. The fight had probably only lasted 2 minutes from beginning to end, but it had been a long 2 minutes. Marco, I think I'm hurt, he said. I looked for him. He was drifting in the water, almost motionless, 20 yards away. We swam over, crowding around him. Then I saw the wound. I think I would have screamed if I could have. His tail had almost been bitten off. It was hanging by a few jagged threads. It was useless. We were miles out in the ocean, and Marco could not hope to swim back. Well, that sucks for Marco. I'm sure he lives because I think he has the next book.
Yeah. Unless it's like pulled from a previous diary entry, like California Diaries.
Oh, God.
I mean, so yeah, there's plenty of doesn't shy away from gore in the books.
Mila says the first time Marco gets disemboweled, everyone clapped. Oh gosh, the first time. You got it. Gotta love it.
I mean, there's been some other there's definitely some grotesque things that happen to them that go into detail. I think one of them falls on top of an anthill and then starts to get eaten by the ants.
There's only 2 seasons in Canada, winter and construction. It's sort of like Atlanta, but with summer and construction.
Summer, not it's like what is it? Most of Asia, monsoon, not monsoon season.
Yeah. Monsoon, yeah. We just get a lot of rain, but it doesn't get too terribly cold. Although we have had like a record-breaking cold this winter, but record-breaking for us is still not that cold.
You know what just popped in my head? I just remembered. I read because we were talking about fan fiction earlier.
Uh-oh.
No, not that type of smutty fan fiction. I'm talking about like just like because I used to love Power Rangers. I don't like it anymore. So I wrote my own fan fiction of Power Rangers on Wattpad. And I actually went back and reread it, and I'm like, oh, it's not as bad as I thought it was.
Aw, that's cute.
I mean, I update it every now and again to make sure that it's grammatically correct. There's something that I need to reread, but I mean, if anyone wants to read it, I'll go ahead and drop it in Avery's Discord. If anyone wants to read it and then laugh about it in the comments.
We should put in the artsy, the random, you know, whatever we have with all the different arts and crafts. We should have one for writing.
I mean, it didn't get too far into the fanfic, but I was planning for there to be some same-sex tension and some breakups, some just a lot more intimate. Not like, well, obviously they're teenagers, but not like the intimacy that people tend to insinuate with intimacy. I mean, like more like them being friends, but having intimate moments amongst each other in terms of one-on-one like experiences and interactions and things like that, as opposed to as a group.
I do, to segue off topic, I do like Ellery just goes, did someone say disemboweling Marco?
But I made art for it and all that, and you know, I was a young 20-year-old thinking, you know what, if this is so good and if I keep writing it, maybe I could like turn it into like a novelized series for whoever owns Power Rangers. How foolish was I to think that? I mean, the more I think about it, I'm sure I can make it its own thing and just change up some of the Power Ranger stuff and making it its own thing.
Fan fiction is a great community, and there's a lot of like really great authors that have come out of it. Honestly, during my Wattpad phase, I could have read it, Natty says.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to read that, I'll go ahead and drop it in Avery's Discord. Under, where would I drop it under?
Being artsy by the bay window, probably, and then make just like a writing forum, I'd say.
Wait. Being artsy by the bay, where's that one? Oh, I see it now. Okay, I see it. And then fandom art, non-fandom art, miscrafting. Okay. All right, I found it. Daniel fanfiction.
I love it.
I used to write Survivor fanfiction too.
Nice. Oh my god. I mean,
that is so embarrassing though, because it's like, I don't know. It's like, you know what's gonna happen, so it's like you have to pretend like, oh my god, yeah, I don't know who's gonna win.
That's funny.
To the people reading it, and I'm just like, I'm such a dork.
Speaking of Wattpad, Gabe and I are planning on starting that Imagined book that I found at the dollar store tomorrow.
Book? A Model Land fan fiction?
Not the Model Land fanfiction. It's thankfully not that. It's just like Imagined starring you.
What was it like? What is it called? Behind the Music? Just make it like that, like one of the Behind the Music documentaries.
Oh God.
But make it about Model Land. Behind the
Model Land is, we finished Model Land, so now we get to read something else that's probably worse.
Through the Model
That would
Land
be hard.
fanfic? No, I don't think so. Hopefully not.
I don't think it'll be worse than Model Land. It'll just be strange. Oh my God. Okay. Almost there.
Okay, let's see. Let me just, yeah. So while you do that, I'm going to go ahead and share my wonderful fan fiction that I was planning to write into a couple books. Didn't get far into it, but that's okay.
I don't need to share the live stream. I did share the live stream. It's shared. It's there. Anyway. All right. So did we say chapter 12 was my last chapter or chapter 13?
Chapter 13.
All right. Let's see. He's going to die if we don't do something, Rachel cried. Cassie, Jake asked, what do we do? I don't know. Cassie, you're the closest thing we have to an animal expert, Jake said urgently. But I wasn't feeling at all like an expert. I was feeling like a fool. This was all my fault. It had been my decision to go ahead. I was the one. Ah, Marco moaned. Oh man, this is major ouchie. Ah! What's happening? Tobias called down. Marco sounds hurt. He is, Jake answered tersely. Oh man, I don't want to die as some fish, Marco cried. I don't want to die out here. My mom drowned. I'm going to die just like she did. My dad, oh gosh. Oh no, poor kid. Morph, I yelled. I think I know what to do. Morph back to human. If he morphs to human, he'll just drown, Rachel argued. No, morphing uses DNA, right? The basic pattern of the animal, Marco morphs back to human. I don't think the injury will affect him because it doesn't affect his human DNA. Then, as soon as he can, he morphs back into dolphin. The dolphin body was injured, but the dolphin DNA should be the same. He should just be a healthy, normal dolphin again. What if you're wrong? Rachel asks bluntly. What if, there's no other choice, Jake said. Marco, you have to morph back to human. We'll keep you from drowning. Jake, buddy, you know I can't swim. I know, Marco, but we'll take care of you. Okay, yeah, okay. Might as well die in my own body. Maybe it won't hurt as much. Maybe he was drifting off. He was losing blood, I said. He may pass out, Marco. Morph now. We formed a circle around him, the three of us with Tobias drifting overhead and the big humpback resting alongside. Then Marco began to change. Arms sprouted from his flippers, his face flattened down with his wide grinning, dolphin mouth shortening to form Marco's own lips. His skin turned pink and his morphing suit appeared. His shattered, injured tail split into, legs formed from the halves, toes appeared, human toes at the end of human legs. He did it! Yeah, I did it! And now I'm drowning! Here, I said, swimming beside him. Grab onto me. He wrapped his arms over my back and I held him up in the air. Then I noticed something strange. It was like the ocean floor was rising to meet me. No, it was the humpback. He had dived beneath us and was rising slowly to the surface. Look out, the whale, Rachel yelled. But at that moment, the most incredible part of an incredible day happened. My mind, human, dolphin, both minds opened up like a flower opening to the sun, and a silent but somehow huge voice filled my head. It spoke no words. It simply filled every corner of my mind with a simple emotion: gratitude. That whale was telling me that it was grateful. We had saved it. Now it would save our schoolmate. Back away, I told Rachel and Jake. It's okay. Yeah, Rachel agreed, sounding amazed. I hear it too. Or feel it, or whatever. The humpback rose beneath a spluttering Marco. The broad, leathery back lifted him up, and when I looked again, I saw Marco sitting nervously on what could have been a small island, high and dry above the choppy waves. Tobias fluttered down and rested beside him. The whale called me to him. Listen, little one, he commanded in the silent voice that seemed to fill the universe. I listened. I listened to his wordless voice in my head. I felt like it went on forever. Tobias said later it was only 10 minutes, but during that 10 minutes, I was lost to the world. I was being shown a small part of the whale's thoughts. He had lived 80 migrations. He had many mates, many mothers who had died in their turn. His children traveled the ocean. His children traveled the oceans of the world. He had survived many battles, traveled to the far southern ice and to the far northern ice. He remembered the days when men hunted his kind from ships that belched smoke. He remembered the songs of many fathers who had gone before, as others would remember his song. But in all he had seen and all he had known, he had never seen one of the little ones become a human. Marco, I realized. He means Marco and little ones. Is that what the whales call dolphins? We are not truly little ones. No, you are something new to the sea, but not the only new thing. I wasn't sure what he was telling me. He spoke only in feelings, in a sort of poetry of emotions, without words. Part of it was in song. Part of it I could only sense through the same way I could sense echolocation. Something new? He showed me a picture, a memory. It was a broad, grassy plain with trees and a small stream, all of it under water, and across the grass ran an animal that was part deer, part scorpion, part almost human. Where is it? I asked him in a language of squeaks and clicks and mind-to-mind feeling, and he told me. Suddenly, I woke up. That's how it felt, anyway. The whale released me. It was like coming out of a dream. Are you okay? Jake asked. You were starting to worry us, but we had this feeling maybe the whale didn't want us to interfere. I'm fine, I said. I'm beyond fine. Marco's ready to ready to try remorphing, Jake reported. Uh-huh, I said, still lost in images from a mind larger and older and so utterly strange. Guys, you have about 25 minutes, Tobias reported, and it's a long way back to shore. I heard Marco say something, but he was speaking normally now, not in thought speak, so it was hard to make it out with my ears under the water. I stuck my head up and saw him begin to resume his dolphin shape. Halfway through, he slipped off the side of the whale and back into the water. His fins formed, his beak, and his tail, perfect and healthy and undamaged. We headed for shore, tired but alive. I felt strange leaving the whale, but when we were a mile away, I heard his song, slow, mournful, haunting notes. Why didn't he sing more when we were with him? Jake wondered. I smiled inwardly, and of course, since I was a dolphin at the moment, I smiled outwardly too. He doesn't sing for the little ones, I explained. He sings for the mothers. What? Marco asked. He sings for a mate. Ah, cruising for chicks. Got it. I wonder if the big old guy even realizes that he helped save my life. Marco, that big old guy realizes things you and I will never even be able to guess. My nose is running.
It's okay. It's not that sad, Avery.
I'm not crying. My nose is running. I'm not crying yet.
No. Not yet. That's for the diaries.
Yeah, probably. I love hunchbacks. I do.
Okay, I posted my fanfic on the Discord under the Mistcraft. So yeah, after the stream, if y'all feel adventurous, please make sure please go ahead and read my fanfic, and please do me the big favor of being honest with your feedback.
What am I not telling Spencer? Oh, emotionally support textures. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was telling Spencer about Model Land, I thought he needed an emotional support text for this. He was like, what?
But I mean, you were just telling him. He didn't read it. I imagine him reading it. He'd break.
Oh, yeah. He was like, what kind of weird, like...
What kind of smut is this?
My sister didn't believe how crazy it was. Well, it's not that Spencer didn't believe me when I told him how crazy it was. He was just like, this feels genuinely like some kind of, like, erotica, but then all of the characters are minors, and that's very uncomfortable. And I was like, right?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, you don't have to cry about the whales. I know it's a beautiful scene, but you don't have to cry.
I wasn't crying. I just have allergies somehow, even though there's literally sideways rain outside.
There's allergies. Mm-hmm. Ran through the Babysitters Club scene where Christy was crying about her dad. Christy, are you crying?
Oh no, if I'm crying, I'll just straight up be like, I'm crying because the book is sad.
No, I know. Like when was it Miss Winslow was holding Gracie.
That was the worst one so far. I was like, no.
What if? Oh, sorry to digress. Because remember how I brought up the whole thing of like, oh, they must have like supernatural abilities. How Ducky the clairvoyant.
Yes, we were like, Ducky is clairvoyant and Sunny can see ghosts.
What if Dawn had like can unknowingly predict the future with flowers?
Oh, because of the that is true. Dawn would be the bringer of death. No, I'm just kidding.
She's a floromancer.
A floromancer. Now we need to come up with superpowers for the other two.
Well, I mean, I think Maggie doesn't get any because she's super rich.
No, because like the way that she was like writing songs, she definitely has some kind of something going on. I just can't decide.
What did they call it? Like she's like somebody who can see within past lives.
Oh yeah, yeah, like she can see. Yeah,
but
she's like, Iron Man.
I forget what they're called. Seers? She might be a seer.
Yeah, she could be a seer.
And then Amalia is something. We don't know yet.
Go to bed, Texas. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Texas. On, and we, I just put my fan fiction up, so there's always that too. She may hear the future, like when people call your Anne, but no one actually. Wait, what?
Oh, like when somebody called your name. Yeah. You're not dumb. I knew what you meant.
Wait, are we talking about Maggie or are we talking about Amalia?
Amalia is a siren like the mermaids with the hypnosis magic, or maybe swap it.
No, I think Maggie's a seer. Like she can see into her past lives or something like that, which is how she's able to write these like really great songs.
Amalia might just be like an empath, like Mantis. She might just be able to feel everybody's feelings. We'll have to read Amalia's next book.
James bullshit.
What?
That's why she puts up with James' bullshit.
That's why she puts up with James's bullshit, yeah.
No, he's good, I swear. Then why was he doing this? He was about to give you 5 reasons that you didn't deserve.
Yep. I guess we'll have to read their next couple of books and then maybe we'll get a better feel. All right, I'm on my last chapter and then we get to tag team.
Tag team.
All right, chapter 13. The next day, I went to see Marco at his home. He and his dad live in a garden apartment complex, one of the older ones on the far side of the big neighborhood where Jake and Rachel both live. I'd only been over there a couple of times. I think Marco is kind of embarrassed because he doesn't have much money. Oh. He used to live in a house just down the street from Jake, but that was when his mother was still alive and before his father had a breakdown and quit his job. I knocked on the front door. From inside, I heard Marco's voice. Dad, there's someone at the door. Put on your bathrobe, okay? Oh, there was a delay. And then the door opened. Marco looked annoyed. Cassie, what are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you. To me? What about? About yesterday, I said. He hesitated. Look, I'm spending all day with my dad, okay? We're thinking maybe we'll, do something together. That's good, I said. Over Marco's shoulder, I could see his father. He was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the couch. He was staring at the TV. That was normal for any dad, I guess, on a weekend morning. But I had the feeling that Marco's dad was always sitting right there in front of the TV. Look, Marco, I just wanted to talk for a minute. Can I come in? No, he said hastily. He stepped outside to the concrete breezeway. Down below was a swimming pool. It was drained and closed. Leaves covered the bottom. Marco, I wanted to talk to you about yesterday. What about it? You could have been killed. It would have been my fault. This whole mission was my idea. Jake asked me if we should do it, and I said yes. Marco rolled his eyes. That's it? Look, it wasn't your fault. It's this whole thing we're doing. This whole Animorphs thing. I mean, it's been dangerous right from the start. It's insanely dangerous. What else is new? I shrugged. What's new, I guess, is that the other times it was always someone else's idea. Oh, I get it. You don't like responsibility. I winced. Was that it? Was I afraid of taking responsibility? I don't want to get my friends killed. And let me assure you, your friends don't want to get killed either, Marco said with a laugh. I am completely opposed to getting killed. He grew serious, even sad. But you know what? Sometimes bad things happen. That's the way it is. I leaned against the rail, looking down at the dismal, empty pool. I see things die all the time, I said. Animals, I mean. Sometimes you can't save them. Sometimes we even have to put them down. End their suffering. Ooh, but my dad makes those decisions, not me. He's the vet. I'm just his assistant. Look, here I am, all alive, Marco said, tapping his chest. Get over it. I don't have to go. I didn't have to go. It was my choice. Were you scared? For a while, he didn't answer. He just came over and leaned on the railing beside me. I'm scared all the time now, Cassie, he said. At last, I'm scared to fight the Yerks, and I'm scared of what will happen if I don't. I look at Tobias, and what happened to him scares me to death. What if I get stuck in morph someday? And most of all, I'm scared of him. I didn't have to ask who Marco meant by him. Visser 3. That first time in the construction site, when he murdered the Andalite, Marco made a twisted smile. I see that in my head every day. And the Yerk pool, he shook his head. That's something I would like to forget too. Yes, I agreed. There has been a lot of fear. So was I afraid yesterday? Bet on it. I was scared plenty. It was like, man, it's not bad enough we have to fight Hork Bajir and Taxons and Visser 3. We also have to fight sharks? Sharks? He laughed, and hearing him brought the laughter out of me. We both just stood there and giggled like idiots for a few minutes. It was the laughter you get after something really tense had happened. Relief laughter. We're still alive laughter. By the way, I was going to wait to tell everyone the same time, Marco said, but I think we have a problem. What problem? It was in the newspaper this morning. 2 stories. One is about this guy who was going to be looking for some supposedly lost treasure ship off the coast. The other was this story about some big marine biologist guy who has a ship and is going down some underwater exploration off the coast. Yeah, so all of a sudden, our nearby ocean seems to be very interesting to people. Treasure hunters and underwater explorers at the same time? Controllers? He nodded. I think so. I think it's all a cover story to explain why 2 ships will be out there with lots of divers in the water. I think it's them, all right, and I think they're looking for the same thing you're looking for. I felt weak. The image the whale had given me surfaced in my mind, and the faint cry in my dreams, the cry for help. I can't ask anyone else to go out there again, I whispered. This time we might not be so lucky. Marco looked uncomfortable. Cassie, you know how I feel about all this. I think we have to take care of ourselves first and our own families. He glanced back at his apartment door. On the other hand, I guess after what the Andalite did for us, I wouldn't feel like much of a human being if I didn't try to save whoever was out there. I don't know who's out there, I said. I don't know if it's even real, but you think it's an Andalite. I think it is, but Marco, I don't know. If someone gets killed just because I have these dreams, I can't make that kind of decision. Yes, but you can decide to do nothing? Or can you decide to do nothing? That's a decision too. I had to smile. Marco, you know, for a guy who's always joking around and being annoying, you're awfully smart. Yeah, I know, but don't tell anyone. It would destroy my image. I started to walk away. You know what was strange about yesterday, Marco said? What? The sharks. They were so totally deadly. I mean, we worry about Hork-Bajir and Taxons and Visser 3. You kind of forget that right here on our little old planet Earth, there's creatures just as tough and dangerous. It would be funny if it wasn't some alien that ended up getting us, but some normal Earth creature. I didn't think it was funny at all. Marco grinned at my stone face. Okay, not funny haha, more like funny weird. Alright. It's time to flip the audio cassette tape.
Yeah. This is the end of side A.
This is the end of side A. To continue reading The Message by K.A. Applegate. Please flip to side B.
And rewind this cassette.
There you go.
Alright, so we got a hint into Marco's life in that last chapter.
Mm-hmm. We've been getting little hints, but that was like the biggest one. How's everybody in chat doing?
Setting up for the next book. Not sure. I think for the most part, chat just finished off with the whole Maggie is a seer and Amalia is a siren.
Oh, it's getting late when chat stops talking for a while.
I think we were all
so not looking. I'm sorry, Milo. We're doing,
apparently.
This one is less viscerally sad than the other one. So far, I don't think we're in Kitten Cam territory.
Yeah. It's called a chloromancer, not a floromancer. What I was telling you about.
Say that again?
A chloromancer. There's someone who can predict or use plants to predict the future.
Cool. I like that. I hate working on Saturdays. I'm sorry.
My mind berries and cream, berries like the Skittles commercial. We're doing. All right,
berries and cream. When that was like all over TikTok, I was like, oh my god, it's never gonna die. It won't die.
Sure, Skittles that did the berries and cream. I think it was Skittles, no?
It was Skittles, right? It was Skittles. Starburst. Oh, it was Starburst, right?
Pink Starburst, the best Starburst there is. So good that they have a bag dedicated to just pink Starburst.
I like the red ones, but I also like the yellow and orange ones. I don't get why people hate on the other ones.
The pink one's the best, though. It's kind of like a smoothie taste. I'm a little lad who likes berries and cream.
I wonder, that guy must have been like, seen that blowing up and been like, really? That's the thing okay, all right. You know what? Fine.
What's better though, Starburst or Skittles?
Oh, Starburst. I don't do Skittles.
Do you agree to disagree, Natty, that the pink ones are the best? Are there orange flavored bags of Starburst? Are there yellow flavored bags of Starburst? No, there is a pure pink of Starburst. So that is my valid argument.
Pure red though, isn't there?
Don't think so. It's not rude. It's a fact, Natty. She's like, rude. Rude, Daniel. So rude.
I'm with Natty. The pink ones are mid. I don't get the pink ones.
I think it's because they're, I don't know, there's like, they're the cream coloring kind of like is enticing to the eyes. That's why people like it a lot better.
Yeah, there is a red only one, Mila says.
All right, then.
All right.
I'm Anton Dinkelberg, and Daniel's gonna. I'm Natty's Dinkelberg, apparently. I'm gonna mind my business, and Natty's just gonna be upset for me minding my business and do my own thing.
That's funny.
Okay.
All right, I'll answer chat silently while you read.
All right. Milo works at the candy shop. Milo will take you to the candy shop.
I work at the candy shop. I'm an expert.
Just it's never mind. I was gonna because my best friend his sister's baby daddy is like tried to make that argument, but also like was way out of their league talking about certain things. I'm like, and I told them just because you eat pie doesn't mean you know how to make a pie. So when Milo said, "Oh, I work at a candy store," that's kind of what came to my brain of like when they said that.
But I think Milo would still be the expert in that analogy because she.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say just because you work at, but that's what came to my brain. Sorry. Okay. Distracted enough. All right. Animorphs, book 4. Is it book 4? Yeah, it's book 4.
Nope.
The Message by K.A. Applegate. This is side B. If you would like to listen to side A, please turn this cassette around and rewind. Otherwise, continue with side B. Chapter 14. Okay, Jake said. Here's what we know, or at least what we think we know. We were all at Rachel's house again. It was a few hours after I had gone to see Marco. Tobias was perched on the windowsill. He didn't feel all that comfortable being inside for long. He liked the feel of the wind in the open air. First, we believe that somehow a surviving Andalite, or maybe more than one Andalite, is trapped out in the ocean. Hopefully, Andalites can hold their breath for a really, really long time, Marco joked. Second, Cassie believes she can find this Andalite thanks to the information from the whales. Everyone kept a straight face for about 10 seconds. Then all at once, everyone cracked up. Information from whales? Marco repeated, giggling. Have our lives gotten really weird, or is it just me? Tobias asked. Weird? Weird? Marco crowed. The talking bird wants to know if getting information on the location of an alien from a whale that you've just saved from sharks by turning in dolphins. You're suggesting that's weird? Jake smiled. Well, stay tuned. It just gets weirder. Cassie and I have been going over maps. She said the location we're going for is pretty far out to sea. Too far for us to swim and still have any time left of our 2-hour time limit. Well, that's the ball game, isn't it? Marco asked. Jake nodded at Rachel. I was talking to Rachel earlier, and she has an idea. Rachel stood up. She'd been lounging on the bed. We hop a ride on a boat. First, we morph into something like a seagull. Marco groaned. Ugh. I hate plans that begin with the word first we morph. We morph into seagulls, I said. Pick up the plan we worked out. Then we fly out into the shipping channel. We land on a tanker or a container ship or something that's going to be the right direction. We morph back to human, rest up, let the ship get us closer, then jump over the side, morph to dolphin, and go the rest of the way. Oh, well, when you put it that way, it sounds so easy, Marco sneered. How about if we just walk over to Chapman's house and tell him to call Visser 3 to finish us off? So much easier, and the results will be the same. Jake sighed. It is dangerous and risky, and there are about 100 things that could go wrong. Plus, as Marco has told us, we have reason to think that controllers will be out there searching for the same thing we're searching for. This idea just gets better and better, Marco said. Let's put it to a vote, Jake suggested. I'm in, Marco said instantly. A split second behind him, Rachel her said her usual, I'm in. Everyone started Everyone stared open mouthed at Marco. Just once I wanted to beat Rachel to it, he explained. Tobias? Jake asked. I don't think I should vote. I have to sit this one out. I can't stay up that long with nowhere to set down. Sorry. You had the dream just like Cassie, Jake pointed out. Do you think we should do this or not? Tobias fixed his fierce glare on me. Yes, Cassie and I both had the dream. I think they're real. Okay, looks like we go, Jake said briskly. Tomorrow, first thing in the morning, we can't wait any longer. The longer we hold off, the greater the chance the Yerk will beat us to it. We left Rachel's house. Marco split off in one direction. Tobias flew off to some unknown destination. Jake and I walked together for a while, even though it was out of his way. Ugh. Are we getting echoes?
We're getting a tiny bit of echo, apparently. Trying to think of how how this could potentially be fixed from my end.
Maybe lower my volume, maybe?
Let's see. Let's try that while you finish the chapter.
Okay, that's right. Okay. We will. Let's see. Tobias was on my blah blah. I think Tobias is feeling kind of left out. I said. We should talk to him later. Remind him of how many times he's helped us out. That's a good idea. Jake agreed. We walked a little farther in silence. It's one of the nice things about the relationship Jake and I have. Ooh. We can't be quiet together and we can be quiet together and feel okay about it. This is really dangerous, isn't it? I asked him. He nodded. Suddenly, I stopped walking. I don't know why, but I had this need to tell him something. I took his hand and held it between both of mine. Jake, I asked. Yes? It was on the tip of my tongue, but then it seemed ridiculous to say it. So instead, I said, look, don't ever get hurt, okay? He smiled that smile. Me? I'm indestructible. The way he said it, I almost believed him. But then, as he went his way, I headed towards home. I glanced up at the sky. Against the blaze of sunset, I saw a flash of russet tail feathers. Tobias, our friend, who had been trapped forever in a body not his own. None of us was indestructible. All right.
Poor
Addie
Tobias.
says, tiny echo, but we'll be fine. I mean, she could have just said it.
She could have just said it.
Tomorrow's never guaranteed, Cassie.
She's also like 12, so it's like an emotional maturity that you can't really expect from a 12-year-old.
Well, I thought they were 13.
Or are they 13? Still.
Yeah. But I mean, I thought she was the most emotionally mature out of all of them. But then again,
Yeah, she definitely is.
Be the most emotionally mature if he has to handle the morbid reality of his life.
Fair enough.
All right, then. But chat, what do we think? In the future, will they, won't they? Cassie and Jake, what do we call that? Jassy?
Jesse.
Cake.
I call it, it's not his cousin, so we stand?
Cassie and Jake makes cake.
No, they're cute. I like their relationship.
Yeah. But also, whenever I see the book covers, or like whenever people think of Animorphs, everyone thinks of Jake as blonde. Isn't that weird?
That is weird.
Rachel's blonde, yeah, but they're cousins, so I don't get why that would correlate to Jake being blonde if it's that he has brown hair and brown eyes.
Yeah, because he's definitely brunette on the covers. I'm not sure how that works.
Maybe because they needed to distinguish Marco and Jake a little more, they kind of like for illustrations and like the TV show, they needed to get somebody who
Oh,
had blonde
is
just
he
to
blonde on the
distinguish it.
show?
Yeah, Sean
We call it
Astin.
at least it's not incest, thank God. I actually do like Cassie and Jake's like little friendship, but they like each other. They're
It's
cute.
cute. It's like Jim and Pam.
It is like Jim and Pam. Oh, the greatest will they won't they?
Where Jim is like kind of serious, but kind of like sarcastic serious, like
Yes.
Jake, and Pam is like very what's the word I'm looking for? Well, I think Cassie's a lot like Pam. Let's just put it that way.
She's a
So
very like warm character,
yeah,
but she's
so,
also very smart. Yeah.
yeah. So Cassie and Jake were the original Jim and Pam.
Canon.
Yep. Cake before. What's their couple name? Jim and Pam.
Oh, PB and J, because Pam Beasley and Jim, because that's what Kevin
Okay.
calls them.
Cake came before PB and J.
Ooh, PB and J.
Yeah, PB and J Otter. Great show. Great sandwich. Great couple.
Yup.
Okay. Next chapter. Chapter 15. Hey, half the sandwich. It's salami. Look over there. It's a jujube. Pizza. Pizza. Part of a crust, and it's one of those stuffed crusts. Fortunately, one thing we always have plenty of in the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, also known as my barn, is seagulls. We acquired the seagull DNA, and the four of us, with Tobias, watching from the high rafters, morphed into the new bodies. I have been a bird before, an osprey to be exact, one of the types of hawks. But gulls are different in some way. For one thing, they are scavengers, not predators. So as we took wing and flew with a rush of white from the open hayloft, I noticed different things. I felt different things. My seagull mind was not searching for mice or scurrying animals. It was much more open minded. My seagull intelligence looked for anything that could even possibly be food. Fortunately, the gull brain were close enough to the other bird brains we'd all experienced that it was fairly easy to control them. We didn't waste a lot of time of getting started. Although, once we did get started, everyone was constantly pointing out food. Hey, look, french fries on the ground. Whoa, that's half a Three Musketeer bar by. That's half a Three Musketeer bar by the car. Ooh, look at that dumpster behind the McDonald's. Sometimes you just have to accept the animal's basic mindset and go with it. There's the beach, Jake said as we flapped and soared and flapped some more. That rhymed. It's easier being an osprey in some ways, much less flapping. Once we were out over the water, we could at least stop scanning for food. Mostly. Hey, is that a bag of potato chips floating down there? We flew low, just a few dozen feet above the water, not like hawks who can ride the thermals, up to the belly of the clouds. But Tobias wasn't much higher than we were now. There are no thermals over the water, and he was having to flap a lot to stay aloft. We flew on, skimming the choppy surface of the water. Hey, look, Rachel said. Over to the left. Sleek gray shapes sliced through the water, up and down, breaking the silvery barrier between the sky and sea. It was a school of dolphins. Sometimes this is just so wonderful, Rachel said. I mean, we're flying, and later we'll be like them, at home, in the water. Yeah, just us and the sharks, Margot said darkly. Still, it is cool, Rachel said. There's the ship up ahead, Jake announced. You just now noticed it? Tobias laughed. Wow, Seagull's eyes aren't exactly great, are they? It's a container ship called Newmar. It's from Monrovia. You want to know what color the captain's hair is? Show off, Jake grumbled. Hawkeyes are totally amazing. As long as it's sunny out, Tobias can read a book from 3 blocks away. It was hard, flying to catch up to the ship. It was moving fairly fast, and by the time we were close, I was exhausted. The ship was gigantic, painted a rusty blue, with the deck longer than a football field. The superstructure was all crammed towards the back. That's where the crew would be. So we flew forward, hoping to find someplace private. The deck was stacked with containers, big steel boxes like trailers. Row after row of them lined the deck, as we could see hundreds more down in the hold. We settled in the narrow space between 2 rows of containers far forward. It was like having walls all around us. Corrugated metal walls that went high over our heads. Tobias, or blah, 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 blah. Tobias, how much time? Jake asked. Tobias twisted his head down to see a tiny watch strapped to his challenge. It's been about an hour and a half. We decided to resume to our human shape. Space between the rows of containers was even narrower when we were fully human again. Ugh, it's chilly out here, I said. The steel deck was cold beneath my bare feet, and even though the sun was high in the sky, we were in the shadows. Man, I swear, this is the worst thing about morphing, Marco said. Can someone please figure out how to morph shoes or maybe a sweater? Come on, Cassie. You're the morphing genius. I'm sick of these morphing outfits. But you look so cute in your spandex, Rachel teased him. Plus, they aren't exactly fashionable. All I'm saying is uniform, something cool looking, and warm. Warm would be nice. When winter comes, we are going to be some sad little animorphs. I have a more important question, Rachel said. How do we know when we're there? You know, our destination. Jake made a who knows face. I figured the ship is going like what, 20 miles per hour? Figure an hour, and that puts us 20 miles up, right? Rachel pointed a finger to her forehead and said, Jake's a total mathematical genius. 1 hour at 25 miles per hour. Right away, he figures out that's 20 miles. That's what miles per hour means, Rachel. Jake laughed. That's about all the math I can do. Actually, we're moving about 18 miles per hour, Tobias said. We all just stared at him. I fly along the road sometimes and watch the car speedometer, so I have a pretty good idea how fast I'm moving. When we were flying alongside the ship, I clocked it. Okay, 18 miles an hour, more or less, straight south, Marco considered. That would put us within a couple of miles of where Cassie thinks we should go. I winced. Every time anyone said something about me deciding where to go or what to do, it made me nervous. I'd better head back, Tobias said regretfully. I don't want to try and fly 18 miles back without a rest. And if I stay on the ship, I'll end up in Singapore. Singapore? Rachel asked. Yeah, I read the captain's log as we were flying alongside. That's where they're heading. Tobias flew off, leaving us the little watch. It was extremely dull, waiting for an hour, without nothing to do but try and guess what was in the big containers all around us. On the other hand, we knew what we had to do would definitely not be boring. So basically, we were happy to just be bored for a while, huddling together to stay warm in a whipping ocean breeze. After a long time, Jake checked the watch. It's been about an hour, Cassie. What do you think? I don't know, I admitted. I I guess I was hoping that when I was back in Dolphin Morph, I would be able to make sense of more of the details the whale communicated to me. It was mostly images, and some of the images were about sounds and currents and water temperature and stuff you can't see from the surface. Jake thought for a moment. Oh, well, now's a good time as any time, I guess. Let's head for the side. We stood up, uncramping our cold, stiff legs and arms. We moved along the row of containers towards the left side of the ship, the port side, as they say. We reached the side. There was a solid steel railing that ran all around, about waist high. Jake checked to see if we would be in view of the bridge, and we headed forward a little bit more to a blind spot where no one should see us. The four of us leaned over the rail and looked down at the water. It looked like it was a million miles below. Marco whistled. Why can't I whistle today? Wait, hold on. I can't whistle. Anyways, imagine me whistling. Man, that is some high dive. No big deal for a seagull or a dolphin, but a mighty long way for a human. I agreed. We can't morph up here. We'd never get our dolphin bodies over the side, Rachel pointed out. Nope, Jake agreed. We have to jump in our human bodies, all except Marco. He can't swim. I thought he could morph up here, then we could all shove him over the side. Rachel looked skeptical. Jake, when Marco is in dolphin morph, he'll weigh like 400 pounds. Jake looked worried. I kind of didn't think about this when I was planning. I had a sinking feeling. The plan was falling apart before I had ever begun. I'll lean against the rail, Marco suggested. I'll start morphing then. Before I lose my legs, you guys help shove me over. I'll finish morphing within a few seconds of hitting the water. Unless the water knocks you out and you just sink, I said flatly. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just morph back to seagold and fly back home. This is insane. Insane? Marco echoed. Hey, that's my word. Look, we came this far. I don't care, I yelled, surprised at my own passion. I'm not going to be responsible for anyone dying. This isn't going to work. I don't know where I am. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what to do. Marco laughed. Excellent pep talk, Cassie. Now I'm really looking forward to this. I was going to yell at him something like, Look, Marco, this is not a joke. But when I looked at him, I saw that his face was bulging way out, forming a long, grinning beak. He had already started to morph. I'm not going to, he started to say, but his mouth would no longer work. He was growing larger, straining his weak human legs with his weight. His arms were flattening into flippers. Now, Jake said. He grabbed Marco's flipper arm. Rachel and I jumped forward and seized his legs just as they began to shrivel. Heave! Jake yelled. Marco, half human, half dolphin, tumbled backwards over the railing and fell into the sea. Let's go, Jake said. Yeehaw! Rachel said with a wild grin. She jumped up on the rail, balanced for a moment like a gymnast she was, then launched herself over the nest. Then she launched herself off in a neat swan dive. Jake and I exchanged a glance. Rachel, he said and rolled his eyes. She's she's your cousin, I pointed out. On the count of three. One, two. Ah! I climbed over the railing and launched myself as far from the steel wall of the ship as I could. All right, so what was going on in the chat?
Animation says, I don't know why, but I'm picturing one of these characters singing Part of Your World. Well, it's because they're in the ocean. Or, you know, it's an ocean-based book.
Sorry, I saw Natty say, I feel bad for laughing at Daniel's failed attempt at whistling. It's okay. Even if I whistled, I'm sure that the microphone wouldn't have picked it up.
I can't whistle either.
It reminded me of Ed and Eddie when they were drinking the soda to recycle the bottles for money.
Oh.
And Double D couldn't burp because he tried to hold his breath to see if that's how you burp. He's like, I die laughing at that every single time. So don't feel bad for me not being able to whistle.
Misfiring does need to be here with his
I sound like a Muppeteer with laryngitis. When I try and go up, I can't scream. I can yell, but I can't scream.
Oh, I can scream.
I lost my ability to scream. But I think it's funny trying to scream when I know that I can't do it, but it sounds like ah. It's so funny to me.
When I like ride roller coasters, I'm known for like the very like blood curdling. Everybody's just like, I could hear you screaming from the ground. I'm like, yeah, it was scary.
All right then. Chapter 16. I fell for what seemed like a very long time. I hit the water feet first. That must hurt. And plowed beneath the surface of the pillar of bubbles. The cold shocked me. The water was like ice. And just a few feet away was an intimidating steel wall of a tanker, sliding past at what felt like incredible speed. I kicked my feet and began to rise to the surface. I'd been a swimmer since I was little, but it frightened me. Being this far out in the water, this deep, this wasn't a pool or a pond. This was the ocean, 20 miles from land. I broke the surface and gasped, a lung full of air and a mouthful of salt water. What had looked like a little choppiness from up in the ship felt like towering waves down there. I couldn't see any of the others. All I could see was the side of the ship. Sorry. It's funny when if you don't go into the ocean too often that you think, oh, it's just a little choppy out. And then when you actually go out in the water, it rocks you back and forth.
Yeah, that's why the ocean is terrifying.
I broke the surf. Okay, I already got that part. Come on, Cassie, I told myself. Morph. Do it. Do what? There is no place for a person. This is no place for a person. There is just about nothing as helpless as a person in the ocean. Without my ability to morph, I would not have lasted an hour. I felt the change begin as I focused on morphing. At first, I thought it would kill me. I soon had most of the weight of the dolphin, with nothing but my human feet paddling to keep my head above water. My arms had already become flippers. A wave washed over me, leaving me sputtering from my mouth and my blowhole at the same time. I realized I could no longer keep my head above water. I took a deep lungful and let myself sink. As my eyes went from human to dolphin, my underwater vision improved. I could see other figures kicking and writhing in the water around me. Jake, half changed. Rachel, almost complete. Marco, with the dolphin grim, looking amused. That's fucked up. Okay. 11:11. Oh, it was 11:11. Now it's not. Then, with the kick of my newly completed tail, I knew I was safe. I had made the change. I was a dolphin in a dolphin's world. Life's fantastic. My here, wait, blah, 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 blah. The human clumsiness, the human cold, the human fear of an alien environment all evaporate. I was warm and in control, and right where I should be. Everyone okay? One by one, they answered. We had made it. Too bad this was just the easy part of the mission. Well, that was fun, Marco said sardonically. Let's never, ever do it again. Cassie, Jake prodded me. I tried to relax, to let my human mind recede just a little. I need to listen to the dolphin instinct. I needed to understand the whale's instruction, something no human could ever do. Not far, I said. For just a few, um, forget it. There's no word for it. Just believe me, we're close. After you, Cassie, Jake said. It felt strange, taking the lead, but only I knew the way. We traveled near the surface for a while. This made it confusing for me, because the whales go deeper, and the world the whale saw and knew was a deeper world than I, as a dolphin, experienced. And yet, I knew I was going in the right direction. My echolocating, my echolocating clicks painted murky, half understood pictures in my mind of underwater hills and valleys and rifts. I felt currents tugging at me. I sensed changes in water temperature. In the end, I just knew. Okay, everyone, get a good lungful, I said. We surfaced, blew out the stale air, and filled our lungs with a good, clean ocean air. Hey, what's that? It was Rachel. What? I asked. Over there. It's a helicopter. We all watched as the helicopter flew low and very slowly over the water. It was just a few hundred yards away, and with our vision, we couldn't see we couldn't see it as well as we might have with our human eyes. But as it flew closer, I could see that it was dragging a cable through the water. Some sort of sensor? Jake speculated. They're looking for something in the water, Marco agreed. It's them, I said. No one argued. We all knew it was true. Controllers were flying that helicopter. The Yerks were here. Helicopter, helicopter. You know what I'm talking about? Aw, man, you've never. Literally, it's some Arabic song, that someone sings about a helicopter.
Oh, I've
But the beginning song, people use the beginning lines of that song, um, for memes.
I've never seen that.
Helicopter, helicopter. It's so silly. All right then. So, how's chat doing though?
Chat is pretty quiet. I think everybody's listening / chilling /
Chilling like villains. All right, we're 8 chapters away.
Yay.
A short book. Shorter for an Animorph book, I mean. Chapter 17. Everyone, take in as much air as you can, I said again. We're going deep. We dove and swam almost straight down. Down, down, leaving the bright barrier behind. Away from the sun, away from the light, away from the air that we needed just as much as humans did. I echolocated a school of fish ahead, just below us. But we weren't there to eat lunch. We swam through the fish, and still we headed down. Down until we could see the ocean floor beneath us. We leveled off and skimmed across the ocean floor, like low-flying jets racing at treetop level. Over waving fields of seaweed, through darting schools of fish, over jutting extrusions of rock encrusted by barnacles, and home of thousands of bizarre crabs and lobsters and urchins and worms and snails. And this and that, and one of those, and one of these. Ahead was a ridge, a sort of long, low hill. We sailed over it. I'm starting to feel like maybe taking a breath would be a good thing, Rachel said. How much farther? We all saw it was at the same we all saw We all saw it at the same time. Saw it, yes, but could hardly believe it. I become used to seeing impossible things: aliens, spaceships, my own friends turning into animals. But this was just plain mind-boggling. It was round, as round as a plate, a very large plate, from one side to the other. The diameter must have been half a mile. It was covered by a transparent dome, clear glass, or whatever it is the Andalites use for glass. And within the dome, protected from crushing the force of water, was what looked very much like a park. A park in a plastic dome at the bottom of the ocean. There was grass, more blue than green, but it still looked like grass. There were trees like huge stems of broccoli, and other trees like orange and blue asparagus spears. At the center was a small lake, crystal clear blue water. From the water grew fantastic, transparent green crystals in shapes like eccentric snowflakes. Whoa, Marco said. Man, Jake commented. Is this what you expected, Cassie? Rachel asked me. I had a dream. I saw flashes of something. But this is unbelievable. I think that may be a hatch down there, Marco said. You see the part that sticks out? Let's try it, Jake said. I can't hold my breath much longer. We arced down toward the part of the glass dome that seemed different from the rest. As we got closer, we could really begin to feel the size of the dome. It was like approaching one of those huge stadiums where they play football, but even bigger, if you can imagine them. It is a hatch, Rachel reported. She was a little ahead from the rest of us. It's some kind of glass door. On the other side, there was a little room, then another door that leads into the dome. There's a little red panel beside the outer door. Let's either try it or surface, Marcus said urgently. The red panel. That's got to be the doorknob, Jake said. Here goes. Let's hope this works. He pressed it with his beak against the panel. Instantly, the outer door opened. We should try this. We should try this one at a time. See if it's safe, Marco said. Not enough time, I said. My lungs were burning. I needed air. The four of us swam in through the outer door. There was a second red panel. I punched it with my beak and closed the door, sealing it into a small glass room. We could see out and up into the ocean all around us, but the side leading into the dome was opaque. I knew we'd end up in an aquarium sooner or later, Marco said. The water began to drain from the room slowly. A little at a time, this opened an area of air at the top of the enclosure. I raised my blowhole and sucked in blessed oxygen. Okay, let's morph, Jake said. I had already started. By the time the enclosure was half drained, I could stand on my own human feet. We made it, Marco said after his human mouth reformed. I don't know where we made it to, but we made it. The enclosure was empty now. The four of us stood there barefoot, dressed only in our soggy morphing outfits. There was one last red panel beside the door leading into the dome. Ready? Jake asked. As ready as I'll ever be, Marco said. Jake pressed it with his hand. The door slid open. I felt a wave of warm, incredibly fragrant air rush in. I caught a glimpse of, then a brilliant flash of light, and suddenly I was unconscious. They're in Sandy's tree dome. Is that what we think? Because that's what I thought. When we first run into Sandy
I accept it.
in SpongeBob.
Hi,
And then
Tony.
go that Blah, blah, blah. Why can't I talk today?
I was feeling the same way.
But yeah, in the first episode where SpongeBob meets Sandy, and then like it starts to drain out the water, but he doesn't have that fish tank over his head.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's what I thought. That's no metal hole or metal door. All right then. I'm guessing it's late for most of chat. But we have 11 concurrent viewers, it looks like.
We do. Yes, our chat is ride or die.
All right then.
I think this is the less traumatic one. So when Animorphs gets not traumatic, it's just like weirdly calming.
It's weirdly fantasy.
Yeah.
The only one that is not late for is Laser because Laser lives in Australia. Down under.
Down under. Sorry.
All right. Chapter 18. I opened my eyes. I was staring straight up. I was on my back. Above me, I could see the ocean all around. High overhead, fish swam by, sparkling. Higher still, I could see the bright barrier between the sea and sky. But it was very far away. I rolled my head to the side. Jake was beside me, still unconscious. There was blue grass under my head. I looked the other way. Yeah! Don't move. I stunned you to see what you are. But if you move, I will destroy you. He stood on four delicate hooves, looking at first glance like a pale blue and tan deer or antelope. But he had a super strong upper body, like a mythical centaur, with 2 arms and many fingered hands. His face was almost triangular, built around 2 huge almond-shaped eyes. There was a small vertical slit where his nose should have been, and nothing where his mouth should have been. From atop his head rose 2 horns, only they weren't horns. They each ended in an eye and turned this way and that, independent from his main eyes. He seemed gentle, quizzical, almost delicate, until you noticed the tail. The tail was like a scorpion. It was thick, powerful, and ended in a wicked scythe blade that literally glittered along its razor sharp edges. I knew what he was. There was no mistaking an Andalite when you see one. And there was no question about what he was holding in his hand either. It looked a lot like a Yerk Drakenbeam. He was pointing it at me. The others were waking up all around me. What the? Oh, Marco said. Please tell me that's a real Andalite and not Visser 3. Suddenly, without warning, the Andalite's tail arched forward. The blade stopped inches from Marco's face. Visser 3? Do not speak that name, the Andalite thought spoke. Okay, Marco said slowly. Whatever you want. We are friends, I said. I don't know you, the Andalite said. But he withdrew his tail, and Marco started breathing again. You called me, I said. We've come to help you. Called. You heard my call? He fixed all 4 of his eyes on me. What are you? Human. A person of Earth. I have seen images of your kind. My call was to my cousins. How did you hear it? I don't know, I admitted. I heard it in my dreams. So did a friend of mine. We guessed it was an Andalite. We wanted to help. What do you know of Andalites? My people are not known to humans. You do not travel the stars. You know only your planet, your own planet. My elder cousins have taught me this. We knew one Andalite. We were with him when he was killed. The Andalite narrowed his main eyes. Who was this Andalite you say was killed? I searched my memory for his name. He told us, but it was strange. Long name. I can't remember all of his name, but part of it was Prince Alfingor. The Andalite jerked as if he'd been hit. His body seemed to quiver. His deadly tail arched high in the air. Prince Alfingor? No one can kill Prince. No one can kill Elfingor. He is the greatest warrior ever. No one could kill him. Someone did, Jake said. We were there. Who? Who do you claim killed Elfingor? The one whose name you don't want us to speak, I said softly. The Andalite held his head high, but his tail sagged and dragged down to the grass. He lowered his weapon. He was my brother. Did he die well? In battle? Jake answered. He died protecting us and defying the Yerk to the end. At the very last moment, he struck with every weapon he had. The Andalite closed his main eyes for a brief moment. My brother was a great warrior. His cousins loved him. His enemies feared him. No more can be said of any Andalite warrior. I was surprised by what Jake said next. I lost my brother too. He's one of them. A controller. The Andalite opened his eyes. And you, human? Do you serve the Yerk or fight them? I fight them. We fight them. With what weapons? Do you have powerful weapons? Only the weapon your brother gave us, I said. Power to morph. Elfingor gave you that? It is never done. He seemed disturbed. The situation would have to be very bad for him to give you morphing capability. The situation is worse than you think, Marco said. The Yerk seem to know you're here. Some piece of Andalite wreckage washed up on shore. They're up on the surface right now. For the first time, the Andalite seemed uncertain. What is your plan? To get you out of here and hide you, I said. You came only to rescue me? This is true? Yes. He smiled with his eyes, just as Prince Elfingor had done. You will be tired after this last morph. You will need to rest. A little while. Yes, I agreed. What is this? Rachel asked. This dome. I mean, it's like a park or something. This is the main part of an Andalite dome ship. It is where we live. The engine and the war bridge are in a long section that sticks out from the bottom, with this dome perched on top. Like a mushroom or an umbrella, I suggested. The Andalite just looked blank. Never mind, I said. During the great battle in orbit over your planet, the dome was separated from the rest of the ship. Why? The Andalite dug at the grass with his forehooves. I was too young for battle, by the laws of our people. Besides, the rest of the ship maneuvers better without the dome. You're a kid? I mean, like a young person? Marco asked. Yes. Are you the only one left? The only Andalite here? Yes. I'm alone. When the blade ship appeared unexpectedly, they caught us off guard. I saw the main section burn. Dragon beams damaged the orbital stabilization of this dome. It fell. It splashed into the ocean and sank to the bottom. I have been here for these many weeks, hoping that my cousins would come for me, hoping that some survived. Finally, I risked sending out a mirror wave call. It works by. He stopped and looked embarrassed. I'm not supposed to explain Andalite technology. My brother, well, he would have been angry with me. Just you survived, I said sadly. Just me, he said. No prince, no warriors. I felt a sinking in the pit of my stomach. I think the others felt the same way. I guess we'd all kind of been hoping this Andalite would be like the prince, a leader, someone who could take over the battle, someone who would know more than we did. We're young too, I said. Too young to fight according to the laws of our people. But still you fight. We feel like we don't have a choice. Look, you don't even know your name. This is Jake, Rachel, Marco. I'm Cassie. There's one more. His name is Tobias. I am Aximili Escaruth Ishtil. Y'all just kind of stared. Ax, Marco said. Pleased to meet you. Who is your prince? One by one, we looked at Jake. Oh, give me a break, Jake said. I am not anyone's prince. But the Andalite had stepped forward. He bowed his head and lowered his tail. I will fight for you, Prince Jake, until I can return to my cousin. Right. Let me stretch a bit.
Ooh, stretch rate. How's everybody in
You
chat
stretch
doing?
my-
I'm gonna go let Perry out because she's now acting like she's a hostage.
She's stuck underwater in a dome. I always say now I need to stretch my butte because I had a student one time when we were going on a field trip. We were getting off the bus. He just said in passing, he's like, "Oh, I need to stretch my butte." It was so cute. I'm like, "What?" Like that's
Kids
what
say
I
the most.
said.
I was working on a set one time, and we had this. There were all these kids that were there, and I was standing in, and I was passing them as like we were like they were bringing in first team, so I was going to sit down, and they were bringing in all the kid actors, and somebody was like, "What did the kids say?" They're like, they're paying me, they're paying me $65 and giving me a snack. This is the richest I've ever been." And I was like, same kid.
Dude. All right then. So we have another child, an unaccompanied minor from another world.
An Andalite child.
Hey again, Avery. How are you tonight? Says Sammy H.
I'm good, Sammy. How are you?
All right then.
One of our other Aussie friends.
So at the moment, the Animorphs swam down and found Sandy's tree dome. And in the tree dome, they found another Andalite named Aximili Escaruth, redacted last name, but they shortened it to Axe.
Axe. I like it.
All right. Chapter 19. This is a dairy shoal tree, Axe said. He pointed to one of the asparagus-like spears that grew straight and tall. He was showing us around while we recuperated from the morphine. And that we call Enos or Morph. What? I didn't see what he was pointing at. That. The way the lake curves forward into the grass, framed by dairy shell trees. You have a word for something like that? I asked. There are names for all the many ways the water and sky and field interact, he said. And for the way the sun and moon hang in the sky of our planet and cast their light in one way or another on different aspects of the world. Rachel caught my eye and suddenly mouthed the words, then she winked. Oh my gosh, what?
What?
He's cute?
Oh my god.
She's an alien. And
I mean,
she's a horse girl. Rachel, I blanked for a second. I guess Rachel is secretly a horse girl.
I
And she's always dreamed of having a centaur for a boyfriend.
just love your reaction. You're like, what?
I didn't know Sandy Cheeks made a cameo in this book. Yeah, we didn't know either, Tunimation.
It's a surprise to all of us. We never know what we're getting into with these books.
So yeah, when I heard he's cute, I'm like, that's an alien. That is an alien. Hold on one second. That is an alien.
Well, maybe she doesn't care. It's what's on the inside that counts.
But it's an alien. Okay. She's a horse girl. She probably has seen those like fancy book covers with like the centaur with the long wavy hair holding a sword while there's like some main character girl at his hooves holding on to him like this.
Yeah, like her mom reads those 80s smutty kind of romance novels.
She probably saw one and was like, I deserve that. I deserve that type of moment. This is my moment.
This is my moment. I am the moment. It's kind of like some of us have these. Whoop. Come back here. Thank you. Some of us watch soap operas with our moms and saw the unhealthy relationship. Some of us, I guess, had moms that read 80s erotica, and I guess that was Rachel.
I'm not trying to say any. I'm not trying to make any explicit.
Whoa! Did you hear? Did you hear that, Chad? You just like skipped like a record. It was really, it was jarring. I'm sorry.
Okay, like I said, I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to make mention or insinuate any explicit insinuations. I'm just saying, as soon as she said he's cute, I was like, pause, rewind, back the truck up. He's an alien. You're a human girl.
Appropriate. Which is more than you can say for most of the relationships in California Diaries.
Yeah, sure. True. I mean, I guess she's just admiring. What do some girls call guys? Like eye candy? Maybe he's just eye candy to her.
Eye candy.
But getting back to the story. All right. I wasn't sure I agreed. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you for not agreeing. Andalites are halfway between looking cute and looking scary. You can get past the weird stalk eyes and the fact that they don't have mouths, or at least not one they can see. But that scorpion-like tail is far from cute. It reminded me of the sharks. You all live here? Marco wondered. I mean, just out in the open, out on the grass. Where else would we live? Here we have space to run. There must always be space to run. This is like actually being on another planet, Jake marveled. This is all like part of the Andalite world. Yes, we take our home with us into space. It angers the Yerks, he added grimly. Why do they care what you take into space? Marco asked. It is part of everything they hate and would destroy if they could. The Yerks would take our world and make it as barren as their own, as they will to your planet unless they are stopped. I grabbed Axe's arm. What? What are you saying? What do you mean about making the planet barren? He turned his big eyes to me. The usual Yerk pattern. Once a planet is under their control, they alter it to suit their own desires. They will leave enough plant and animal species to keep the host bodies fed, humans in the case of Earth, and the rest they eliminate. He said it like it was obvious, like it was just something I should know. He started to move on, but I held my arm tightly. Wait, wait. I don't think I understand you. What do you mean they eliminate species? Sorry, I had to burp. They eliminate them. They will make Earth as much like the Yerk homeworld as possible. They will destroy most of the plants and all of the animal species except those they eat. I let go of his arm. I rocked back and grabbed at the air for balance. I felt like I'd been hit by a car. No, I whispered. I can't be. You're just saying that because you don't like Yerks. The others were staring. No one was moving. Axe looked around at us. His eyes narrowed. Don't you know? Don't you know whom you're fighting? We know they take over people's minds, Rachel said weakly. Yes, and that is one of their great crimes. But the Yerks are more than that. Yerks are killers of worlds, murderers of all life, hated and feared throughout the galaxy. They are a plague that spreads from world to world, leaving nothing but desolation and slavery and misery in their wake. I felt cold, small and weak and cold and afraid. I looked around, but even the inviting lush Andalite landscape did nothing to warm me. Up in the sky and all around us, I felt the immense pressure of the ocean waiting to rush in. There are only 3 races left in all the known galaxies that still fight the Yerks, Axe said proudly. And only the Andalites can stop them. How long until your people return to Earth? I asked. He hesitated. 1 of your years? Maybe 2? 2 years? Jake looked stricken. I went to his side and slipped my arm through his. 5 kids against an enemy that has destroyed half the galaxy? 5 of us. Axe gave the smile. The one he did with his eyes. 6, my prince, he said. 6. Well then, Marco said, with grim sarcasm. With 6, it shouldn't be any problem. How did these Yerks get this far? Rachel demanded. How did this happen? If you Andalites are so tough, why didn't you stop them a long time ago? How did a bunch of slugs who live in dirty ponds manage to become so powerful? Axe looked at her. I am forbidden to tell certain things. Rachel's eyes narrowed dangerously. You're telling us all of planet Earth may be scheduled for destruction, and we are the only thing standing in the way, and you are going to keep secrets? I don't think so. The Andalite looked angry, but not angrier than Rachel. Look, I feel ready to morph again, I said, interrupting the tension. Rachel was angry because she was afraid. What Axe had told us had shaken her. It had shaken all of us. I guess we felt enough pressure already. We didn't really need to think that every living thing on the planet was depending on us. It was kind of a lot to handle. Cassie's right. Jake said. Time. Let's get going before it's too late. I followed him along with the others as we crossed the alien land, heading for an environment just as alien, the ocean. I wished I could forget what Axe told us. I wished I could stop seeing the pictures in my head of an Earth without birds and trees, an Earth where the ocean was empty and dead. Don't you know whom you're fighting? The Andalite had asked. Yes, now I knew. Well, what a big bomb. What a big truth bomb to drop there. Let's see. What did I miss in chat?
We're Sammy and Laser are talking about Australian TV that I have not gotten around to seeing yet.
Oh yeah, Later mentioned something about Slug Terror. I remember seeing that on what's it called? Disney XD. I never watched it, but it's like some sort of like one of those actiony shows that was trying to cash in on making a cartoon and then selling action figures or play sets.
I don't remember that. I wonder if it was just because it was one of those things where it was like, that's for the boys, but then also the girl stuff was like, that's lame because it's for girls.
I mean, it was on Disney XD, and I don't think it really caught on.
Ah, that could also be it.
But it tried to catch on.
For anybody wondering in chat while I'm listening, I'm sitting here mocking up some of these requests that people have asked for merch. Currently, I was thinking of inspired by Gabe, red body juice of my enemies mug. Because if anybody watched the Model Land streams with Gabe doesn't like to say blood, so he says red body juice. So somebody said we need a mug that says red body juice of my enemies.
Well, yeah, Laser. Sorry, I was reading his comment.
Oh,
it does look like Stormhawks and Dragon Booster. I used to watch Stormhawks when I was on Cartoon Network. Dragon Booster was another show, but it was on Disney XD. It was on Jetix. If you remember, before Disney XD, there was Toon Disney, and then in the afternoon or like at night, they had Jetix, which was just like the action block that had like Power Rangers, that had like Digimon. It had all these like action-packed boyish shows, and Toon Disney was like just the cartoons.
Ah.
Which I miss. I miss that. I miss Jetix. But that's neither here nor there. All right.
I'm still salty that they canceled Phantom Investigators because they didn't want the girl audience.
I know, it was kind of lame. It wasn't even the creator's decision. It was the network's decision.
Oh yeah.
Like it's great, but just girls seem to be liking it. Because at first the ratings were like split down the middle of boys and girls, and then slowly more girls started to watch it versus guys, and then after like 6 weeks or something, they pulled the TV show.
Yikes.
So, yeah, Laser. They had stuff like Totally Spies was like in certain regions for Jetix. Same thing with Code Lyoko. Same thing with Wing Club. Which though, since you since you are into the Wiccan and the Coven and all that stuff, Avery, there was this TV show that Disney made that's kind of like Winx Club, except a little bit more broody. It was called Witch, which stood for the first letter of every main character's name, which was like Will, Irma, Tarani, Haylin, and Cornelia, I think.
Oh, cool.
And it was pretty cool. Well, I don't think they gave it I don't remember because I kind of watched clips of it, but I never like watched it. And then that reminded me of this other show called Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go, which is on Disney Plus. And that show ended on a cliffhanger.
Oh, I hate when shows end on cliffhangers.
But apparently it's really good. Haven't watched it, but apparently it was so good, but everyone was disappointed in the series finale because it ended on a cliffhanger.
Oh, they're like, we'll leave it on a cliffhanger and then we'll have to get renewed, and then they don't get renewed.
Same thing with Moesha. If you've ever seen Moesha, it ends with someone finding like her Moesha's brother gets kidnapped, and then someone finding pregnancy test in the bathroom and not knowing if it's Moesha or one of her friends and like all this stuff.
Oh wow.
Expecting
They were
that,
like,
and that was the series finale, just ending on a bunch of cliffhangers.
great. Not just one, like 4. Just like, here
Yeah.
you go. What does this mean? You'll never know.
As soon as I mentioned Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go, Digimay like, oh my gosh, Super Robot Monkey like, oh my god, that's such a mouthful. Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
I have literally been that. This is totally off topic. I'm sorry. I've been fighting with Google Drive all day to get one of my clients' videos up online.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps failing, and I just canceled the one that was literally taking like hours, and I just tried again, and in 5 minutes it uploaded. I was like, you knew what you were doing.
They're like, we just want to fuck with you.
Yeah.
When they say, oh, but like, I lied a little bit when I said if a show's too long, I won't follow it. The only show that I watched that's like really long is Totally Spies. That's the only show that I've ever seen that's like got more than 2 seasons, 3 seasons that I can watch and not get bored of.
Is Totally Spies the one that everybody is like, that show was sus because there was a lot of like model land-esque things where we're like, this is a kid show.
It's sus because it's the awakening of many fixations that people have. In terms of like, they turn the girls into animals or like something, or they do some type of
Gotcha.
or like they wrap them in mummy bandages. Like,
I think I saw a if anybody watches Saber Spark, he was just like, what the hell was Totally Spies? And it was a really funny video.
But it's a good cartoon if in terms of like strip away that stuff and the villains are reasonable in their revenge schemes.
I have heard that it's pretty good.
But the only thing that's like kind of a plot was like their parents are really gonna leave them alone in a house all by themselves. But then again, it's probably their secret agency that's like kind of allowing them to like, you get what I'm saying? Because their parents are apparently out in Europe. I'm like, so wait, your moms are in Europe and they're leaving you here in the States.
Yeah, like Ducky's parents, just like, yeah, fend for yourselves. We're in Ghana.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess the agency kind of fixed everything for that to happen.
I guess, or maybe it's just like a really rich parent problem where it's just like, we're gonna jet off and leave our kids.
They live in Beverly Hills, so
yeah.
But you should watch it. It's definitely it definitely gets me to laugh out loud sometimes.
I do want to watch it. Yeah, I've only seen clips and I've seen people talking about it, but I have not actually seen it.
Yeah, you should just casually watch it. Don't worry about making any videos. Just my recommendation: just casually watch it. Good show.
Well, see, then I'm gonna want to make a video about it because my video making brain is gonna be like, this is actually funny.
Kind of like what is that? Kind of like Charlie's Angels, but for new generation.
Gotcha.
Because like their boss guy is some like guy in his like 50s, 40s. But like he's never like creepy around the girls. He's just like straight business. So it's like, that's why the girls respect him and see him as like a father figure.
That's good. Not being creepy around girls, especially if they're teenagers, probably a good thing.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like they're like super tall. Like they look like they're college students, but they actually start out in high school.
It's like an anime thing where it's like that character looks like they're 25. They're 16. Oh my god. What about that character? That character looks 15. That character's 30. Oh, okay.
I know. It's ridiculous. Okay. Enough stalling. Chapter 20. Hey, I have a stupid question, Marco said. What? Jake asked. Marco jerked his thumb toward the Andalite axe. How do we get him out of here? Jake looked blank. Axe. I don't suppose you can swim. Swim really well, I know. We're a long, long way from land. I would not swim in this body. I would morph a sea creature. Like what? Margot said bluntly. We have to travel far and fast. I have acquired a creature from the ocean. It was a large creature who swam close one day. I stunned him and acquired him. I thought he would be useful if I was to escape. What kind of animal? What did he? I stopped suddenly. I felt something. A shadow? I looked up. Through the air of the dome, through the clear dome itself, and up through the water, it was on the surface. A cigar shaped shadow riding the surface of the sea. That's the ship, I said. Up there. I think it stopped. Let's get out of here, now, Jake snapped. We ran to the hatch. Bing, bing, ring, bing, ring, bing, ring. Sound echoed through the dome. Sonar, Marco hissed. How do you know? Rachel asked. Didn't you ever hear The Hunt for Red October? Great movie. Now let's leave. They found us. Bing, 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 bing. We crammed inside the small hatch enclosure, the four of us and Act. Morph! Jake yelled. I had already started. I could feel the dolphin features emerging. My friends were beginning to mutate. The water rushed into the chamber, swirling up around our legs. Axe was changing too. It almost broke my concentration watching him. In their normal form, Andalites are strange enough. When they morph, it is totally bizarre. Instead of two legs shriveling and disappearing, it was four. And then there were the stalk eyes, and the tail, which lost its scythe blade, but split into a new kind of tail, with a long, raked vertical blade and a shorter lower blade. The water swept up to my neck, but by that point, I was more dolphin than human. But boom! The explosion shuddered through the dome. It rattled my teeth. I felt like my eardrums would explode. Yerks, Axe said. He said the word in our heads the way his brother had, with hatred and rage, so deep that it was impossible to comprehend it. But boom! The second explosion. Suddenly, the exterior door opened and we swam out in a rush. 4 dolphins and 1 shark? I'd been distracted by the explosion. Axe morphed a shark. Oh, good choice, Axe, Marco said. You morphed a shark? Is it wrong? The Andalite wondered. Your species and ours are mortal enemies, I explained. Oh, I have a lot to learn about Earth. Here's the first lesson. Let's get out of here! Marco screamed. I soared up through the water, angling towards the distant future. The distant surface. But as I rose, I looked behind me. There were 2 jagged holes in the dome. Water was gushing in like Niagara Falls. As I watched, a third dark cylinder was falling slowly from the surface. Even I had seen enough submarine movies to know it was a depth charge. What hosts have these Yerk used? Axe demanded urgently. Hosts? You mean bodies? Controllers? They use Hork-Bajir and humans, I answered. Hork-Bajir do not swim, Axe said. We may be safe. The Yerks know little of deep waters. They have no oceans on their world, only shallow pools. Good. All they've had here are Hork-Bajir and Taxons, of course. Taxons? Yes, is that a problem? We were near the surface now, just a dozen feet from the bright barrier of the sea and sky. Just then, a large dark shadow swept over us. A shadow that was dark inside of dark. A shadow that touched your soul. It skimmed just above the surface of the water. It was shaped like a long battle axe. Twin semicircular saws at the back, a long, diamond-headed point at the front. The blade ship of Visser 3. Something was falling from it as it passed over us. There were a dozen splashes. I rolled over to get a better look. What I saw made my flesh crawl. Toxins in the water, coming towards us. Those nasty worms can swim, Marco yelled. But the answer was obvious. The Taxons, 10-foot-long centipedes, bristling with dozens of pairs of sharp legs, were racing after us. And they were very fast in the water. Very fast. From this angle, you couldn't see the several red jelly eyes, but we could see the circular mouths at the top of each vile body. I had seen Taxons straining to catch bits of Prince Elfingor as Visser 3 devoured him. I had seen Taxons, on orders from Visser 3, devour one of their own. Tell me, Axe said. I have a feeling that this body this body that I am in, might be able to fight. Is this true? I grinned inwardly. Yes, Axe. Sharks can fight. Then Prince Jake, shall we deal with these Taxon scums? Don't call me Prince, Jake said. And the answer is yes. Let's go kick some Taxon butt.
Not the Taxon butt.
Imagine that. It's like Taxons in the water. It's like prehistoric times. Ugh, I don't even like to imagine prehistoric oceans.
Prehistoric times is just terrifying to me.
Let's see. I don't know. I didn't know they even made a School of Rock TV show. I was caught off guard with that. Oh my gosh, Almost Naked Animals was bizarre. I remember seeing it on ABC. My reaction was just, what the fuck am I watching here?
Did anybody else's mother go through a Naked and Afraid phase?
No, they were talking about Almost Naked Animals. It was
no, I know, but that's just what it made me think of. Naked and Afraid was a pretty big thing there for a second. Show. Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't Survivor. I remember it, but
yeah,
I'd never go on it.
No.
Personally, I'd rather go on Survivor. Speaking of Survivor, apparently one person got medevaced, and then 2 other people had to be looked over by a medical expert on the first day or the first 3 days.
Oh no. I imagine like it's easy to get like severely dehydrated doing something like that.
There have been some cases where people had to be medically evacuated for dehydration purposes. But this person, like, they dove in the water and then they hit something on the challenge course, like I think a beam underwater, and they injured their head. And
that doesn't sound pleasant.
Out in the middle of the challenge, so they had to get him medically evacuated because he was like bleeding and like passed out. But I don't know how we got there. All I know is that I used to audition for Survivor, and then I stopped for a while simply because I feel like casting doesn't typically cast people that are too original. They like to cast stereotypical archetypes.
Mm-hmm.
And very gentrified people of color. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I like when I like go out for casting calls, I like specifically have it like, do not send me out for reality TV. I do not want to. I don't think I could handle it. I'm not cut out for reality TV.
I almost got on The Real World.
Really?
And then I was like, because this was, it was like maybe like 4 or 3 years ago. Like I did all the paperwork and everything, and then I like was getting like really like a lot of information. Like, okay, we need you to send like your address and then neighbors who lived around you. Blah, blah, blah. No, like, and then the more I thought about it, because I was working, with kids, I was like, I don't want to go on a reality show and then people see me as this terrible educator, and then it puts my reputation as an educator in a not good perspective.
Yeah, I can imagine that. That sounds.
I love reality TV.
Oh, I love watching reality TV. I just don't think I'm cut out to like be on it.
Especially Survivor, but then again, who doesn't love Survivor? But I mean, I feel like I could win.
I always wanted to do The Amazing Race. I was like, The Amazing Race would be fun.
That's definitely fun. It seems exhausting though.
Oh, it
Literally,
seems
you
exhausting. Yeah.
sleep and then you get up and then you like stay up for a bunch of hours, sleep on a plane or on a bus if you can, and then it's like, it's not just like physically exhausting; it's also like mentally, just like having to do
Yeah.
that for over a month.
Oh yeah,
But
no, it would be exhausting. I think it's Philip DeFranco who was just like, please, dear God, people at Amazing Race, do not accept our application that my wife talked me into sending.
I mean, my brother and I wanted to do with my brother, but he barely got his American citizenship a few weeks ago, so maybe we'd be able to. I mean, I feel like I could fit the role of a villain very well.
You
I
want to
don't
be
mind
like
being
you want to be the one that gets cast as the villain?
I don't mind it. I mean, someone has to be the one to tell the truth. And then in hindsight, people are like, you know what? We hated him when we first saw him, but now that we're watching this, he's right.
I know a lot of people who've worked in reality TV because there have been a wave of them that are made here in Atlanta. And it is pretty funny how many people don't realize like how much it's like, no, you're given an archetype. I hate to break it to you. That's not how people are. And I'm just like, I always assumed that. But there's a lot of people that are like, you mean they're not a terrible person in real life? But it's
No,
like,
I don't. I choose not to believe that. I choose to believe that um, the like in Survivor, when you're at your wits end with a lot of things, your true personality comes out. And if you slip up, they will take it and run with it and make you out to be the most horrible person. But at the same time, it's like no one's forcing you to go off on somebody because you're tired or you're hungry or that, or saying
fair.
awful things about them. So it's like whatever you say, whatever you put out there in the ether to be filmed, it's like it you can't say, "Oh, I got a bad at it." A lot of like sometimes nowadays
Oh
because
yeah.
it's
No, there's definitely times when people are like, "Oh, I got a bad at it." And it's like, "No, you're just a douche." But there are other times where it's like, "Oh, like the producers are like, yeah, we needed somebody to be the bitch." So she ended up just being the bitch. And it's
I
just like,
mean, I
"Oh,
don't mind being the villain as long as I'm the villain who in hindsight was telling the truth.
you might be a little out of pocket, but you're never wrong." Is that what you're saying?
It's like I'm telling the truth and you don't like hearing it, so you people don't like me, but I don't care because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, there's a
I,
fine line between the villain and the fan favorite character, and sometimes those are both the same character.
I don't feed into the smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
And maybe that would make me not very popular if people watched it, but in when they're rewatching it and then they know what kind of person these people are because the whole season is out, they're like, "Oh my gosh, Daniel's not the Daniel's not the villain."
Chat, let us know, who would you be? What stereotypical archetype would you fill in a reality show?
But yeah, I would want to be. I wouldn't mind being the villain if they're like, you know what, we'll put you on the show, Survivor. Like literally, I don't mind being the villain. I don't mind people not liking me. I'm used to people not liking me.
Oh,
Like for a good majority of my life, I'm used to people not liking me because I'd always say the truth of what was going on. Um, and the majority of people wouldn't like it because they want to live in their fantasy. But
yeah.
it's like, I'm just used to the harsh reality because they throw it in my face. So why do I got to live in the harsh reality and you get to live in your fantasy when we can
Yeah.
just all live in the harsh reality and just deal with it?
My mom always says peace if possible, but truth at all costs.
Yeah, peace is possible, but truth. Wait, what?
Peace if possible, but truth at all costs. That's like my mom's. That's been a motto of hers for a long
That's how you
time.
know who your friends are.
Yeah.
If you tell them the truth and you can be mad at each other, but then you make up after that.
Yeah.
That's who your real friends are. Your fun friends, the friends that you go out with to have fun, you can have those, but I prefer to have friends who I can tell the truth to, and also like tell them my personal issues and struggles. Um, but like I don't know, I'm not the type of person to just have fun friends.
Yeah.
If I'm friends with somebody, it's because I want to like say stuff and that I wouldn't say to just anybody.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's not. Toonie says the nice but neutral one, that minds my business while watching everything burn.
I feel like those are the sleeper cells in reality TV because they're not like everybody's attention isn't on them right from the start, so they're not like everybody's not like, oh, that person's gonna win, but they sneak up on you because they get all the info because they're just sitting back and watching all the tea.
I mean, I'd like I said, I'd be the truth teller, but at the same time, it's like that would be my strategy. Knowing everybody's business, and then when people are talking to me, and they ask me, "Oh, did so and so talk to you?" Like, yeah. Basically, just tell the truth all the time, because then you can't get caught in a lie. But only when they ask you, not when like just say it out loud all the time. It's like, oh, didn't you promise that? I'm like, yeah, I promised them. Is that a problem to you?
I feel like I'd either be like the comedic relief, although the girls never usually get to be the funny ones, or they would just hear me say, some producer would just hear me say that I grew up in rural Georgia, and they'd be like, oh, she gets to be the ditzy one. It'd be one of those two things.
Yeah. I don't think I think you'd be more of like the bookish one.
I can get with that, yeah.
Like a Velma kind.
The Velma. I like being the Velma kind. I can
like
see
very
it.
nice, but then in your confessional, you're like saying ruthless, savage things unintentionally.
Yeah, that's
I like this person, but like they're kind of airheaded.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right, so we got 4 more chapters.
Almost done.
Yep.
Oh, and I know book 5 is going to be traumatizing because it's going to be Marco's book.
I think it's going to be more soap opera-y.
Okay.
Yeah, I see you as the Velma kind, says Sammy. Yeah, very nice, but then like when they're by themselves in the confessional booth and they say, and the producer say, so how do you feel about Tiffany? Like, I like Tiffany, but like she talks about herself way too much. And there's not really much to show.
Thank you guys. I appreciate that. I would like to be the Velma kind. The one that's like solving puzzles on whodunit and then just being like, so and so is not good at solving the puzzles.
So and so said that they work as an accountant, but like, when did they work as an accountant? I'd like to see in the last 5 years their resume that said that they worked as an accountant.
Yeah, like in Whodunit, where the cop was like, "No, I'm a high school football coach," and everybody was like, "No, you're a cop. We all know you're a cop. It's okay."
We all know you're a cop. You exude hello, fellow kids energy.
He exudes cop energy. It's just like, nah, I'm not a cop.
But yeah, I would be the villain, the no nonsense anti-hero villain, the martyr. There you go. I'd be a martyr. Not go out of my way to make people miserable, but basically call them out on their nonsense.
I don't think that's the villain. I think that's the fan favorite. I think that there's a very fine line between the two.
But not for the sake of, oh, I want people to like me, in the sake of like, you know how they give people good edits to make them the main character, the good guy? I want to be that person to be calling them out on their shenanigans and their high horse of like, you say that you're the good guy, but yet you always seem to reject people when they want to, when they want to spend time with you genuinely. How can you call yourself a good person when you deliberately are selective with who you want to be around? That doesn't make you a good person. That makes you a closed-minded person that, thinks that they're open-minded.
It just makes me think of way back when I did my I Want to Marry Harry video. There's a scene that just lives rent-free in my head where these two girls are fighting, and it's like the mean girl and the other girl that like everybody's supposed to like, and the mean girl goes, the nice girl goes, I know that you're mad at me, and the mean girl goes, I'm not saying it because I'm mad at you, I'm saying it because I don't like you. And I'm just like, that lives in my head rent-free.
What does that remind you of? I know we keep digressing, but I mean, this is a good conversation. It reminds me of shit. I forgot.
Thank you, Sammy.
I remember The Bachelorette. I remember that one guy who was like super crazy. Like, I forget what it was, but like, Even the bachelor didn't want to be around him, and everyone was telling him. But in his mind, he thought he was like a good guy and like he deserved whatever he wanted and all that stuff.
Oh, the guy that like showed up at the finale with a ring after he'd been like kicked off.
Yes, that guy. That guy. That's what I'm talking about. Except they probably on Survivor, they'd probably edit him as the good guy. And yeah, I'm like, you're freaking crazy. I don't get what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just like, you are a stalker, dude. It's a stalker shit.
And the reunion, forget it. If I were to win Survivor, I would hijack that reunion and say, I am never going to talk to these people ever again. They're not my friends. I'm not trying to lie about it. We never made up. I don't like this person, and I'm not ever going to go out of my way to talk to them.
You're the one of the 90-Day Fiancé reunion where you're just like giving Big Ed all the shit. You're just like, dude, this is what I know everybody's wanted to tell you this entire time.
Yeah, and I would do it because I know that they wouldn't be able to beat me up. Because if they did, what would that do to their reputation?
Right.
And be like, oh, what are you gonna do? Hit me? Hit me then. Right here.
And every producer would be like, get him on the next iteration. Leave the cameras rolling.
I'm that type of person. Like, I'll say what I have to say, and if you hit me, that's fine. I'll just, scuff it off, but I'll still say what I have to say at the end of the day, even if you beat me up. Anyway. Sorry to digress, chat.
Anyway, sorry. Animorphs. Trauma bonding.
Have we seen the chase? Stop asking us if we've seen stuff, because that gets us distracted. Have we seen the chase? Yes, I've seen the chase, but I haven't seen the one with the 5 chasers on it. But they used to show it on Game Show Network. Anyways, chapter 21. There were a dozen Taxons in the water, 5 of us swimming in a straight line. The Taxons were faster, but as soon as we discovered we were more maneuverable. Pick a target, Jake said tersely. I focused on one of the big worms, but I had to force myself into the fight. This was not a shark, and the dolphin's instinctive dislike of sharks was not there to prod me. I had to find the will to fight in my own human mind. It's not such an easy thing. I had fought the Yeerks to preserve human freedom. Now, I have fought to help the entire world. Still, fighting doesn't come naturally to me. And yet, I knew what I had to do. The Yeerks would show no mercy. If the Taxons won, we would be killed, or worse. I powered towards one of the Taxons as he powered towards me. We were like 2 trains running at the same track, head to head. At the last possible second, with the gaping red mouth of the Taxon just a foot away, I zoomed sideways and arched my back and rammed the Taxon side. I expected it to be like a shark, hard, tough, unyielding. It was not. It was like hitting a soggy paper bag with a sledgehammer. The Taxon burst like a dropped watermelon. Ah! I wanted to throw up. I beat the water with my tail and recoiled with some horrible scene I had created. All around me, the battle raged. The dolphins against Taxon. An axe shark against Taxon. Scientists believe that sharks are one of the oldest species of animals still in existence. Nature built them as perfect predators, killing machines. Nature hasn't had to revise or update them much. They were built right the first time. Dolphins are very different. Scientists say that millions of years ago, dolphins were land animals, sea mammals not very different from humans or other mammals. They evolved their way back to the ocean. Part of that evolution included learning to cope with predators, killer whales, and sharks. I don't know what sea the Taxon race evolved in. I don't know what natural predators they faced there. But they were not ready for the ocean. They were not ready to go one-on-one with the master of Earth's deep seas. There were no match for dolphin or shark. Okay, let's get out of here, Jake ordered. They've had enough. Not so tough, are they? Rachel asked, trying to sound tough herself, but she seemed shaky to me. I shot to the surface and filled my lungs with warm evening air. The sun was dropping toward the horizon. The two ships were close by and steaming in our direction. But far worse was the blade ship, which hovered now just 100 yards up in the air. Can't waste any more time, Marco said. The plan was to head back for one of those little channel islands, unmorph, rest, then take the rest of the distance. But even the island is almost 2 hours away at top speed. We have to make a run for it, or we'll have to choose between being trapped in morph or drowning. And that's not a great choice. You're right, Marco, Jake said. Top speed for the nearest island. How do you tell time? Axe said. Sometimes we can carry a watch. Sometimes, like now, we have to guess and hope for the best. Oh, with your permission, I will keep track of time. You have a watch? No, but I have the ability to keep track of time, Axe said. Good enough, Marco said. How much time left? We have been in morph approximately 30% of the safe time. 30%? I tried to think. Math was never my best subject, and it's hard to be mathematical when you're just come from a battle and are scared half to death. That would be about 36 minutes, which means we have an hour and 24 minutes left. Boom! I heard a huge concussion behind me, like someone had dropped a big truck in the water. What was that? Marco wondered. Something hit the water. I said, something big. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, now what is that? Rachel asked. I rose to the surface to breathe and look around. The two surface ships were still closing in, but they were not very fast, and they were not gaining on us. The blade ship had disappeared. I scanned the sky in all directions, but I couldn't see it. Does anyone see the blade ship? I asked. No, but that doesn't mean it isn't still nearby, Jake said. It may be recloaked. Boom, boom, boom. What is that? Whatever it is, getting closer, I said. Suddenly, I remember that I was not limited to the usual human sense. I fired off a rapid series of echolocation clicks. The picture that came back was startling. It's something in the water, big haze, the size of a whale, but nothing moving like a whale. Marco, Jake, and Rachel all echolocated. It's after us, whatever it is, Rachel said. It's big, it's fast, and it's after us, Marco agreed. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. I rose to breathe again and looked back. At just that moment, I saw, far behind me, a huge, dark, red, almost purple hump above the water. It seemed to be covered with hundreds of small fish tails, all beating frantically. I went under. Axe, there's something back there. I don't think it's from Earth. I described it to him, at least what I had seen. Mardet, Axe said. Mardet? What does that mean? A mardet is a beast that lives in the ocean of one of our own Andalite moons. To think of that filthy yerk scum on our own moon acquiring our animals? Axe, look, what is a mardet? I asked him. It is a very large creature that swims by shooting water out at three large chambers. It makes sound. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. A sound like that? Marco asked. Yes, Axe said. I guess so. I did not recognize it. I've only heard it once, and that was in school, and I wasn't paying attention. It almost made me laugh, the image of an Andalite classroom where Andalite students zoned out on the lessons just like we did. But it really wasn't a good time for laughing. Boom, boom, boom. But this was no true Mardet. Axe said. No, Jake agreed. Then you know Who and what is chasing us? Axe seemed surprised. You understand that this is Visser 3 and Morph. We've met before, Rachel said tersely. You have fought Visser 3 and you still live? That definitely surprised the Andalite. I honor you. Yeah, swell, thanks, Margot said dryly. But I'd trade the honor for a get outboard engine so I could outrun the evil creep. Woom, woom, woom. Let's see. All right. I just noticed that the book isn't on screen.
Yeah, no, it's not because I had to reply to a client thing, so I was like, we're just gonna do this for a second. Boo. Hi, Maddie. I can put it back on screen if you guys want to see. No, I'll show you guys the design later. But I was working on the Granny Coven T-shirt while I was doing that because I got sidetracked because ADHD brain no burr. But anyway, where is the book? I need the book back. There's the book. But yeah, no, I needed to answer a client.
Okay.
Or something, and I didn't want to dox anybody's email.
All right.
Where were we?
Oh yeah, for the Google Drive, because I noticed that when I pulled it up, that it would switch to the other book. Have you tried using Lumen PDF?
I can open it at PDF. I don't like if it switches, I can just switch it back.
Okay.
But it's yeah, it should if it switches to this, I just have to tab
PDF
back.
just because I don't know the Lumen PDF. I tried it on the first book. How like I just opened up the PDF on Google Drive, and it was fine at first, but then like when I wanted to like move ahead to other chapters, like if I was like I was listening versus like reading along, because sometimes I do that. Like the Lumen has an outline function where you can just click on a chapter and it'll take you at the beginning of the chapter.
Okay, yeah, I'll try that for next time.
I feel it too. All right, let's finish up 4 more chapters. Chapter 22. The creature Visser 3 had become did not tire. We did. I felt like I had been swimming forever. Half an hour into the chase, I was exhausted. We had been powering through the water at panic speed, fighting every current, fighting the terrible urge to rest as our tails weakened, fighting the growing hunger. Woof, woof, woof. The Marta never tired. It never weakened. It gained on us a foot at a time, bit by bit. I could see it now. Huge purple and red mottled bag that undulated and oozed through the water. It was propelled by 3 huge water sacks, firing one after another. Between those loud bursts, the hundreds of tiny tails that covered its entire surface thrashed and kept it up its momentum. Woof, woof, woof. Then he spoke. We had all heard the silent voice in our head before. It was like hearing the most terrible curses. It was pure malice and hatred poured directly into our brains. I am coming for you, brave Andalite warriors. Visser 3 sneered. I am coming for you. The voice churned my insides. I felt my own hatred flaring up to match his. The image's axe had painted. An earth brown and empty and filled with nothing but the slaves of the Yerks. I had lived my entire life without feeling hatred. It is a sickening feeling. It burns and burns, and sometimes you think it's a fire that will never go out. I am coming for you. You will be mine. Shall I make you controllers, or shall I simply eat you? The time for me to decide draws near. You weaken. Your time runs short. Woof, woof, woof. I don't know. I just picture Visser 3 as being like a mustache, having a mustache twirler voice, like a Jim Curry, Nigel Thornberry type of voice.
Yep.
We had all been exposed to Visser 3. Axe had not. He seemed to shudder, even in his shark body. dead shark eyes showed no emotion, but his swimming became erratic. Axe, I said to him. He did not answer. Axe, we have heard his voice before. We've heard threats. We are still alive. He will kill us, Axe said. He will kill us. He killed Elfingor. Axe, hang in there. Don't answer him. Don't think about him. Just swim. But Axe's fear was catching. He was right. We didn't have enough time to make it to land without being trapped in our dolphin bodies. And we would never escape him anyway. I glanced back. He was only 5 body lengths away. I demanded still more from my burning muscle, but there was nothing more to ask. This is the end, Cassie, I told myself. This, the end. I felt the terrible hatred surge in me again. But I didn't want to end my life that way. I would not die with hate in my heart. That would be one victory I could deny Visser. I let my mind drift, even as my shattered body struggled to go on. I felt my mind floating back to the barn and all the animals there, to my father, my mother, Jake. I remember good things, riding the high thermals with Tobias and the others with wings spread wide. Good days. Sitting at my grandmother's feet as she told me stories of our family, of all the generations who had lived on and worked the farm. And then a more recent memory surfaced. The whale. I remember this huge, gentle silence filling my mind. I could even hear his song. Wait, I could hear his song. That wasn't a memory. I was hearing his plaintive, haunting song reverberating through the water. He was not far away. I opened my mind and let my human consciousness slip away. I let go. I invited the dolphin mind, the mind that loved to play and loved to fight and loved the feeling of soaring out of the water right up into the air just like a bird to surface in my head. I fired echolocasting bursts, 1,000 quick clicks compressed into a few seconds. And more than that, I cried for help. It was foolish. It was ridiculous. But I cried out in a silent plea, like a child with a nightmare calling for a mother. The monster is after me. The destroyer, the evil one. Help me. We have used 80% of our time, Axe managed to say. 24 minutes left, Marco gasped. It doesn't matter. I'm done for, Rachel admitted. I can't keep going. And he's too close. It's time to turn and fight. Oof, oof, oof. We cannot possibly win, Axe said. We know, Jake said. But if I have to lose, I'd rather lose fighting than let him catch us one by one. That is a very Andalite thing to say, Axe said. We have a lot in common. I wish it had ended differently. On the count of 3, Jake said. 1, 2. Let's go. We stopped. We turned to face the Marden. Jake, I said, I wanted to tell you. Yes, me too, Cassie, he said. Woof, woof, woof. The red and purple behemoths rushed at us. I shook with terror, but I was too tired to swim away. Help me, I cried one last time, but I knew there was no one to help. And then I let it all go and said goodbye. The end.
The end. Can you imagine? I feel like that would almost be less trauma than what we're going to get in the long run.
All right, then.
Hey, chat. Maddie has safely made it to Carolina of the South.
I have what's it called? At my vocational school, there's a high schooler who's from South Carolina. But he was from LA, and then he moved to South Carolina when he was young, and then came back like maybe a year or so ago.
Oh.
He said he came from a small town, and so the other high schoolers would kind of clown him, being like, "Oh, did you guys have like a swimming hole?" He'd play along with it.
Maddie has had to move for work purposes, but we are, thanks to the magic of Discord, still streaming Kingdom Hearts.
Yep. Not that I didn't want to watch it, but it's like I got work on Mondays now. I seem to be blessed with getting work on Mondays, repair jobs. So,
oh no, I fully understand that. That's why we always leave our VODs up, just in case anybody wanted it for like. Kingdom Hearts cannot be stopped. Maddie says it cannot. It will go on forever. We're close to the end of Chain of Memories, but we still have a good bit left.
Brain of Agony.
Yeah.
So you have to do Sora's storyline, and then you have to do Riku's storyline.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Okay. Chapter 23. How are they going to get out of this, you guys? How do you feel like they're going to get out of this?
Who's to say, honestly? Every time I'm like, there's genuinely no way out of this, they come out of it, and I'm just like, all right, get it.
Okay. I've made up my mind what to do with you. Oh, sorry. Let me read that again. I've made up my mind what to do with you, Mr. 3 said. After this long chase, I am really quite hungry. He rushed at us. We rushed at him. Something dark came hurtling up from the ocean floor. Something dark and longer and bigger, even bigger than even the Marduk. Mr. 3 shuddered and stopped dead in the water. A second dark shape, as fast as the first. I spit on my mic right there. The Great One, I whispered. It's the whales, Marco yelled. There were 5 of them in the water. 2 big males who had struck first had heads like sledgehammers. Sperm whales, 60 feet long, 65 tons, the weight of 50 cars. They had dived deep and come tearing up at awesome velocity to slam into the creature from another world's ocean. The Marduk was big. The Marduk was strong. But nothing living can survive for long, being slammed by creatures weighing 130,000 pounds. That rhymed. Cassie kind of had this poetic cadence to her narrations, I've noticed.
Yeah. There were a couple times I was reading and I was like, yeah, that's like very very bars of you, Cassie.
Thomas, if this is extremely boring for you, I would suggest you watch some of Avery's more exciting videos that she has up. This is a reading. Obviously, we read books. Books tend to be very wordy, and if it's too much for your span of attention, then there are plenty of other videos that Avery has. Great videos that do have a lot more animation.
Or there are just other videos on the internet. I won't be offended.
And that too. So, thank you for your opinion, and that is our answer. Then the whale, my whale, because that's how I thought of him, began to lash the Marta with his tail. Hammer blows. Hits that could even knock walls down, again and again, as 2 smaller females joined in, and the 2 sperm whales circled back for another attack. Visser 3 cried out, of pain and fury echoed in my brain. He's retreating, Jake crowed. He's running, Rachel said. Ha! I don't think Visser 3 likes whales very much, Marco yelled. I don't think he likes them at all. The whale chased him for a while, but they let him go in the end. Whales are not very good at killing. They don't really have much of a talent for hating and destroying. My whale, the big humpback, returned in a few minutes and rested in the water beside me. I wanted to thank him, but as I said, whales don't think in human words or human thought. Still, I tried anyway. Thanks, big guy. People who argue about how smart whales are, or whether they are smart as humans, kind of miss the point. Whales will never read books, or build rockets, or do algebra. In all those areas, humans are smarter. Humans are the great brains of the planet. But it isn't necessary to believe whales are the smartest humans to believe that they are great. They don't have to know words to sing songs. They don't have to be anything but what they are to be magnificent. And even though I don't really know what a soul is, I know this. If humans have them, then so do whales. I wanted to thank him for responding to my call for help. But I had a strange feeling as he opened his great heart to the dolphin mind that was in my own, that he hadn't just come in response to me. I had the feeling, and that's all it was, a feeling, that in some way the sea itself had called him to respond to the presence of an abomination. Of course, I never told that to Jake or any of the others. They would have laughed. At least Marco would have. Morph time is almost up, Axe said. I think if we morph, the whale will carry us until we are ready to morph again, I said. So we morphed back to our human bodies, and Axe morphed to his Andalite body, and we crawled up the whale's huge back. I fell asleep. I know that sounds pretty incredible, but I did. I was exhausted, physically, emotionally, in every way that you can be tired. I was tired. When I woke up, it was sunset. We were near shore. I could see the beach, and just a little farther down the shore, the mouth of the river. We were wet, of course, covered with splashing water and the spraying from the whale's blowhole. It was a little cold, especially now that the sun was going down. But then again, I wasn't Mr. Three's lunch, so I wasn't going to complain. Jake was sitting I was about to say crisscross, applesauce. Jake was sitting cross-legged, on the whale's back, smiling at me. Someday, huh? I smiled. Yeah, we did it. We saved the Andalite, and we got out alive. Barely, I said. You know something? You're right. You trusted your feelings, and we followed you, and we're all safe. I nodded. Yes, I guess so. Only, as Marco would say, let's not do this again anytime soon, okay? Jay smiled his slow smile. It's fun being a dolphin, though, isn't it? I know you were worried about it, thinking maybe it wasn't right and all. I shook my head slowly. I'm still not sure it's right. But I guess we don't have much of a choice. The Yerk started this fight, not us. And after what Axe said, I guess it's not just about one species, human being. It's about all the animals. It's about all of Earth. Jake nodded. I think if you could ask the dolphin, they would say it's all right to use them, since what you're trying to do is save them. Nah, they would just think it was all a big game. They would never understand. We both laughed. Even if they could talk, the dolphins would never really understand what we were so upset about. We knew that better than anyone. I guess that's true, Jake said. But we do understand. He met my gaze. We do understand what's at stake, and we'll do whatever we have to win. I knew what he was trying to tell me. We'd use the dolphins to save them. We'd use other animals to save them too. And that made it okay. Okay. Last chapter. All right then.
I thought there were 25. Are they? Wait.
Are there? Oh,
25 is
There.
really short, though. It's like barely
Yeah,
a
that's
page.
why.
It's not even a page. It's
La-
half a page, 3/4 of a
Same
page.
thing with 24.
Yep.
All right. Chapter 24. We morphed once more into our dolphin bodies and swam down the river to the place where we had entered the water. We beached ourselves in shallow water and returned to our human bodies. Feels good to be human again, Jake said. Margot said, "Oh, Jake, you were never exactly human to begin with." I guess it was funny, but we were all too tired to laugh. We dug our clothes and shoes out from their hiding place. I pulled jeans and a sweatshirt on over my wet morphine. I shoved my muddy feet into my boots. Strange, Axe said, watching us very closely. What is the meaning of the things placed on your body? Clothing, Rachel explained. Why do you wear it? Does it protect you from the environment? Yes. That, plus the fact that people get very upset if you walk around naked, Marco answered. There was a flutter overhead. One of the shadowed branches dipped with sudden weight. Is that you, Tobias? I asked. Yes. You found the Andalite? Yes. Tobias, me Axe. That is his nickname. Anyway, Axe, me Tobias. Tobias is one of us. Sorta. Anyways, Tobias said dryly. I like this more so much. I moved in permanently. The Andalite was shocked. You were trapped? Yes. Axe turned his eyes on me, then looked from each one of us to the next. He seemed very solemn. You have paid a price for the gift of my brother Alfingor. Prince Alfingor was your brother? Tobias demanded. Hawk eyes glittered. I was with him at the end. This is all fine, Jake interrupted, but we have to get out of here. And we have to decide what to do with Axe. He can't exactly just go walking through this town with us. I think he should come to my farm, I said. It's not so different from the drone show. Fields, meadows, woods, all the way into the national forest land. You have to be careful. But it's the only place we have to hide. That still doesn't deal with how we're going to get him there, Marco pointed out. It's a long walk. People are gonna notice a big blue deer with extra eyes and a scorpion tail. I must morph, Axe said. Yeah, but into what? Rachel wondered. Then, to my surprise, Axe walked over to me. He placed one delicate, many fingered hand on my face. With your permission, he said. I felt myself getting speedy. Not sleepy, exactly, but sort of like I was in a trance. I realized what he was doing. He was acquiring me. He was absorbing my DNA. Um, excuse me, but what are you going? But you're going to morph Cassie? Marco asked. Can you do that? Axe went to Marco and touched his face. One by one, Axe acquired each of us, and then he began to morph. I've seen a lot of strange morphing, but nothing was ever like this. Axe was becoming an animal. Wasn't becoming an animal. He was becoming a human being. But a human being we all knew in some way. A melding of the four human animorphs. His front legs began to shrivel away. Back legs thickened and strengthened. Suddenly, a mouth appeared in his Andalite face. Scorpion tail shrank and disappeared. He reared up and stood erect. I think we better give Axe some privacy, I suggested. Is he going to be a boy or a girl? Marco wondered. Either way, let's turn our heads. We did. Probably just in time. Hey, Axe, in the pile of clothes, there is an extra pair of boxers and a t shirt, Jake said. Put them on, okay? A few minutes later, we turned around. We all stared. Axe had the t shirt pulled up and a baggy pair of shorts. The boxers were on his head. Okay, Jake said. A few small adjustments needed. Axe, are you male or female? I choose to be, 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 be male. I stopped suddenly, wide eyed. He was surprised by his mouth. It was not something Andalites understood. I choose male because I am male. Word. Male. Is that a good choice? Choice. Cha, cha, choice. He twisted his lips around and stuck his tongue out. Strange, he said. Male is fine, Jake said. Rachel, Cassie, turn around. Marco and I will help Axe adjust his clothing. When I looked again, Axe was dressed normally, but he did not look normal. He was of medium height, a perfect balance between Rachel and Marco. He was a medium build, somewhere between Jake and Marco. His hair was brown, with just a little of Rachel's gold and a little of my curl. His skin was the color of light brown sugar, a blending of my brown and Marco's olive, and Jake's and Rachel's pale white. He was human, yet somehow strange. He jerked his head this way and that. How do you look? Look, how do you look around? Oh, no, behind? I grinned. It was exactly like every time I first morphed a new animal. He was getting used to his new body, or at least trying to. As I watched him play with his lips and trying new sounds, he suddenly tumbled forward. Jake grabbed him and held him. You only have two legs now, Axe, he said. Yes, two. Ooh, very shaky. Yeah, we're a shaky species, Marco said. Well, let's get out of here, Jake said. Axe, I said. Don't talk to any strangers on the way home, okay?
Less Axe.
He's interesting.
He's a human for the first time. That's got to be a rough day for him.
Yeah, it's like Beast turning back into a human.
Yeah.
All right, then. Last thing.
It's a chapter, but it's not because it's like not even a whole page.
It's the epilogue.
It's probably like a page and a little, like if you read it in the physical form, but in our copy it's barely.
Corner.
Yeah.
Chapter 25. It was a couple of days later, after we had recovered, after I had made sure that Axe was safe in the far field of our farm, away from curious eyes. I waited till dark and changed again into the seagull morph. I flew out of my barn and through the night to the garden. It was closed and empty, aside from a few scattered security guards. It would have stopped me if I had tried to enter normally, but no one was looking out for seagulls. I landed near the dolphin tank and became human again. There were no lights and just a sliver of moon, but I could hear the dolphins swimming. One came over to me, curious about why a human would be hanging around at night. Hi, I said. Sorry, I don't have any food for you. Then I climbed up on the side of the tank. I let myself go, slipping into the cool water. 3 of the dolphins came over and to take a look. This was definitely something unusual. Some strange human was getting in the pool with them. This was the new game. I began to morph. This definitely got their attention. All 6 dolphins swam around, looking up at me, sideways at me, back at me as they passed. And slowly, I became one of them. It was a dumb thing to do, really. I knew it was dumb, but it felt like something I had to do. I wanted to show them what I had done. I wanted their permission to become one of them. I wanted to find some way to tell them everything. But once I was in dolphin body again, it was hard to remember all my solemn worries. It was hard to remember why I had come. Hard to remember fear and worry and guilt. One of them came over, gave me a nudge, then shot towards the surface. She exploded into the air and fell back, as silent and smooth as an arrow. They were asking me to play. They were asking me to dance with them. And so I did.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, Cassie, such a poetic person.
Oh,
And yet,
yeah, I
don't
like
understand
Cassie's
why
ring.
people dislike her. Why? Because she's like has feelings for other things.
Yeah, I don't
For people.
I don't understand that. At least, so far she hasn't done anything at all wrong, and she's kept them alive because she's the one that knows about animals so much.
Yeah. So
now, people disliking Dawn, we all know why.
Yeah, we all know why, but it's surprising. I think I mentioned it in the chat yesterday. Like, it's weird how Mallory is the most hated member of the BSC, but yet Dawn is not.
Yeah, that's unfair. I think Mallory's fine. I think Mallory's fun. I like her.
People
I think
dislike her character. It's just that everyone was a Mallory when they wanted to be something else besides Mallory.
A Claudia.
Yeah, everyone wanted to be Claudia than Christy or Claudia than Stacy, but they knew they were Mallory's deep down.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it is.
But yeah.
So
we have concluded a 4th Animorphs book.
Pretty good. It was pretty not what are they gonna say? It was mid.
I like this. I like this one just because it's the least traumatizing so far. I like Axe a lot.
Yeah. Axe.
The little alien that's pretending to be a human child.
I mean, there are a lot of antics in this book that he's basically just like, even though he's their age morphed, he acts like a small child toddler.
Yeah, because he's just learning how to be a human, so that kind of makes sense.
So he's just playing with his mouth and doing things that like 4 and 5-year-olds do.
It kind of is like 11 in Stranger Things, how they have to like teach her like basic things because she's literally been in a lab her whole life.
Yeah.
She's like never seen a cartoon before.
So what happened in chat? I think Maddie laughed on the Queen's card.
We're just talking about the sufferings that I've had through Chain of Memories so far.
Oh, okay.
The bees minigame was hilariously hard for me. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because I'm bad and have no coordination, but it was hilariously difficult for me to pass that. And then, what else happened? There were, oh god, the parasite monster again. And then, what was the really bad one that we had to do? Riku was bad because we had to fight him 4 times, but then also Vixen.
Genie Jafar.
Genie Jafar was just annoying. Because Genie Jafar was really easy to beat in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Mm-hmm.
But we hit it at this place where like I didn't have very good cards, so I struggled.
I mean, I thought because I was replaying it when you were playing it, and I got a Power Wild Heartless, which I told you like inverses the card value, so like a 1 is a 9, and a 9 is this and up. So I equipped those in my deck, and then I made a low number cost deck, and then that's pretty much how I beat it because I just used the 2 Power Wilds, and then yeah, I did pretty much did it on my first try. And then when he would play the high number cards, that's when I would like wait for, and then I would use my zeros. That way, it would cancel out his high number cards.
Oh, we made the most ridiculously powerful deck. We unlocked Lethal Frame as a slight, and so we've had 3 stop cards. So we made 3 Lethal Frames, and we lined them up in the deck. And then we also had the Genie Jafar card that makes like what your 20 next 20 moves
unbreakable.
Unbreakable,
or not unbreakable, but like they can be card broken.
And then somebody else in chat told us, hey, you know that one elixir, that one elixir that you have just gives you back the cards that have been slighted away. So what happens is in every boss fight, you play the Genie Jafar card, you play 3 Lethal Frames, so the boss is frozen while you just get to beat up on them and take out like a whole power bar.
Yeah.
You do that 3 times, and then you use the elixir, and you do it. Oh no, and then we added 2 more, so we had 5, and so it was like you use the Genie Jafar, you do the Lethal Frame 5 times, and then you use the elixir, and you do 5 more Lethal Frames. You take like a 7 or 8 health bar boss down to like 2, like right off the bat.
And I think you were bad at games first. You thought to yourself.
I mean, I am bad at games, but that deck.
You're slowly diving into the world of gaming and anime.
Yeah. Finally getting there. It just took a little extra time.
Yeah. But what's worse, the bees or the toadwell?
What's what?
What's worse, the bees or the toadwell?
Toadwell. I don't.
It's sex, Avery.
And here's the thing, I am determined to. I'm just gonna give it to Spencer because I know that we got it working the last time, so I know that it's possible. I think I just can't figure it out, so I'm just gonna be like, Spencer, fix it, and he'll probably be like, oh, you just have to do this, and then it'll be up and working, and I'll be like, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so closing remarks. The book was mid. It wasn't traumatizing. Dolphins are being glorified, even though in reality we know what's up with them.
We know the truth about dolphins.
We know the truth. We watched Blackfish. We watched a bunch of documentaries.
We're like, look, we're here to cancel dolphins, okay?
We're not canceling dolphin, but we're giving them a reality check. Look, dolphins, you've had it good for too long. Here's what's up.
Oh yeah, we also made a really like stupidly powerful magic deck, which really works against killing Heartless because literally you don't have to pay attention. You can literally just spam Y and then all of the Heartless die.
Yeah, I told you make an attack deck and then a magic deck and then.
Yep, the magic deck was the that's been the cool one. Because we finally got enough cards that we could like make a really powerful magic deck, and that's
you could do Blizzaga, Thundaga, Eroga, Stopaga, all the August spells.
Oh my god, when Maddie was here last week and she was trying to fight Vixen, and Vixen, every time she kept making progress with killing Vixen, she'd play Donald, and Donald would use Blizzard, and she'd just be like, stop, you're charging, and he'd like regain like a bunch of the power that she took away, and she's like, stop.
Oh yeah, and then so you just put out a new video. We're gonna have a new Phantom Investigator video out 2 weeks.
Yep.
Not next week, the week after. And then I just put my fan fiction up for anyone who wants a good read or a good laugh. Go ahead.
Also, as far as I'm aware, Gabe and I are gonna be reading the first part of that Imagines book, so that'll probably be a funny time.
Yeah, so go ahead and check out my fan fiction. I have it in Avery's Discord under. Let me double check again. I have it under Miscellaneous Crafting, or Be Artsy by the Big Bay window upstairs, under Daniel's fan fiction. So feel free to get a good laugh out of it. Tell me what you honestly think about it. And yeah. So
Thank you guys
fun.
for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. I
Yep.
actually
Next
have
week
to
we
do
have Marco's book next Friday.
Marco's book, which will be very soap opera
Is it Sunny or Amalia next Thursday?
Thursday, it's going to be Maggie.
Okay, Maggie. That's
Which-
the one I'm concerned about.
Bye, Owl. Yeah, Maggie, because the thing, I don't know why they did. I mean, I know why for like reading reason, like for story structure reasons, but it seems extra obvious to me that Anne does not like Dawn when the only deviation from the form of like Dawn, Sunny, Maggie, Amalia, Ducky is that when they get to book 6, they start with Sunny and then they go Dawn. And it's almost like Anne was like, but I don't want to do another Dawn, and then put it off for a book because that's the only deviation. After that, they just go right back to the same format.
All right, bye, Sammy.
Bye, Sammy. See you guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to let everybody go because it's 1:08 here and I have a couple of work things to do. So I'll let everybody go sleep or have a good evening if you're one of our Aussie friends. But thank you for hanging out. We appreciate you. We will see you very soon. And tomorrow? You'll see me tomorrow. Yeah.
You'll see me in chat on next Thursday.
Whoa. That was okay. Yeah, see you in chat. See both of us on next Friday on live. And yeah. Bye.
Bye.